We present now a special transcribed Christmas message from the President of the United States to the American people.
My fellow countrymen, all over our country and in many other parts of the world, men, women, and children are preparing to celebrate the birthday of Christ. Never before in our lives has a Christmas seemed so important. I'm not thinking of turkey dinners and stacks of gifts. I mean the quiet, reverent celebration of faith, hope, and love, born in a manger in Bethlehem. Across all the continents of this world, peace-loving people today feel apprehension and loneliness and fear. Many have forgotten the humble surroundings of the Nativity and how from a straw-littered stable shone a light which for nearly 20 centuries has given men strength, comfort, and peace of mind. At this Christmas time, we should renew our faith in God. We celebrate the hour in which God came to man. It is fitting that we should turn to Him. Many of us are fortunate enough to celebrate Christmas at our own fireside. But there are many others who are away from their homes and loved ones on this day. Thousands of our boys are on the cold and dreary battlefield of Korea. But all of us, at home, at war, wherever we may be, are within reach of God's love and power. We can all pray. All of us should pray. We should ask the fulfillment of God's will. We should ask for courage, for wisdom, for the quietness of soul which comes alone to them who place their lives in His hands. We should pray for a peace which is based on righteousness. The nation already is in the midst of a crusade of prayer. On the last Sunday of the old year, there will be special services devoted to a revival of faith in God. I call upon all of you to enlist in this common cause. I call upon you no matter what your spiritual allegiance may be. We're all joined in the fight against the tyranny of communism. Communism is godless. Democracy is the foundation of faith. Faith in oneself, faith in one's neighbors, faith in God. Democracy's most powerful weapon is not a gun, a tank, or a bomb. It is faith. Faith in the brotherhood and dignity of man under God. Let us pray at this Christmas time for the wisdom, the humility, and the courage to carry on in this faith.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard President Truman's Christmas message to the American people. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
In answer to many thousands of requests from its listeners, the National Broadcasting Company is happy to bring you
Adventures in Time and Space, transcribed in future tense.
Dimension X.
This is the story of Riesling, the singer of the spaceways. You've probably sung his songs in school, in English, French, or German. The language doesn't matter, but it was an earth tongue. But the real story of Riesling is not found in the footnotes of a scholar's critique or a publisher's biography. It is in the memories of the old-time spacemen, the pioneers who pushed the thundering old-fashioned rockets to the far, strange ports that are our commonplace heritage. These men know the true story of Riesling.
The arching sky is calling spacemen back to their trade. All hands stand by, free falling, and the lights below us fade. Outride the sons of terror, far drives the thundering jet, up leaps the race of earthmen, out far and onward yet.
When I first met Riesling, he was hustling drinks in the Twin Moons Bar at Drywater, Mars. He'd won a guitar off a Chinese barkeep at Luna City by cheating at one thumb, and he made his whiskey by singing in the bar and passing the hat.
Listen to her, Orson. Don't she strum pretty? Like a 16-year-old gal.
Say, how much you collect on that last song?
$3 Martian and a slug. Al grabbed it from my bill. He don't trust me no more. Funny, never did have no luck with hound dogs nor Martian barkeep.
Hey, Riesling, look over there by the bar. There's an Institute 4 striper giving it the eye. Know him?
Captain Hicks off the Goshawk.
He's sure giving you the once-over. Maybe he's got a job.
They don't make never no mind to me. I've been blacklisted. Hicks logged me for making up a song on watch. Right fine song, too.
Hold it. Here comes the brass arm.
Riesling, I've been looking for you.
I've been right here, Skipper. You saw to that.
I need a jetman on the Goshawk.
Interesting. Real interesting.
Well?
I got news for you, Skipper. You blacklisted me, remember?
Well, you kept your nose clean, and we need an experienced man.
Been a little changing down aft in the Goshawk, ain't there, Skipper?
How'd you know that?
You got that new atomic pile drive. Last 3 of them tea kettles blew somewhere in the asteroids.
Look, it's double pay, but if you're scared...
Scared? Listen, fella. For double pay, I'd jump off the top of the Harriman Tower if you allowed me rubber heels for the landing.
All right, then. You show up tonight to sign the book. Sober.
Got no choice, Skipper. Money and me is total strangers.
We lift at 11:30 Mars time. Sober, you understand, Riesling?
You taking the job?
Well, that Goshawk is one stinking old tub. Her engine's got more bugs than a beagle dog in spring. And that new drive is about as safe as a pretty gal in the Ozarks. But I reckon she'll do for one more trip.
Welcome home, Riesling.
Hi, Jimmy Legs. Meet my friend Hertzman. He's signing on as a wiper. This here's Jimmy Legs Casey. He's bosun. Can't hold his liquor no more than a sieve, poor boy.
Mr. Casey.
Riesling, you sober enough to sign the book?
Drunk or sober, I make my mark. Stand aside.
3 X's?
It took me a middle name.
Yeah, you 2 lay below. And Hertzman.
Aye, sir.
Get him sobered up before the skipper makes rounds.
Jimmy Legs, I'm sober as a hanging judge.
Yeah? Well, you can leave that bottle here.
What bottle?
The one in your back pocket. Oh, glass buttons, maybe, huh? Give it here.
Jimmy Legs, I swear I'm going to write a song about you.
Go ahead, threaten me. Now get below. We raise ship in 30 minutes.
Hi, Skipper.
Riesling, what the devil are you doing up here on the bridge without permission?
Figured I'd take a little stroll.
Riesling, get below before I have...
Hold on, Skipper. You'll have that gold braid just crawling up your arm. I'm up here on business.
Well?
That number 2 jet ain't fit. Cadmium dampers are warped.
Why tell me? Tell the chief engineer.
I did. He says they'll hold.
Well?
He's wrong.
He's wrong. He's got a Harriman Institute degree in power electronics. And some drunk space rat says he's wrong.
Skipper, I was damping jets when that shirt-tailed tad wore pins for buttons.
I've got no time for you, Riesling. Casey, sound takeoff.
Aye, sir.
I'm telling you, Skipper, that number 2 jet's gonna blow. Dampers warped crooked like a turtle's back.
Riesling, drag your deadhead out of here. Get below.
Go ahead from the control tower, Captain.
All right, Casey. Fire 1 and 4.
Had to blast for 3 watches before going into free flight. Riesling and I had the second watch. Damping was done by hand in those days with a multiplying vernier and a danger peeper. And as long as the peeper ticked off slow and steady, we knew the ship was safe. For a while. Hey, Riesling, you better stow that guitar. If Jimmy Legs catches it, he'll blow a gasket.
Don't worry, I can damp this tea kettle in my sleep.
How's number 2?
All right so far. Did you ever hear that song about Hicks, the one that got me blacklisted?
Oh, the skipper is the father of his crew, a gentle guiding light to me and you. But on Mars he likes his women if they walk or if they're swimming, or if they've got 6 arms instead of 2.
Hey, the second verse is better.
Now the skipper likes his liquor by the quart. Yes, he'd go from Mars to Venus for a snort. He'll drink rocket fuel and...
Hell, hi, Skipper. Didn't see you come in.
You were too busy, eh? Who's watching the gauge?
I got an eye on it. Don't you fret none.
Riesling, I'm going to fix it so you can't get a berth on a rocket-powered pogo stick. Report to Casey under arrest.
I don't rightly think I will.
You what?
You kind of forget, Skipper. According to Space Code, you can't remove a jetman till the end of the watch, right?
Now, look, you corn-fed space lawyer.
Now, is that a rule or ain't it?
Riesling, your shift is over at 2300. And I'll see you ride the rest of the way in slop locker.
Maybe. Maybe. In the meantime, you clear out of my power room. I gotta make me up a third verse for my song.
I got it. Power room.
Damp number 2 a point.
Number 2, aye.
Hey, let me have that mic. Jimmy Legs, is that forced dry boil up there?
Give me that, Casey. Riesling, I've taken just about enough from
And
you.
I've got a little news for you, Skipper. Number 2 jet is bulging like a fat lady in a satin skirt.
Listen, you clown, that's
Skipper, I think I'm gonna junk my song and start over. I could do much better
This
on
is
you.
the last time, Riesling. Damp number 2 a point.
Sure. Look out, Hertzman. I'll take it. You watch the gauge. Now.
Riding easy here.
She's bucking a little. Riesling, hit the emergency. She won't. Damn! It's that door. There go the lights. Look, Riesling! Stay down behind the baffle. I've got to take a look. It's radioactive. Look out! I've got to piece the hot stuff out of the tube.
What's going on down there?
Shut up, Jimmy Legs. I'm busy. She's tight now.
What happened?
Number 2 blew, you lunk-headed space rat.
You all right?
A little sunburn. The lights are gone. What's the matter with the emergency circuits?
Riesling.
Jimmy Legs, get some lights down here. It's dark. Get the emergency light on.
They're on, Riesling. They went on after the blast. The lights are on.
What are you talking about? Jimmy Legs. Jimmy Legs, turn on the lights. It's dark. Turn on the lights.
That blue radioactive glow from the jets was the last thing Riesling ever saw. His optic nerve was burned out in an instant. He was in sick bay on the rest of the trip, and on the swing back, we set Riesling down at dry water Mars. Look out for the cable, Riesling.
Thanks, Hertzman.
Hey, Riesling.
That you, Jimmy Legs?
Hold up a minute, will you? Oh, Riesling.
Jimmy Legs, I promised I'd write a song about you, didn't I?
Sure, Riesling, sure.
Can't seem to sing like I used to.
Look, Riesling, the men up on the bridge feel kind of bad about this.
Yeah? Why didn't they think of that when Riesling told them that damper was shot?
Now, Hertzman, that's all over.
Sure. That's all forgotten. Riesling, let's get out of the Twin Moons before I vomit.
Now, hold it. The skipper feels pretty bad about the whole thing, Riesling.
Kind of late for that, Jimmy Legs. Feeling sorry don't hold no corn.
The boys passed the hat. The skipper kicked in half a month's pay.
Did he now? Then on principle, I suppose I ought to tell him to stuff it back up the jets. But you can't buy no drinking whiskey on principle. I'll take it.
Here you are. I'll get it. I'll be seeing you, Riesling.
Sure, Jimmy Lee. Sure. Come on, Hertzman. Let's get that drink.
That was all. Just another space bum who didn't have the good sense to finish before his luck ran out. Well, Riesling holed up at the Twin Moons till his money was gone. Then he hooked a ride on a crawler over to Marsopolis. It was a boom town then, with an industrial district mushrooming between the Lesser and Grand Canals. I ran into Riesling about 2 months later, playing his guitar on a jetty that ran out into the canal. He had a dirty rag tied over his eyes with a jetman's knot, and his hat was on the wharf beside him.
Riesling! Who's that? Wait a minute. Hertzman.
Yeah, how you been?
Passable. Say, is this a Venusian dime?
Ah, it's a slug.
I figured.
Well, how's it going? Singing again?
Some. Working saloons, mostly. But I've been thinking some funny songs, Hertzman. The words come out different than they used to. Come on along the canal with me.
Sure. Here, take my arm.
I know the way. That's a funny thing, Hertzman. I figure I know it better than other folks. Look back there, towards the city. What do you see?
Factory towers? Smell them from here.
But it don't seem that way to me. I remember them old buildings, old before Bible times on earth. Thin and graceful like the fairy palaces my Grammy used to tell about down home in the hills.
Well, they've torn them down now, or else blocked them up with cinder bricks.
Hertzman, when I stand out here on the canal, I can see it the way it used to be. The water, ice blue with the stars shining up out of it. Way off there, the city with the towers sweeping up like a bird flying off a tree. I can see it.
It's the dirtiest stinkhole in the system.
Not always. Depends on how you see it.
Bone tired the race that raised the towers, forgotten are their lores. Long gone the gods who shed the tears that lap these crystal shores. Slow beats the time-worn heart of Mars beneath this icy sky. The thin air whispers voicelessly that all who live must die.
You make that up? Why don't you go home, Riesling?
Home?
Earth.
I've been thinking about that, Hertzman. When I was a youngster down in the Ozarks, I used to climb a big old oak tree my daddy had in the dooryard. You could see the hills for miles, green and cool. I've been thinking about that.
Why don't you go back then?
I couldn't see them hills no more now. I couldn't stand to see black when I knew they was lying all around me, cool and green in the sun. I couldn't stand that.
Yeah.
Well, let's get back to town, Hertzman. Today I made $3.50 mush, and I'm all set to drink it down before dawn. Come on!
I lost track of Riesling after that. I shipped out on a slow freight of the Condor class for Luna, and he hitchhiked to ride to Venusberg on an ore ship in the Tri-Planet run. So he beat around the system, Venusberg to Layport to Drywater to New Shanghai and back. Any spaceport was his home, and no skipper had refused to lift the extra mass of Riesling and his battered guitar. He made up his songs, sitting out watches down in the power rooms with old shipmates, while the monotonous beat of the jets shook the hull plates.
Hear the jets,
Hear the jets.
hear them snarl at your back when you're stretched on the rack. Hear the jets, feel the pain in your ship, feel the strain in your grip.
Hear the jets.
Feel her rise, feel her drive, strange steel come alive on her jets.
Little by little, his songs began to travel along the spaceways ahead of him. Raw spaceman songs with titles like Since the Pusher Met My Cousin and The Spacesuit Built for Two. But more and more, we began to hear a different kind of song. Strange, sad songs, the ones you find printed in the centennial editions. Dark star passing. Death song of a woods cove. And then, finally, the green hills of earth. It grew for 20 years, that song. They say it started way back when Riesling was down in the labor camps on Venus, singing for the indentured men.
Now, if someone will kindly pass a bottle.
Oh, it is not much, Riesling. Here.
It'll do. What is that stuff?
Tequila. You cannot make him good here on Venus.
What do you use?
Carac bush. Home it is different.
Where are you from, son?
Tasco, Mexico.
That's a long way from here.
See, a long way.
How'd you come to sign on?
The man comes out to the village from the city in a shining automobile, very big. He says there is work. You sign the paper for 10 years and you work. Yeah, work. There is work here, all right. 10 stinking hours in the jungle with machete. I tell you, when I get home to Earth...
What'll you do, son?
What is the use? We aren't getting home. You know how many men die out there in the swamp today? 10 men, 10! What is the use? My mother, she's dead. My father don't care.
A girl?
Oh, she says she wait. I don't know.
Sure, son.
You sing some more, Riesling. We drink, you sing.
Maybe a new song, son.
We rot in the molds of Venus. We wretched her tainted breath. Foul are her flooded jungles, a crawling with unclean death. Let the...
What is the matter? Finish the song, Riesling.
I can't. Can't yet. It just don't come. I'll finish it when I go home. That's it. When I go home to the hills. Now pass that bottle. The dawn whistle don't blow for 4 hours.
That's where the Green Hills started. And I was there when it was finished. It was 20 years after that. And there wasn't a man flying or on the beach hadn't heard of Riesling and his songs. He was getting old now for a spaceman. He was a familiar figure through the whole system. Tall, gaunt, and with that dirty bandage tied across his blind eyes. I was chief jetman then on the old Falcon. We were cradled at Venus Alice Isle, scheduled for a direct jump to Great Lakes, Illinois, on Earth. I was checking in dunnage when Riesling felt his way up the gangway and came through the lock. Riesling!
Who's that?
Mike Hertzman!
Hertzman.
Well, what are you doing on this old hog?
I figured I'd ride her back to Earth.
Earth? Are you going home, Riesling? I thought you were never going to make that run.
I've been hankering to set foot in the Ozarks again.
How about those hills?
I've been singing about them so long now, Hertzman. I got to finish the song. I got to set foot in the dooryard and hear the wind through that oak tree. About the last thing I'll be doing. I got to get home before it...
Riesling, there's a new company policy in effect.
You see,
now.
Hertzman, I'm getting just a little old.
Riesling, listen. No more deadhead rides. The new code book is in force.
Oh, I seen code books come and go.
The skipper's one of them youngsters fresh out of Harriman Institute cadet training. He's liable to throw the book at you.
At me? I've been around space as long as Halley's Comet and Brewster's Ridge. I'm going back to Earth, the cool green hills of Earth. I'm going home.
All secured, Hertzman. What are you doing here?
That's Riesling, Captain.
Riesling, huh?
I'm dragging it back to Earth, Captain.
Not in this ship. Hertzman, have this man removed.
Funny thing, Captain, I sprained my shoulder suddenly.
Look, Skipper, you're a youngster. You're pretty new out here. I'm going home. You don't know what that means to an old man, going home.
I can't take you. Against the Harriman Code.
Oh, now look, Skipper. You can slide me by under the distressed spaceman's clause in that code book.
Distressed spaceman, my eye. You've been bumming around the system for 30 years.
Skipper, you make me do something I never done for no one before. I'm an old man. An old blind man, and I want to go home. I ain't never crawled in front of a four-striper in my life, but you gotta let me drag home. The law says a man's got a trip coming to him. You can stretch for a poor old blind man, now can't you? You got it, Skipper.
All right, you'll old space rat. But keep out of the way. I run an efficient ship, and I don't want any trouble.
No, sir, no trouble. I'll just lay down to the power room. I kind of like to be near the jets when they blast off for Earth.
Sit down, Riesling. Take a load off your feet.
Thanks, Mac.
Stand by for lift. Stand by.
Best seat in the system. Power room and an old Hawk glass ship.
Power room, fire 3.
Aye, sir.
The cool green hills of Earth.
You still singing that, Riesling?
Oh, some. I changed her a little. Gonna finish her now, Mac. Going home to finish her.
Yeah. Have you seen those new automatic dampers, Riesling? Don't have to do nothing but sit and watch.
Hey, where's the peeper?
Turned off. She's all automatic.
You have it soft nowadays. When I was twisting her tail, you had to stay awake. You got an old hand damping plates on?
All but the links. Iron shipped them. They cover up the dials.
You might need them.
No, the automatics handle everything. Well, you're finally going home, Riesling, huh? Won't seem the same out past the moon.
I've been waiting for this a long time, man. Gonna be good to get home, I reckon.
The argent sky is calling spacemen back.
Mac, you all right? I got the emergency. The hand dampers, where are the links? Mac, you gotta be on the wall here somewhere. I got him.
Power room, what's the alarm? Emergency squad coming in.
Stay out, the place is hot. Radiation blast.
Stay behind the baffle.
I got the link shipped. I can hand damper now.
What's going on in there?
I'm still in Jet 3.
Is this McDougal?
McDougal is dead. This is Riesling on watch.
Riesling, get out of there. You'll kill yourself.
Don't worry, Skipper. I know this power room like it's inside of my shirt. Somebody's got a damper.
Riesling, I'm sending in a crew.
No use. The whole room will be hot for an hour and the other jets won't hold. Skipper, throw on the recording tape.
What?
Throw on the recording tape. I want to get something down.
Tape's on, Riesling. Stop it, Riesling. The radiation will burn you down.
Yeah, I reckon. Yeah, pretty sharp sunburn. Pick me out of here with the tongs and bury me in a lead shield coffin. Okay, Skipper. She's clean. Radiation's getting brighter. I can almost see it. Bright, rosy like the sun. Like the sun over the hills down home. I got my song figured right now. Here it comes.
We pray for one last landing on the globe that gave us birth. Let us rest our eyes on the fleecy skies of the cool green hills of Earth. I can see him now. The hills. The sun. I can see the sun.
That's the way he died. Riesling, the blind singer of the spaceways, singing of the home he never reached, the cool green hills of Earth.
Next week, we bring you another story many of you have requested that we repeat. It's the strange tale of man's first visit to another planet and why he decides that Mars is heaven.
Be with us at this same time next week for another adventure into the unknown world of Dimension X. This program was transcribed. Now, dynamic Tallulah Bankhead brings you The Big Show on NBC.
Now it's 8:30, and we come to Saturday Night Theatre.
At 8 o'clock on the morning of Friday, March the 23rd, 1827, Baron Hullock took his seat on the bench at Lancaster. Although others were certainly involved, we are only really concerned with one man, Edward Gibbon Wakefield. And this, in substance, is how he was charged.
The jurors of our Lord the King, upon their oath, present that Elizabeth Dalby, by lawful means, that is to say, by the consent, direction, and appointment of William Turner, Esquire, the father of Ellen Turner, a maid and unmarried, had the order, keeping, education, and governance of the said Ellen Turner. And the jurors present that on the 7th day of March, 1826, at Manchester, Edward Gibbon Wakefield, gentlemen, unlawfully, wickedly, and injuriously, and for the sake of lucre and gain, did conspire, combine, confederate with divers other persons, whose names are unknown, by divers subtle stratagems and contrivances, and by false representations, unlawfully to take and convey the said Ellen Turner, a maid unmarried and within the age of 16 years, from the possession of Elizabeth Dalby, and did then marry her at Gretna Green in Scotland, against the peace of our Lord the King, his crown and dignity.
The Road to Gretna Green by Peter Hunt.
What's the time, Truman?
By my watch, nearly 8:30, Mr. Wakefield, sir.
Good, we must be just about there. Now, let's go over the ground once again. You have the letter?
Yes, here, sir.
So, you go in first and find this Miss Dalby. Understand you are Mr. Turner's butler, engaged after Ellen Turner returned to school. You realize, don't you, that if you say you'd been engaged during the Christmas holiday, Miss Ellen would know you?
I understand.
Good. The impression you must give to Miss Dalby is that I am tired, having travelled from Paris. You've come to meet me in Liverpool for my business meeting with Mr. Turner. I am known to Mr. Turner, but not well. We simply have some business together. Understood?
Yes.
Make a thing about how tired and how important I am, how quickly all this has to be done. I will come into the school as soon as Miss Dalby has had time to read the letter and act upon it. And Pierre, everything depends on the impression we make. You will behave like a butler to a high sheriff should behave, eh?
Of course, sir. May I ask a question of you, sir?
Yes.
If I may venture a suggestion, sir, you are attempting a rouge et noir. It is a gamble, n'est-ce pas?
Pierre, you know what I want to do in the world. And my wife died before she could inherit her fortune. I had nothing. And 2 children, yes?
Yes.
First, there's the future of the children. Foster life in Paris is not good for them. They must be brought up for the way of life I intend for them. That is my first concern. And second, if I am to succeed with my views on how this country is to develop the colonies, I must become a member of Parliament. And I cannot become a member unless I have money. I have no money. Mr. Turner's daughter, Ellen, is an heiress. If I can win her, I will have a wife for my children, and her money for what I plan to do in public life. You do see the logic in that?
Yes, sir, I see the logic. I still think it is a gamble. Rouge et noir. The odds are not better than that.
This must be the place we're slowing down. A gamble? Well, I succeeded once before, didn't I? And no one was hurt.
That's true, sir.
Now emphasize the urgency of our travelling on as soon as possible. And don't drink. English servants don't.
Never, sir?
Well, hardly ever. And never in public.
Ah, I understand, sir. Miss Dolby? Madame Dolby?
Oh, no, sir. Just the maidservant.
Would you be kind enough to inform your lady that Mr. Wakefield is here with an urgent letter concerning Miss Turner?
Oh, yes, sir.
What is it, Mary?
A letter concerning Miss Turner, Miss Dolby.
Oh, I see. Good morning, sir. Would you please come in?
You are most kind, madame.
Miss Dolby, you understand, sir, that my sisters and I have this establishment for young ladies. You have a letter concerning Miss Turner?
Yes, from Dr. Ainsworth. I know the contents, Miss Dolby, but forgive me, caution is necessary.
Oh, I see. Would you care for some refreshment?
Well, we have traveled a long way. I would appreciate a small glass of brandy.
Oh, brandy. Oh, yes, just so. Mary?
Yes, Miss Dolby?
Will you fetch some brandy?
Yes, miss.
Now, Mr.
Devnu, Miss Dolby, is that correct?
Yes.
I am butler to the High Sheriff, Mr. Turner.
Oh, yes, I see.
I am here with an English gentleman, Mr. Wakefield. He is waiting outside in the carriage. He has instructed me to bring this letter to you from Dr. Ainsworth, Mrs. Turner's doctor.
Oh, you know its contents?
Yes. Forgive me, mademoiselle. We must be quick. I am to await your instructions, mademoiselle, until you have read the letter. I urge you to be quick.
I must see Mr. Wakefield.
Oh, of course. He is waiting outside to see if you will meet him.
Oh, of course, yes. Will you ask him in?
At once, mademoiselle. You will see when you have read the letter that we must act quickly.
Yeah, I'm sure that can be done once I have met Mr. Wakefield. Shrigley, Monday night, 12:30, March the 6th. Madam, I write to you by the desire of Mrs. Turner of Shrigley, who has been seized with a sudden and dangerous attack of paralysis. Mrs. Turner wishes to see her daughter immediately. A steady servant will take this letter to fetch Miss Turner, and I beg that no time may be lost in her departure, as, though I do not think Mrs. Turner is in immediate danger, it is probable she may soon become incapable of recognizing anyone. Mrs. Turner particularly wishes that her daughter should not be informed of the extent of her danger, as without this precaution Miss Turner might be very anxious on the journey. And this house is so crowded and in such confusion and alarm that Mrs. Turner does not wish anyone to accompany her daughter from the school. The servant is instructed not to let the boys drive too fast, as Miss Turner is rather fearful in a carriage. Postscript. The best thing to be said to Miss Turner is that Mrs. Turner wishes to have her home rather sooner for the approaching removal to the new house, and the servant is instructed to give no other reason in case Miss Turner should ask him any questions. Mrs. Turner is very anxious that her daughter should not be frightened, and trusts to your judgment to prevent it. She also desires me to add that her sister or niece or myself, should she continue unable, will not fail to write to you by the post. John Ainsworth, M.D. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Oh, the bell. The brandy. Oh.
Miss Dolby?
Sir?
May I speak with you? Mr. Turner's butler has just delivered you a letter. My name is Wakefield.
Oh, yes, please do come in, sir.
You're very kind.
I was looking for brandy for Mr. Taverneau, sir.
Please, Miss Dolby, do not concern yourself with him. He can take the matter up again when we reach Shrigley.
Will you come to our drawing room, Mr. Wakefield?
If it will not offend you, ma'am, I will wait here for Miss Turner, if that is convenient.
Forgive me, sir, she is in my care. Do you know her? Does she know you?
I have never had the pleasure. Mr. Turner is an old business acquaintance. I have business with him at Shrigley. He's away from home. I understand his wife has a seizure of some kind.
Yes, that is so.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear the rumors confirmed. But surely you have details in the letter from Dr. Ainsworth, is it?
Dr. Ainsworth, yes. You know him?
No, not at all, Miss Dolby. I am simply asked by Mr. Turner, whom I am to meet, to escort his daughter back to her home. He cannot be here, or else I'm sure he would do that himself. It so happens that I am now on my way back to see him. I had business in Liverpool. The carriage is comfortable, the journey comparatively short. I am at his service.
You are a married man, Mr. Wakefield?
Indeed so, ma'am. I have 2 young children. I have a fair notion of how Mr. Turner must feel at the present time. Miss Dolby, I hesitate to press the point on you, but if this matter is to be completed today, before nightfall...
And you will be taking up Mr. Turner on the way?
As fast as the horses will take us. Miss Dalby, Mrs. Turner is very ill. If we are to act at all, we must act quickly.
I will fetch Ellen to pack her things, Mr. Wakefield. It will take only a few minutes. Would you care for a glass of Madeira to speed you on your way?
Well, that is a most agreeable notion.
I'll see to it. Excuse me, sir.
Your servant, ma'am.
Devono?
Sir?
Here.
Yes, sir?
Devono, I appreciate your help, but if you ask for brandy again in a school for young ladies...
Well...
Now have the horses ready. We have a long way to go. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Devono. Allez, vite.
Mr. Wakefield.
Aye. Miss Dalby.
Sir, I have started to make the necessary arrangements. I have told Ellen...
Thank you, Miss Dalby. And this must be Miss Turner.
Yes, sir.
Miss Turner. Ellen, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Miss Turner, I have the honor to present myself, Edward Gibbon Wakefield from Paris. I have business with your father. Excuse me, have you spoken with Miss Dalby?
Did you mean, sir, going back to Shrigley? Yes. Miss Dalby has told me about the move to the new house. It's exciting.
The new house close to Shrigley.
The new house close to Shrigley Hall.
The important thing, sir, is that Ellen is escorted quickly home before the sun goes down.
I see no problem here, Miss Dalby. Miss Ellen, are you reasonably ready?
May I have a few minutes, sir?
Oh, naturally. But we ought to get you home as fast as possible. I must see to the carriage so that it is comfortable for you. It will take a few moments. Miss Dalby, Miss Turner, if you will excuse me.
He seems a kind gentleman, Miss Dalby.
I believe so, Miss Ellen. Ellen?
Yes, Miss Dalby?
I will go to Shrigley in the morning to see that all is well with your mother. You must look after your mother. If she is not well, we must do all we can for her.
Yes, Miss Dalby. Is she all right?
I believe so, dear child. But you must hurry to her. The new house.
But I thought you hinted just now that something was wrong with her.
Oh, so I did, and perhaps she is not so well as of late, but you must take no account of this. As I understand it, she has not been herself the last few days before the move to your new house, and she wishes your help.
But who told you that she is unwell, Miss Dalby?
I had a message from Dr. Ainsworth.
Dr. Ainsworth?
Dr. Ainsworth. Yes, he must be new.
Oh, I see.
Now, you run upstairs. Put a comb through your hair. Pretty yourself for your homecoming. You are the daughter of the High Sheriff, and you are to travel with a very elegant gentleman.
He seems very pleasant.
Yes. Oh, now, off with you, and be quick. Oh, Mr. Wakefield, sir.
Thank you.
I have sent for a glass of Madeira.
That's most kind of you, Mum.
Miss Dalby, Mr. Wakefield.
Ah. Is Miss Ellen ready?
Very shortly. I must confess, Mr. Wakefield, I feel a little disturbed about handing my charge to your care. You do understand, we don't know you.
A very fair question. But Mr. Turner's servant is here. Will it satisfy you if I say that we are to meet Miss Ellen's father and Dr. Ainsworth in Manchester, where they will take over the whole business, which really has nothing to do with me. I'm simply acting as a help on the way. Ah, the Madeira. Thank you. You're very kind. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Oh, is there something wrong, sir?
Not at all, Miss Dobby. Most agreeable glass.
My sisters and I do not take Madeira, Mr. Wakefield. This bottle has been with us many years. We last opened it for my dear brother several years ago.
Really? I would never have guessed it.
One of my other pupils, Jane Greenway, is helping Ellen with her packing and so on.
Ah, yes, I know what happens. My children in Paris are just the same. I would wager you one wants to know what's going on, the other is busy with a drawer full of clothes and pushing the most expensive silks into bags of one sort or another. One is the active of the one who has to do something now, and the other needs material for all the things she will tell the other young ladies when Ellen has got into a coach and four and waved goodbye to you for the present.
I hope she will be back with us soon. She's a very open and confiding girl.
Are you sure, Miss Dalby, that you won't travel with us? There's room for you.
I was thinking about that as you were speaking, Mr. Wakefield. But then I have my obligations to my other charges.
Ah.
After all, it's quite early. From here to Macclesfield and then Shrigley Hall is only something in the region of 45 miles.
Well, you're very welcome. There's plenty of room in the coach, I assure you.
Oh, no, that's so kind of you. I do have to go and see a relative in Macclesfield. But what I could do is take the early coach tomorrow, so that's 4 hours or thereabouts.
Good. Then, since I am staying the night there, we shall meet again. And you will be able to settle your mind about your... Am I right? Your most important pupil.
Yes. It would settle my mind that I had done everything I should do.
That is very conscientious of you, Miss Dolby.
She is the daughter of the High Sheriff.
Of course. That's why we're taking all this trouble.
Come on, Jane. I thought you were going to help me.
Come to the window a moment.
What is it?
Point him out to me. Is that Mr. Wakefield?
No, that's the new butler Papa has sent to fetch me. I've never seen him before.
That's not your father's carriage, is it?
No. That's odd. Papa must have bought another one. Hey, there he is going out to it now. That's Mr. Wakefield from Paris.
My, what a beau! And so handsome.
Yes, he is rather. Come on. The packing.
Ellen, do you think it's quite safe for you to be travelling with two complete strangers?
No.
Ellen!
Don't be a goose. If Miss Dolby is satisfied, then I am. He's obviously a gentleman. Besides, which would you rather have? A gentleman's company home to Mamma and Papa, or Miss Dolby and mathematics?
Well, I do envy you. I shall miss you.
I shall miss you too. But I expect I shall be back to algebra very soon. I'll write to you from the new house.
Where is it?
I don't know. For that matter, I don't know anything. Isn't it exciting? Come down with me.
Are you warm enough, Miss Ellen?
Oh, yes, thank you, Mr. Wakefield.
Glad to be away from school?
Oh, yes. I love Miss Dolby, we all do,
But?
Well, she seems to think that all we should think about is arithmetic and music.
She harps on you.
Yes. I think her idea is that we should all be perfect young ladies with no other object in life but to be good wives and mothers.
Is that such a bad idea?
No, of course I hope to be married.
But you would like a spice of adventure?
Oh, yes. Indeed I would. I mean, this is an adventure, moving to a new house from Shrigley when I didn't expect it.
You like the unexpected?
Yes. But I should like to go on and on. To Paris. The pyramids. One of my friends has been to India. I'm sorry, Mr. Wakefield. I'm so excited. You have been to Paris, Mr. Wakefield?
Oh, indeed, yes. Yes, many times. Should you care to go there?
Yes, indeed I would.
Well, who knows? Who knows? Meantime, we shall be in Manchester presently.
I don't think Mamma would approve my going to an inn.
Your father will be here directly. Tevner's gone for him.
I see. Will you, excuse me a few minutes, Mr. Wakefield?
Hmm? Oh, yes, of course. And then we'll have a little food. Ah, landlord. Thank you. Set it all down here.
Sure.
Some pie. Good. Bread, butter, cheese. Yes, that will do. And Madeira. Ah, yes, that's the right stuff. Ah. Delicious Madeira.
What will the young lady take, sir?
What, young lady?
The young woman has just gone out, sir.
Young woman? Yes, you're right. She'll have some Madeira, too.
And will there be any other guests, sir?
Other guests? No other guests.
Thank you, sir. Will there be anything else?
Yes, have the horses changed, would you? We have a long journey ahead.
You're taking the Lancaster Road, are you, sir?
Who told you that?
Why, the French servant with you, Mr. Turner's butler, just a few moments ago. I'll see to it straight away.
Landlord, you have brought the food?
Pierre?
Monsieur.
Did you tell the landlord we're going north via Lancaster? Well, did you?
Yes, I'm sorry.
You're sorry? You realize that this could jeopardize the whole plan. Once Turner hears from Miss Dalby that we came to Manchester, he's bound to check up here. And what will the landlord tell him? Lancaster, yes. He'll be after us like a shot. We shall have to throw him off the scent. Have you got the map with you?
In my pocket. Here.
Good. Now, let's see. A detour. I've got an idea that may serve us well. Good. Now, give me the note we prepared.
Monsieur.
Here she is, coming back. Leave us, and just be careful what you say.
Mademoiselle.
Ellen, come and sit down.
I am quite hungry. Where's Papa?
You eat, I'll explain. Now, you remember how we were joking about school and arithmetic?
Yes, but, what about Papa?
He's not coming here. I've had a message from Mr. Grimsditch, is it?
That's Papa's solicitor.
Ah, I see. Well, there's some trouble. Your father's a rich man, isn't he?
I don't know how much. Papa says I'm an heiress.
That's right. That's a term you use when there's a lot of money about. Your father is a very rich man, and I know this from my business dealings with him. Now, a great deal of his money is tied up in a bank in Macclesfield, and the bank has failed. Usually it's the customers that go to the wall. In this case, it's the bank.
My friend Jane Greenway, well, her father lost all his money like that, and she had to leave school for quite a while till he put things right. I'm sure Papa will put matters right. Just a minute. Jane was taken from school under some pretense that her mother was ill. Is that why you came for me today? To get me away without anyone knowing? You knew it all the time.
Yes, Ellen, I arranged the whole thing with your father. He didn't want you upset in front of your friends. He didn't want Miss Dalby to know the truth. Well, it's none of her business.
But what did you say to Miss Dalby?
That's where your father has been very clever. He gave her just enough information in a letter signed by a fictitious Dr. Ainsworth. She knows a little about your family, but not much. She knows that your mother has delicate health, so she wouldn't be too surprised to learn that she was seriously ill.
She's not ill?
No, not at all.
Oh, that's wonderful news, Mr. Wakefield. So now we can go straight to Shrigley Hall.
No, I'm afraid not yet. I said your mother's not ill, but she is desperately worried.
Yes?
Yes. The bank failure means that your father is £60,000 in debt and with no hope of repaying his creditors quickly. And sheriff's officers have been sent to arrest him for his debt, so he's on the run with Mr. Grimsditch, hoping that matters will improve in a few weeks or days. As things stand, his possessions can be seized. Shrigley Hall, everything. Your mother would be homeless. Do you see?
But, well, there's my inheritance. That must clear my papa's debt, surely. He can have it all.
Spoken like a loving daughter, Ellen, but your father cannot touch a penny of your own fortune unless he has your consent in writing.
I can give that immediately.
No, I'm afraid you cannot. Your consent has to be in your father's presence and before a solicitor. Only that makes it legal.
I see. Well, if Mr. Grimsditch is with Papa... Oh, Mr. Wakefield, let's go to them. Are they hiding in Manchester?
No, the note I have tells me that they are travelling north in your father's own carriage to Kendal.
Kendal? That's miles away.
Well, I'm afraid so. The note says that they plan to travel via Huddersfield and hope that we may catch them up in Halifax.
How far is that?
It's about 26 miles. We should reach there by nightfall.
But that means I shall not be home today.
Well, if we reach your father, I'm sure he would want to drive through the night with you back to Shrigley. Oh, by the by, don't mention our route to the landlord. If sheriff's officers are nosing about, we don't want to lead them to your father, do we?
No. Mr. Wakefield, you have been most kind to me. Can I persuade you to help me now?
Are you sure you would not rather that I escort you back to Shrigley? After all, I did promise to take you home.
No, I know my papa will thank you for the family if you deliver me to him. I must go to him.
Very well. The horses should be ready. Devno! Now you must put all worries out of your pretty head. Think of it as an adventure. And you must call me Edward. It's so tedious to be Mr. Wakefield to you. Really, there's only a matter of
15 years difference in our ages.
Very well. Edward. Edward, have you had many adventures?
Oh, some interesting times, yes. Government service, here and there. King's messenger.
How exciting. In far-off places.
Well, not so far. Paris, Turin, Genoa.
Dealing with diplomats and spies.
Both sorts of rogues, yes.
And your wife, you are married?
I was. Eliza died 6 years ago.
Oh, I am sorry.
There's no reason why you should have known. It's long past. At least I have a son and daughter as compensation. Eliza was very like you, you know. In a curious way, there are other similarities. Her father was rich. I was a mere nothing by comparison. £150 a year. He was worth over £150,000.
But you did not marry for money.
Not at all. It was love at first sight. As I've said, though, I was not considered a suitable match for a young woman with £30,000 coming to her. However, we found our own way round that. See, I bribed 2 servants to drive north from Tunbridge Wells, where Eliza and her mother were staying on holiday. The clues we left behind were to the effect that we had made for Gretna Green, for a Scots marriage. In fact, we took another carriage and made straight for Calais. Oh, yes, there was quite a rumpus. Eliza was a ward in Chancery, which made matters quite delicate. But all came right in the end. What I mean is, once you are married, there is very little the law can do about it. And dear Mrs. Pattle, her mother, became reconciled to it. When there's true love in a match, what can you do about a fait accompli?
I suppose nothing very much. And were you happy?
Yes, very. Eliza was charming, modest, a little reserved, perhaps, but she had an excellent, acute sense. And above all, she was very kind. I was heartbroken when she died 6 years ago.
Have you thought of marrying again?
Yes, often, and especially for the sake of my 2 children. Nina, the eldest, is rather delicate, and Jerningham is 6. As you can imagine, they are just the age when they need a mother.
Where are they now?
In Paris, a friend of mine is looking after them. I say, forgive me. It's getting dark. We must be near Halifax. Let's hope for good news there.
Yes. Though I shall be sorry to see the end of this adventure in a way.
Oh, why is that?
I don't really know. This is rather more fun than music and arithmetic at Miss Dolby's.
You don't care for school, then?
I like it well enough, but I'm ready to leave.
For life's great adventure, eh? Now, look out of the window, Ellen. You can see the lights.
Halifax, sir. The horse and hounds.
Thank you, Tevno. Just escort Miss Turner to the parlour for a rest and some refreshment. But do not speak to any strangers. If there are sheriff's officers about, I do not want the family exposed to any embarrassment.
I understand, sir.
I'll go to the landlord to find out how the land lies. Oh, and order me a bottle of brandy.
Will you be comfortable here, mademoiselle?
I suppose so, Tevno.
Will you take a glass of Madeira?
No. No. That would never do. What would my father say if he found me here late at night drinking Madeira?
Évidemment. I will order some hot chocolate for you.
That would be quite appropriate.
Monsieur.
Edward. Why, what's the matter?
Just let me take a glass of brandy. Really, this matter is getting beyond a joke.
But tell me.
Well, the long and short of it is that your father and Mr. Grimstitch are not here.
Oh, dear.
Mr. Grimstitch left a brief and obviously hurried note. But to be frank with you, I was so put out when I read it that I tore it up. Well, enough is enough. They changed horses quickly and have set out for Kendal.
Kendal? Where is Kendal?
It's a long way. I tell you, it's an all-night journey.
But why should they go to Kendal?
Well, there can only be one reason. They're making for the Scottish border, where they'll be out of reach of English law.
Oh, Edward, what shall we do? I feel so helpless.
No. Courage. Here, take a sip of brandy.
That'll at least warm you up. There. Now, resolution. We have two alternatives. I can arrange a room for you here for a good night's rest, so that we can follow after a civilized breakfast in the morning. Or we can eat here while the horses are changed, then make the overnight journey to Kendal, where your father and Mr. Grimstitch may be. Though I think my guess is right, they must be making for the nearest point across the border.
And where's that?
Gretna Green.
Then let's take the road to Gretna Green. But you, Edward, what do you wish? I'm completely in your hands. Do whatever you think is right.
Well, I am in the same position as yourself. If we return to Shrigley, where we might find the bailiffs in, we shall have achieved nothing. And your father's certainly not there. If we spend the night here, I will have lost valuable business hours. I'm due back in France for my own business reasons as quickly as possible. It seems to me that I only fulfill my obligations to your family by catching up with your father. There is another matter, but I will explain that to you in the carriage. Ellen, do you trust my judgment?
Yes, Edward, I do. Poor Papa, he must be in some terrible trouble.
I'm afraid he is. It's far worse than I've so far confided to you.
Worse?
I'm afraid so. But I'll explain it all to you on the way.
I thought this was going to be such a pleasant adventure.
It will be. It will be.
But what will Miss Dolby think when she hears about this? And Mamma?
Oh, Miss Dolby thinks you're at Shrigley, and your Mamma thinks you're tucked up in bed at school. What they don't know won't hurt them, eh?
Miss Dolby will be shocked.
Poor Miss Dolby.
Good evening, ma'am.
I'm Miss Dolby, Miss Ellen's schoolmistress. I realise how late it is, but I would like to see the High Sheriff for a moment. Is that possible?
Will you please to come inside, ma'am?
Thank you.
It's a cold night. I'll see if the master...
Who is it, John?
Miss...
Miss Dolby.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Turner.
Come in, come in. How nice to see you. Well, come into the drawing room where it's warm. It's a cold night. That's all right, John. I'll see to Miss Dolby.
Thank you, sir. 'Tis indeed cold.
There now. Sit yourself by the fire. Let me take that box from you. Now, will you take some refreshment?
No, indeed, thank you, sir. I have a carriage waiting outside lent by a friend in Macclesfield. She will worry if I'm late. I really came to satisfy myself that Ellen was home safe and sound. I brought some things she may need.
Need? Why should she need her school things here when she is at school?
But is she not here, sir? Did you not send for her through Dr. Ainsworth?
Dr. Ainsworth? Ainsworth? Who is Dr. Ainsworth?
Why, Mrs. Turner's doctor, sir.
Just a moment, Miss Dolby. Mrs. Turner is coming down. I've been away on business quite a lot. Perhaps my wife can throw some light on this because I am quite baffled. Ellen is certainly not here.
Oh, dear, they must have had some breakdown on the road from Liverpool. Oh, here is Mrs. Turner.
Good evening, Miss Dolby. Why, what is the matter? Is something wrong with Ellen?
Oh, no, indeed, ma'am. She was in perfect health and spirits when she left me this morning to return here.
My dear, did you send for Ellen to come home?
No, William. Whatever for? What has happened?
Do you know a Dr. Ainsworth?
Ainsworth? No. Where is Ellen?
This morning, sir, your butler brought me this letter from Dr. Ainsworth in your carriage.
Butler? What butler?
Why, Mr. Taverneau, sir.
Let me see that letter. Steady servant. Dangerous attack of paralysis. New house.
Taverneau, Miss Dolby. Our butler has no such name, and he has been here all day. What has happened to Ellen?
My dear, try not to upset yourself, but you had better read this tissue of lies.
They must have broken down on the road, sir.
They? Who are they?
Why, Mr. Wakefield and Ellen, sir.
Oh, so now a new name enters the plot. Who is Mr. Wakefield?
Well, I understood from him that he is your friend, sir, from Paris, come to escort Ellen here and stay with you.
Oh, heavens! William, what is this? My poor Ellen!
Try to calm yourself, my dear. We must keep our heads and get to the facts. Just describe this Mr. Wakefield to me.
He arrived from Paris and London to see you, he said.
A young man, a gentleman, very elegantly dressed.
Married or single?
I understand he's a widower, sir, with 2 children.
Had you ever seen him before? Had Ellen?
No, sir, I never saw him before, neither had Ellen.
Did you allow Ellen to meet any young men?
I would never allow any meeting with young men without your express permission.
So, to sum up, on the strength of a fictitious letter signed by a doctor we do not know, delivered by a butler we do not know, in my carriage, which is in the stable yard, but we must add, backed up by the personable manners of a single man we do not know, you, Miss Dolby, handed over our one and only daughter, an heiress, to 2 complete strangers. Is that the sum of it? Stop snivelling, woman. Is that it?
Yes. Ellen seemed very willing to go, sir.
So she would, believing that her mother needs her help over the move to a new house. That much is true.
William, I don't understand. What has happened?
It is certainly a fraud. It may also be an elopement.
Elopement? But Miss Dolby says...
If Miss Dolby is gullible enough to swallow what these scoundrels told her, she is gullible enough to be taken in by our daughter.
But Ellen would never elope without telling us.
Wouldn't she? It's all the rage these days. No, I trust her. But anything is possible. Did this Wakefield say which direction he was taking?
He said he was to meet you in Manchester, sir.
Well, that's a start. My dear, I must go at once to Manchester and rouse Mr. Grimsditch, alert sheriff's officers, and arrange an arrest warrant. I must stop them, wherever they are. I'll keep you posted. As for you, Miss Dolby, I suggest you return to your school and look for another pupil. Our daughter will never return to you. You are an idiot.
Oh, but William, if it is an elopement, how can she marry? She's 15.
So she is. And there are places that will turn a blind eye to that.
Where?
Across the border, at Gretna Green.
Are you tired, Ellen?
Yes, I am.
Here. You want this extra rug? Here. And I suggest you have another brandy. It'll help you to sleep.
Anything you say, Edward.
Now, listen carefully, because a decision has to be made that affects both of us.
Both of us?
Yes. You remember I informed you that your father's bank in Macclesfield had failed? Well, I have an uncle, a rich and cunning old miser, who offered to lend your father enough money at huge interest to tide him over all of his troubles. £60,000, in fact.
Interest?
Yes, that's the extra you pay for the privilege of borrowing. Well, that wouldn't be so bad, except that my uncle's bank in Blackburn has failed as well. I've no special sympathy for my uncle, but I have for your father. And now for you. What's gone sadly wrong is this. Your father gave my uncle the house at Shrigley in pawn as security for the loan. Do you follow me?
Yes, I think so.
Now, your father has failed to pay up. My uncle's bank has failed, so what he intends to do is to take possession of Shrigley. Your mother, your father, and yourself can be turned out of the house at any moment.
Oh, Edward, more and more. Is that why Papa is running away? To escape? Surely he would never leave Mamma behind to face all that.
No. As I see it, he's simply holding out as long as he can away from English law. And with the benefits of Scots law and a clear head, he can work out a solution.
But my inheritance, won't that solve his situation? I don't give a fig for my inheritance.
Well, according to the note Mr. Grimsditch left me at Halifax, your inheritance can go as well, unless it can be secured in some way. Now, do not shock yourself. Mr. Grimsditch knows his law. He has a solution which will make everything right. Are you warm enough?
Yes, I'm sleepy. What is what Mr. Grimsditch says?
Now try to keep awake, Ellen. Mr. Grimsditch tells me that the law, as it is in England, is that your inheritance is secure if it is in the hands of your husband.
My husband? What husband? You have to have bands call when you go to church. Mr. Grimsditch must be mistaken.
No, he's not mistaken. Your property becomes your husband's when you marry.
But I am underage, surely.
Not in Scotland. Did you know that the Duchess of Marlborough was married when she was 15?
No, but
But I must have Papa's consent.
Oh, yes, in England. But your father is so desperate, he's already given his consent. I have a note from Mr. Grimstitch here. You know his handwriting?
No.
It's here. Shall I read it to you now?
No. I have to marry in Scotland, is that right?
There's only a little more to explain to you. Ellen, are you awake?
Yes, Edward.
Mr. Grimstitch has calculated for everything. He knows that I am heir to my uncle. Everything he has will be mine. Ellen, are you awake? I see. Now, little one, I will put my arm around your shoulder. So.
Oh, I'm tired, Edward.
We both need some rest. Put your head on my shoulder. That's it.
Stop, Teveno.
What is it, sir?
Come over here, away from the carriage.
Another plan? Have we not succeeded well so far? It's cold. If you some brandy.
I gave you a bottle in Halifax.
That was gone before Kitley.
It's a wonder we're still on the road. Here. And give some to the post boys, but keep it quiet. She's sound asleep. She's had a long and worrying day, poor girl.
Oh, it's all very well for you two in there. Snug as bugs in a rug. Huh? She's very pretty.
She's 15.
No, she would pass for 16 or 17 anyway.
Even so, we must not get caught. Now, I want you to go easily through the night till we reach Kendal. I've given her a strong draught of brandy and water, which she's never had before. I don't want her alarmed. I'm banking on her not waking up at Kendal. If she does, I've got to use the same story I used in Halifax. It's wearing thin. So I want to get on from Kendal to Carlisle as quickly as possible.
What?
I don't want her suspicions aroused. She may be innocent, but she's not stupid, Pierre.
Drive all night, change horses, then another 45 miles to Carlisle? That's asking a lot. Now my reward for this little adventure should be reconsidered, with the addition of more brandy.
You're a rogue, Pierre.
I've been taught by a master, sir. Have you considered, sir, that my silence is worth at least double what you're paying me?
Yes, I have. Have you considered that if we get caught, you will be charged with conspiracy just as I will?
Oh, touché. Very well, Carlisle it is, but I guarantee nothing. What happens if she wakes at Kendal?
If that happens, I want you to fetch a sheriff's officer to the carriage to speak with me.
You are mad?
You will simply make an arrangement with one of the locals, the landlord, if he looks promising, just to ask me who I am, and leave the rest to me.
Oh, I wish we were back in Paris.
We will be. We will be. Good night to you.
Well, now, landlord, when did they arrive?
Here in Manchester, sir. About 12:30.
Landlord, I am Mr. Turner's solicitor. My name is Grimstitch. Could you describe the conveyance?
It were a coach and four, sir. A green coach.
Ah, that's significant, Mr. Turner. Suggests a long journey in prospect.
It might just as easily suggest a journey completed.
Oh, I hadn't considered that.
Begging your pardon, gentlemen. I know for a fact the coach was only purchased day before yesterday, here in Manchester, sir.
Ah, so whatever journey this man Wakefield had in mind began here and was to be a long one. Landlord, how long were they here?
Oh, a short while, sir. Mr. Wakefield has to be informed as soon as the coach was ready.
The young lady with Mr. Wakefield, was she in good spirits?
As far as I could tell, sir.
I see. Did you know where he was going?
Mr. Wakefield said nothing to me, sir, but I heard the postboys grumbling that they might be travelling late. There was talk of making for Lancaster.
Lancaster? Well, that surely would be an overnight journey.
What kind of man was this Wakefield?
A young man, sir. Very personable. I understood from his servant, sir, that he's a widower who has some government post in Paris.
Thank you, landlord. That will be all.
Thank you, sir.
Grimstitch, Some unpleasant light begins to dawn. A young unmarried man lures a young heiress. Well, everyone knows Ellen is an heiress. He lures her from her school. Then on some pretext whisks her off to Lancaster. Now, why would he do that? I'll tell you why. It's a guess, but Lancaster is on the road to Gretna Green.
Gretna? Good heavens! Do you mean to say he intends an illegal marriage? Your daughter is underage.
I think we are dealing with a clever rogue. Grimsditch, I want you to follow the likely route. Pick up what information you can and keep me posted. I shall return to Shrigley to comfort Mrs. Turner. There's no time to lose.
But my business, Mr.
For the
Turner...
time being, my business is your entire world. My purse is open to you. If it's not too late, Ellen must be returned home, as innocent as she left. I hope.
What a night. I must have a rest.
Oh, my bones ache.
Your bones ache? Well, what about mine? And the post boys. They're all frozen.
Of course. I'm sorry. You must rest and eat. We all must. This is Kendall, I suppose?
Yes.
Let me see. Even if Turner heard what happened yesterday, it could hardly have been before the evening. He'd need to make arrangements. He'd need to find out what route we'd taken. All that takes time. Yes, we can afford an hour or so here. You stay with Miss Turner a few minutes. I'll go inside to arrange a room.
Don't be too long. I'm hungry.
Edward.
Good morning, Miss Ellen. You slept well?
It's you, Taverner. Where are we?
Kendall.
I see. How far have we driven?
More than 100 miles.
Long way from home. Where's Mr. Edward?
He went inside the inn to make some inquiries.
About my father?
Of course. He is almost as anxious as you are to find him and Mr. Grimsditch. I inquired at Skipton and Settle and Kirby Lonsdale, but it was the same everywhere. What you call a moonlight flit?
Oh, dear me, I can hardly keep my eyes open. Poor Papa and poor Mr. Grimsditch, they must be so tired and worried. And poor Mr. Wakefield, he must be sick of the sight of me and my family problems.
Oh, never, Miss Ellen. He is looking very well even at this early hour. I have travelled many times with him. He is strong, determined.
Did you know his wife and his children?
Yes, of course. She was very sweet. He was devoted to her and Nina and Jerningham. He's been very lonely without them. It's not good for a man to live alone.
No, I suppose not.
Here. Over here a minute.
Excuse me, mademoiselle. Something wrong?
No, but we cannot take any chances. You remember the plan we discussed on the road? Well, discard it. Huh? There's a real sheriff's officer here. Look over there.
So, what of it? We cannot possibly know about this affair. We can eat.
Of course he doesn't know yet, but if he sees us, he'll remember us. A big carriage with 4 horses always attracts attention. And once they catch up, as they probably will, what could point to us more directly than the carriage with 2 men and a young lady?
I'm hungry.
So are we. We'll take our chance at Shap. That's only 17 miles.
Well, I'm thirsty.
You and your brandy. Oh, very well, but be quick. Here's some money. Buy some bread and cheese to keep us all going till we get to Shap. And some brandy for me, too. I've seen to the horses and postboys. Helen? You all right?
Yes. But why are we travelling on? Is Papa not here?
On the contrary, both he and Mr. Grimsditch are here.
Oh, at last! I must go to them. We can settle everything here and now.
No, you stay where you are.
But why, Edward?
Keep well back and peep out of the window. Do you see a man in a tall hat in that group of men by the door of the inn?
Yes.
Well, he's a sheriff's officer. The landlord told me he's been asking questions. What he doesn't know is that your father and Mr. Grimstitch are hiding in a back room. They bribed the landlord heavily, and so did I.
Oh, Edward, will they be discovered?
I hope not. Just by being here, we're diverting the officer's attention. He probably takes note of all travellers, just in case they're fugitives from the law. That's why I'm standing out here, so that he can take a good look at me.
Oh.
A fugitive would hardly do that.
But, Papa...
I saw him, just for a moment. He sends his love to you, but begs you to cross the border as fast as possible. He hopes to join us there. And Mr. Grimstitch begs you to marry at once, so that even if your father's caught, your inheritance is safe. I'm sure he'd prefer you to marry the man of your choice, but, oh, there it is.
I just don't know what to do.
Well, there is one consolation about a Scottish marriage. It's very easy to dissolve in England. If you should choose me, I'm willing. Here, let me get in beside you.
But you, Edward, my family owes so much to you already. What have you to gain from marrying me? We've known one another for only a day and a night. You're a man of the world, and I'm...
True marriages are made in heaven, Ellen. I knew after only 2 hours with you that I would come to love you. You have trusted me implicitly, and that means a lot to me. I believe we've got on very well in difficult and uncomfortable circumstances. Do you agree?
Yes, I do.
I have observed you very carefully. I know you are young in the ways of the world. That is natural. This year you'll be 16. Next year, 17. Time will narrow the gap between our ages and experience very quickly. You are very attractive to me. Can I hope that you have some feeling for me?
Yes. You have shown me every kindness.
I've been very lonely these 6 years. My children need someone to take care of them. Do you like children?
Yes, very much.
In France, they say that love often follows an arranged marriage. I've known many examples of it. I can see no reason why we should not be as lucky. I'm not rich, but I'm not poor. We'd be comfortable. We could travel.
Would you show me the world? Your world, Paris, Genoa.
Everywhere. The pyramids of Egypt, Constantinople, Jerusalem. That is only if you stayed with me, of course.
I will do anything to help, Papa.
Of course. But do you think you could come to love me?
Yes, Edward. I believe so.
Thank you. Then I am content. What the devil? Ellen, stay quiet. I'll deal with this.
Yes? Forgive the intrusion, sir. I approached your coachman, but he can only speak French.
That's not surprising. He is French.
I see. Well, the only reason I trouble you, sir, is that there have been several robbery attempts on mail coaches and coaches of late. May I ask if you noticed anything on your journey from...
Dover, originally.
And may I ask your name, sir? It's just to keep a record.
Certainly. I'm Lord Braxfield. This is my daughter, the Honourable Alison Braxfield. We're bound for Glasgow, then on to Edinburgh.
Lord Braxfield of the High Court of Justiciary, my lord?
Yes, man, yes. Must we suffer any more of your questions, or may we continue?
My lord, I beg your pardon, my lord. Just doing my duty.
Just, sir. And what is your name?
Young, my lord.
Young, is it? I must make a note of that name. I want to commend ye to your masters.
Thank you, my lord.
Wait till you hear what I have to say. Coachman?
Oui, seigneur.
Go.
Edward, what a liar you are. I could never do it.
Oh, years of practice, my dear. Wait till you're my age. Women are much better at it than men.
Never. Where are we going now?
Shap, for a slap-up breakfast. I'm sure this is not how you imagined it, but this is your wedding day.
Landlord! Sir? Are you the landlord?
The Lancaster Arms. At your service, sir. Will you partake?
No. No, landlord, listen carefully. Has a green carriage and four passed this way on the road north?
A green carriage?
Yes, man. Green, with a young man and a young woman in it.
Well, a young man and a young woman in it. Yes, now.
Ah, you've seen them?
No. Oh, but wait a moment, sir. I did serve a young couple in a carriage a while back.
Was it green?
Well, couldn't rightly say, sir. In the dark.
Well, were they travelling north, did they say?
No, sir. They come from north. They came from Gretna. Just married, sir.
Oh, this is hopeless. Listen. If a young man called Wakefield and a young lady called Miss Turner should pass here, you are to inform a sheriff's officer and have them detained.
On whose authority, sir?
On the authority of the High Sheriff of Cheshire, Mr. Turner. Miss Turner is his daughter. I am Mr. Turner's solicitor, Mr. Grimstitch. Do you understand?
Well, they could be anywhere, sir. They could even be at another inn here in Lancaster.
I cannot spend hours touring every inn in Lancaster. I'm going back to Manchester. Here, my man, here's a shilling for your trouble.
Oh, thank you, sir. I will detain Mr. Turner as soon as I see him.
No, fool! Mr. Wakefield! Oh, coachman, turn around. We're going back to Manchester.
This is a very common occurrence in these parts, sir. A wedding and a bidding for some Bank of England notes.
I understand your price is £20.
Do you understand so, sir? When I was young, the price for a legal certificate of marriage was £20.
That was the figure I understood.
Yes, that is so, in the old days.
Huh?
Now, am I right in thinking, sir, that you are the companion of an English gentleman, sir? A very smart gentleman.
He is a gentleman, yes?
With a carriage and 4 horses.
4 horses?
Aye. Well, we have it arranged here, sir, that the price is by the horse. 1 horse, £10. 4 horses, £40.
When this matter was before you there was a question of £20.
I am 75, sir, and very hard of hearing. Now, seeing that you're in a hurry, I must readjust my marriages accordingly. The price, when I consider the time lost to me, is £50.
Oh, is that how you do it in Gretna?
Aye, we cut our cloth to the situation. £50.
Are you a Scotch clergyman?
£50. No, I am not. I am an honest man. A blacksmith.
Honest, are you? I think that you are a thieving old rogue.
A rogue, am I? Well, and you see this hammer?
Of course.
Do you wish to have an argument with me or with the hammer?
£20.
45. Would you care for me to put this hammer to your Frenchified skull?
£30.
Now we're getting closer.
Correction, £15.
No.
£20.
You're a rascal.
Yes.
Very well. £20 it is. And a bottle of champagne.
£20 and a bottle of champagne. Agreed?
Oh, well, agreed. You have the ring, Mr. Wakefield.
I have. They're more expensive in Gretna than in London, I assure you.
Well, sir, the price, as you might say, travels with urgency.
Mr. Lang, how long have you been engaged in this traffic of granting certificates?
Oh, near on 50 years, sir.
And have you ever had any trouble with them?
No, with the couple, sir. They're generally in too much of a hurry to have done.
No, I mean the courts of law.
Oh, no, I have been in the courts in Edinburgh and Dublin, and my marriages have always been held good. Across the border, you may get an argument or two, but there's no bother if the father has given his consent.
Oh, that's all right, then. He's done that. He's trying to get here, but I think he's been delayed. He's asked us to press on with all speed. There are special circumstances.
There generally are.
Thank you to keep a civil tongue in your head.
Oh, no offence, sir. No offence.
Here she is. Ellen, you look charming.
Thank you, Edward. It's all thanks to you. I love my new bonnet and these gloves. But have you had any word from Papa?
No. For all I know, he may have doubled back on his tracks. He may have gone anywhere from Carlisle. But I have an idea.
As soon as we are married, I will arrange for an announcement to appear in the London Times and in all the local papers. If he hasn't been arrested, he's bound to see it. It'll put his mind at rest, and your mother's mind as well.
Yes, that's a good idea.
Now, Devno and one of the postboys are witnesses. Are you ready?
Yes, Edward.
Mr. Lang?
Hey, will you join Hans? Good. What is your name?
Edward Gibbon Wakefield.
And what is your name?
Ellen Mary Turner of Shrigley Hall, Cheshire.
Good. Will you place the ring on the lady's finger? Aye. Good. Edward Gibbon Wakefield, do you take this woman to be your lawful wedded wife?
I do.
And do you, Ellen Mary Turner, take this man to be your lawful wedded husband?
I do.
Ye have agreed to take one another for man and wife. So, by the laws of Scotland, and by the right of custom invested in me, I do declare ye lawfully man and wife. So, now, Mrs. Wakefield, let me be the first to congratulate ye. You may kiss the bride's heart.
Congratulations, madame. That's the shortest £20 worth I ever witnessed.
Thank you, Devon.
And now for the champagne.
Also at Gretna prices?
Aye, sir, but it's new every day. You're wed to such a bonny lassie.
That's true. Well, we must eat something as well. We have a lot of travelling to do yet.
Shall we be back at Shrigley by tonight?
No, that's not possible. We shall have to spend the night on the road. I must get word of your father.
Yes, we must do that.
The question is, where is he? If he'd crossed the border, he'd certainly have come here. As things stand, he doesn't know we're married and must still be on the run. Most certainly he will not have gone back to Shrigley. That would be too dangerous. I think what I'd better do as soon as we reach Carlisle is to get word to Shrigley via the mail coach.
Well, at least we know that he is saved.
Yes. Yes, that's the main thing. I think what we will do now is retrace our route, spend the night, and see if any message has come from him. What do you think, Mrs. Wakefield?
Oh, of course. I'm not Ellen Turner anymore, am I?
You'll soon get used to it.
I must write to Mamma at once.
Good idea. And now, let's enjoy ourselves. Where's Teveno? You can be quite sure he'll be close to the champagne. Have you ever had champagne?
No.
And will you now?
Yes, please.
Teveno?
Yes, sir.
I think you had your fair share of champagne at Gretna,
Very pleasant, sir.
We'll go and order 3 bedrooms for Mrs. Wakefield, myself and yourself, and a decent meal, and a bottle of brandy.
3 bedrooms, sir?
3, Teveno. 3.
Amazing.
Now, Ellen,
yes,
let's get you up to your room, have a rest, and then we shall eat. I must go and see what news there is of your father. I don't see any sheriff's officers about, so they may have moved on elsewhere. Off you go with Teveno. I'll come to see you later. And now, Mr. Wakefield, the biggest test of all. Come in. Teveno. Well, do you want something?
Just to wish you joy on your wedding night, sir.
It'll be an unusual one. Here, pour me a brandy, will you?
Sir?
No, a large one.
Large, sir?
Yes, large. Do you know what a rogue is, Teveno?
I look in the mirror, sir.
And do you know what a rogue is with gentleman's feelings?
No, sir, I am not a gentleman, thanks be to God.
Well, there's a subtle distinction. You've done a lot for me, so I'll pour you a glass of oblivion and offer you some advice.
Advice, sir?
Never be a gentleman, Teveno. It's a condition that breeds scruples in a man.
Scruples.
A man who has scruples can pass himself off as a gentleman, but he can never succeed as a rogue. And that is the reason why I am in this room
drinking brandy, and my young wife is alone next door. You follow me?
I have never suffered from scruples, sir. Later, I shall see if the chambermaid has any.
Well, in your condition, I think you'll be wasting her time.
Oh. You have everything you need, sir.
Just bring me another bottle of brandy. I must sleep on my scruples. Come in.
Good morning, Edward.
Oh.
Did you sleep well?
Oh, well enough. I was up late last night.
Those empty bottles. Did you have a gentleman's party last night?
For one, yes.
Oh, I see. Well, have you any news for me about Papa?
Yes. You may not like it.
Now that we have done what Papa wants, I feel that nothing new would surprise me.
Will you ring the bell for some shaving water? I'll feel better then.
My first wifely duty. A pleasure, sir.
Then order a hearty breakfast for us. We have a long way to go.
To Shrigley?
I've had word from Grimstitch, who was here last night. It seems your father managed to elude the sheriff's officers. He has doubled back, as I thought. Of course, he will not know yet that we are married, but Grimstitch has already set off to tell Mrs... your mother.
But, Papa...
He's taking your mother to your uncle, and then he plans to travel south to London and, on to France.
France? Whatever for?
Well, all I can imagine is that your father's not heard our news, still imagines that all is lost, and is crossing the water where no one here can touch him. If we go to Shrigley, we shall find the house empty. Mr. Grimstitch begs you, if you can bear it, to make one last effort.
You mean we are to follow him to France?
To Calais, yes. I have an address. It's not so inconvenient as you might imagine. I have friends and business there. We can begin our marriage en route for...
The pyramids?
Well, why not?
I turned back at Halifax, sir, when I got news that Wakefield was, as you said, making for Gretna Green. Your papers this morning confirm what he has achieved. There's no chance of catching up with them.
Achieved? Ah. Here it is. This morning at Gretna. Married. Proceeding to Paris via Calais. What's the law on this?
If Miss Ellen is not party to an elopement, that is to say, if she was taken to Gretna and married by some deceit, it is a clear case of abduction. If the servant or anyone else is involved in the matter, it is also a case of conspiracy.
But is the marriage legal in England?
That may be very difficult to settle one way or the other.
Abduction, conspiracy, I don't give a fig which it is. When I catch up with this fellow, I will blow his brains out.
With respect, sir, that would make your daughter a widow and yourself a murderer.
Well, what does the damned law say? Am I to shake this new son-in-law by the hand and give him the keys to Shrigley?
The case may prove to be unique. There is no doctrine in Scottish law which lays down that any deception short of a mistake in the identity of the person invalidates the marriage.
Very good, Grimsditch. Very smart. There is no case of mistaken identity here, is there?
No.
So the marriage is legal?
Well, yes.
In England, this is classed as a felony, yes. So it's a felony on one side of the Tweed and a meritorious action on the other. That is very singular. In England, we send the thief to prison, and in Scotland, they reward him with his booty. Can Ellen testify in court?
Wakefield, if we get him to court, would argue that being legally married, she's incompetent as a witness against her husband.
So she can be abducted, deceived, married underage without my consent, and she may not make any complaint in a court of justice. This is what we do, Grimsditch. We pack our bags for Calais.
Now?
10 minutes ago.
Dear, oh dear, what will Mrs. Grimsditch think?
Well, at least I can horsewhip him.
Have a care, Mr. Turner. We do not yet know the state of Ellen's feelings in the matter. If you horsewhip her husband, she may appear as a witness against you.
You mean to say she may have taken to the man?
Well, he is by all accounts a handsome and charming man. She is undoubtedly an attractive girl, much more of a woman than of a schoolgirl. And they have spent 2 days and nights together.
You don't think he...
Why not? They are married.
I don't know how I am going to break the news to my wife. It will break her heart.
Come and look out of the window. It's a beautiful morning.
Yes, it is. Oh, put your arm round my waist. I mustn't fall out.
That would never do. You look lovely this morning, Ellen. You happy?
Ever since I was a little girl, when Papa told me stories about the war against Bonaparte, I've dreamed of coming to France.
And now you are here. Do you like it?
Oh, yes.
Well, what do you like to do today? Shall we do some shopping for you? Perhaps we could have 2 days' rest. Go to the play tonight.
You're so kind and gentle with me, Edward.
Kiss me. No, not like that. Like this.
Edward?
What is it, my love?
I want to be completely happy with you now, but
But what?
Nearly 4 days and nights have passed, and still I have no word of Papa. My happiness will be complete when I see him. I must see him.
And so you shall. He must know where we are by now. I'm sure he's in Calais.
I do hope so. I have written again to Mamma. Will you post the letter for me while I dress?
It really matters to you, doesn't it?
Of course. Up to now, my Mamma and Papa have meant more to me than anything else in the world. I married you to help Papa. You said that love might come after an arranged marriage, and I believe you. You are already very different to me now than when I first met you.
And now?
Like this.
Hello, wife. Shall we be in one room tonight?
Hello, husband. Yes.
Ellen, I want to ask you a simple question. Supposing that you'd met me in the ordinary way, at your father's house, without all the business we've been through, do you think you would have come to feel the same way?
Yes, I do. But what's the matter?
Oh, nothing. I'm just cursing my impatience and fate and the irony of things. Ellen, if you knew I had done something wrong, if I had lied to you, if I had deceived you in some way, would you hate me?
How strangely you talk, Edward.
No, but would you?
I think I should be very hurt. But you wouldn't deceive me, would you? Now come. Be happy and post my letter.
I'm sure this is the place. How's your French, Grimsditch?
Somewhat erratic.
Monsieur?
Vous désirez, monsieur?
Avez-vous une chambre avec un monsieur?
Comment? Let me try, Mr. Turner. Avez-vous une chambre ici avec un monsieur, avec une mademoiselle?
Oh non, c'est un hôtel comme il faut.
Monsieur Wakefield.
Wakefield. Oh oui, madame est très gentille. Ils sont mariés depuis 4 jours.
What's the fellow say?
He says they're on the 4th floor.
Ils sont au premier étage.
What's that?
I don't know. He seems to have changed his mind.
Forgive me, gentlemen. Can I be of any service to you?
Oh, thank God for someone who speaks a proper language. My name is Turner, sir. This is my solicitor, Mr. Grimsditch. I understand there is a Mr. Wakefield here with his wife.
Gentlemen, yes, there is. I'll take you up to the apartment. Mrs. Wakefield, a surprise for you.
Surprise, Edward. How lovely. Oh, Papa! Papa, you're safe!
Child, my child.
Oh, Papa, I can hardly believe it. Is Mamma all right?
Yes, child.
Oh, Papa, we have been chasing after you everywhere to give you the good news that your money is safe.
Eh?
Well, Papa, this is the man who made it all possible. This is Mr. Wakefield, Papa.
Your servant, gentlemen?
You are the scoundrel who carried off my daughter.
But, Papa, I tried to speak with you in Carlisle, but the sheriff's officers were looking for you.
Has he turned your mind, child? I was never in Carlisle in all my life.
But Kendall and the bank failure.
Kendall? What lies are these? Bank failure? Our affairs are in perfect order.
But, Edward, what is this?
I had better leave you a moment with your father, Ellen. I'll be next door with Mr. Grimsditch.
Consider yourself lucky I am unarmed. Ellen, come sit here. Some terrible trick has been played on you.
Trick? I don't understand.
I hardly know how to begin with you, sir. You got possession of a mere girl whom you had never seen before by means of a forged letter.
Yes. I'm sorry, but yes.
You have destroyed the peace and happiness of a family. Mrs. Turner is beside herself with anguish, and is now almost as ill as you pretended in your letter. You deserve to be shot.
I have a daughter myself. If any man were to take her off in the same manner, I believe I should send a bullet through his head.
Well, you are cool enough. But why? Why did you do this dreadful thing?
I eloped with my first wife, Mr. Grimsditch, and her people were reconciled. I thought the same possible. I needed money to bring up my children. I was lonely. Ellen was represented to me as a fine girl and heiress to a large fortune, and I determined to possess her. It's as simple as that. If I had any doubts about convincing you and her family of my sincere regard for her, I should have left Calais with her long before you arrived.
Convincing me hardly matters. Your story is for a judge and jury.
Ah, you intend to prosecute me?
We do indeed. I have a warrant and a dispatch from the Secretary of State to Lord Granville in Paris.
Well, that will not take me across the water.
Perhaps not. But if you have any genuine feeling for Ellen and for her reputation, you will return to England and face trial.
But the marriage is legal, isn't it? If it is, I must keep her. If it is not, I can have no claim on her.
Your offence was committed in England, and it is under English law that you will be judged. And in English law, your marriage is illegal. Have you no scruples at all? You have spent 4 days and nights with her, and all that implies. What does it matter what the world says about you? But what will the world say about her? And what about that fellow Tevenot? Where is he?
He's gone on to Paris.
Edward? Edward, is this true?
You have heard everything?
This letter to Miss Dolby, you did this?
Yes.
All those stories about Papa and Mr. Grimsditch running from sheriff's officers, all lies?
Yes, Ellen, everyone.
Oh.
Ellen, I asked you only a few minutes ago if you would forgive me if I deceived you.
Deceived me? Yes. Yes, I think I would have forgiven you for deceiving me, but that's not all you have done. You have brought misery and anguish to my papa and my mamma, who is ill.
I did not intend to hurt them, Ellen.
But you have hurt them.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Sorry?
Miss Ellen, this fellow calmly asks me if your marriage is legal. All he wants is your money.
Oh, the money. I feel as if I've grown up very fast. I believed every word you said, Edward. Oh, I could beat my brains out. I was so stupid. The money, that's what you wanted.
At first, yes, I admit that. But afterwards, do you remember a few minutes ago how we were? How we could be?
Oh, Papa, can we go home?
Of course, child, of course.
Ellen, you will acknowledge before your father and Mr. Grimsditch that I have behaved to you as a gentleman. We have these 4 days and nights been as brother and sister.
You have said enough, Wakefield. I am taking my daughter home to Shrigley.
Ellen, I want you to stay with me.
Stay with you? Edward, I would stay with you if you could undo the damage you have done to my papa and mamma. You can't do that. The great adventure is finished. I don't care about the hurt to me. Oh, I was so looking forward to buying new clothes with you.
Ellen.
No.
Come, my child, come with me.
You see how the land lies, Mr. Wakefield? I leave it to your honour, if you have any honour. It seems that the French law will not allow us to take you back under arrest. Well, what do you propose to do now? Somehow, I don't think that you're an entirely bad man, Mr. Wakefield.
Bad? I hope not. Well, not entirely. Taverneau told me it was Rouge et Noir.
What's that? Some gambling game?
Yes, it's called roulette. If I'd been the banker, I would have won, perhaps. Mr. Grimstitch, we've not met before. I give you my word that as soon as I've made some necessary arrangements for my children in Paris, I promise to you that I will submit myself for trial in England.
At Lancaster?
At Lancaster.
You realize what may happen?
Oh, yes. I will do what is right by Ellen. Will that suit you?
Yes. Let's get it settled.
What time does the court convene tomorrow, Grimstitch?
8 o'clock, Mr. Turner.
How do you fancy our chances? The man's held up proceedings for a whole year. Is he going to slip through the net?
No, there is no question of his guilt. Everything hinges on Ellen. Will she give evidence against her husband?
Yes. Well, she has grown up a lot in the year. Sometimes I think she has some feeling still for the rascal. But will the marriage be declared null and void?
I don't think the Lancaster court can decide that. If all Gretna marriages were declared illegal, it would make bastards of hundreds of men and women from the aristocracy downwards.
My dear Helen, all ready for tomorrow?
I am quite composed, William, but Ellen is being very mysterious.
Oh, Papa, we have been through all this over and over again. It's all such a long time ago. 4 days and nights. No one came to any harm.
You young people have short memories.
No. I remember it all as if it were yesterday. And I haven't the heart to destroy Edward. He did me no harm.
Forgive the indelicacy, Ellen, but suppose his counsel suggests that there had been some intimacy between you.
You mean, did we consummate the marriage?
Ellen!
Facing the rumours, Mamma. You know what has been suggested in the newspapers here and in France? That we, as man and wife...
Scandalous.
Is it? What do young women think about, talk about, and hope to do?
Ellen! Such talk.
Is it? It's the way of the world. If you and Miss Dolby had taught me something about men and women and a little less about arithmetic, I would not have been so naive. I would have seen through Edward's scheming. I would have asked questions. Oh, he was wise to pick out an ignorant girl of 15. But now, after a year thinking about it, I realize I need his help.
His help? How so?
Why, Papa, if I wish to marry again, and I do...
Are you planning to marry young Andrew Lee?
I have been thinking about it, but he's not likely to ask me if he hears in court that I may be a scarlet woman.
Rumours.
Yes, Mamma, but they exist. Now, Mr. Grimstitch, I am willing to give evidence against Edward on one condition.
A little late for conditions, Miss Ellen. The trial's tomorrow morning.
Ellen, I realize that it is unusual for a wife to give evidence against her husband.
Everything that happened was unusual. My condition is this: I must speak to Edward.
Impossible.
Unless I speak to Edward, there is no telling what tricks he will play. I have got to appeal to his better nature.
He is all evil, that man.
No, Mamma. He is devious, yes, but he has scruples. I was his wife in Penrith, in London, in Calais, and he never touched me.
Never touched?
Not what you mean, Mamma. Well, Mr. Grimstitch, you will arrange it.
It is most irregular, but Wakefield will need to be escorted from the jail to the court tomorrow morning. I will see what can be done.
Good morning, wife.
Good morning, husband. Edward, you know I am on the list for Crown witnesses.
But you can't give evidence against me. You are my wife.
I told you I would never forgive you for what you did to my mamma and papa. So whatever the outcome of this trial, I will never come to you. I shall do everything in my power to dissolve this marriage.
I see. Is that final?
It is. You were 4 very exciting days and nights in my life, and I shall never forget them. I could almost thank you for them.
I wish things had been different.
So sometimes I do too. But there it is. With all my money, we could have been in Venice now.
Or the pyramids.
You know, Edward, one thing about you puzzles me. From what I've learned, you planned the whole affair down to every detail. You have a great brain. Could you not put it to some better use than the abduction of foolish schoolgirls?
I fancy I will have time to think about that a great deal when this hearing is over.
And what has happened to Teveno?
He's disappeared.
No scruples.
No scruples.
If you still have any, Edward, will you do me a favour? When our marriage comes to an end, I hope to marry a neighbour of ours, a Mr. Andrew Lee.
And you don't want me to stand in your way?
I don't want to be cross-examined by your counsel about whatever passed between us those 4 nights.
No details?
It would hurt him dreadfully, and I would be tainted forever.
If it will give you any comfort, Ellen, I have already instructed counsel not to press for details.
I see. Thank you, Edward.
I could have made you love me.
You did.
Goodbye, wife.
Goodbye, husband.
Scruples.
Edward Gibbon Wakefield went to Newgate Prison for 3 years. It took a special bill passed by Lords and Commons to declare his marriage null and void. Ellen did give evidence against her husband and was not severely cross-examined. She did marry Mr. Lee and died in childbirth in 1831. As for the villain of the piece, Wakefield wrote one of the most important books there are on capital punishment, another on colonial reform, the famous Letters from Sydney. He became an eminent colonial statesman, the founder of an empire and builder of the Commonwealth. He inspired the Durham Report on the affairs of British North America. He helped to found South Australia and New Zealand. His influence on British colonial policy was colossal. His name is remembered with respect and even reverence. Edward Gibbon Wakefield never married again.
In The Road to Gretna Green by Peter Hunt, Martin Jarvis played Edward Gibbon Wakefield and Rosalind Ayres, Ellen Turner. Thieve Not was Sean Barrett, Miss Dalby, Daphne Oxenford, Mr. Grimstitch, Geoffrey Banks, Mr. Turner, Paul Webster, and Mrs. Turner, Rosalie Williams. The blacksmith was David Marlowe, and other parts were played by Howard Benbrook, Myra Stoll, and Peter Wheeler. The play was produced in Manchester by Tony Cliff.
X-Tree, X-Tree, Citadel X-Tree. Now the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush, presents the Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Now ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure of The Proof of Treason. The Green Hornet strikes again. The adventures of the Green Hornet are brought to you by the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush. Delicious Orange Crush is made with real fresh oranges, with all its wonderful fresh fruit flavor sealed in that sun-proof Orange Crush brown bottle, the exclusive brown bottle that keeps light out, keeps flavor in. always look for that exclusive brown bottle and enjoy the one and only Orange Crush. The two men lounging near the payphone in the neighborhood drugstore consulted their watches.
It's 8 o'clock now. I got 1 minute, too. That's it, Dirk?
Yeah. I'll get it, Pop. It's for me. I'm expecting a call.
All right, all right.
Hello. Yeah, talking. He's there, huh? Okay, leave it to me and Brad. Don't worry.
All set?
All set. Baldwin just got home. Let's go.
Third house from the corner, right?
Right. His room is in the front, on the first floor. Got the grenade ready?
Sure.
Don't miss.
I never miss. Baldwin is finished.
There's the house.
Step on it.
An hour later, Axford was discussing the case with Britt Reed and Miss Case in the publisher's office.
So they drove past, and one of them threw a grenade into the front room. Blew it to smithereens. A gangster's job, said I to Burke when he told me about it. It would seem to me, says he, but Baldwin is no gangster.
Well, is he sure of that, Michael?
The man is a professor, Casey. There's little enough we have on him in our files. A few stories, a picture,
Is
but...
that the file?
It is.
I see it.
Here you are.
Oh, thank you.
One of the stories is about his coming to the university from Washington, where he was doing some research. There's an interview on the subject of, what is it, Reed?
Nuclear fission. The possibility of adapting atomic energy to commercial use.
Well, Mr. Reed, has he been connected with any of the government projects?
No, Miss Case.
Just the same, he has a lot of know-how about busting the atom. And so it's my theory that it wasn't any gangsters who were after him. It was a bunch of Reds. Who else would want to kill him?
In that case, the federal men will be investigating the murder.
Murder? Who said anything about murder?
Well, what else would you call it?
For there to be a murder, there has to be someone killed.
Well, you've certainly led us to believe Professor Baldwin was killed.
I said his room was blown to bits. He didn't happen to be in it at the time.
Oh, no.
He was out in the kitchen helping his landlady raise a window that was stuck.
Oh. Michael!
They had no trouble at all with the window after the explosion.
Oh, you old fraud.
It was an attempted murder. There's no doubt of that.
Yes, but I'm not sure that I agree with your theory, Axford.
That it was Reds who were behind it?
Well, I can understand they might be interested in what the professor knows, but killing a man is a poor way to get information from him.
True thing, Reed.
Since Baldwin's alive, I suppose the police have questioned him.
They have.
Does he have any enemies?
Well, he says not. He says that it must have been a mistake, that the grenade was intended for someone else.
Possible. Well, keep me informed if there are any developments, Axford. We'll let the rest of these letters go until tomorrow, Miss Case.
Thank you.
As soon as Britt Reed arrived at his apartment, he dialed Commissioner Higgins' private number.
Hello?
Britt Reed, Commissioner.
I had an idea I'd have a call from you.
Concerning Professor Henry Baldwin?
Exactly. You want to know whether those hoodlums made a mistake?
Well, did they?
Well, I'm not sure. I questioned the professor myself.
Oh, what did he say?
He gave a very good imitation of a petrified pedagogue.
Imitation?
Well, that's the way it seemed to me.
Well, you don't believe the bombing was a mistake, then?
Why don't you question the professor yourself?
Is that an order, sir?
Well, I'm not in any position to give orders to you.
Is he still at the 3rd Street address?
No, he's moved into the Weston Hotel a few blocks away.
Room number?
324.
324, Weston Hotel.
The doorman at the freight entrance goes off duty at 11 o'clock.
It's close to that now. You must have some reason for not trusting the professor.
Well, I didn't have at the time I talked to
That means nothing to me.
Well, that number belongs to Wilkes Sherman.
Oh, a reform candidate for mayor.
Reform. We have the cleanest city administration this town has ever known. Sherman's a demagogue who's appealing to every prejudice. If he's elected... Oh, hold the wire. They're buzzing me from homicide.
I'll be here. Cato,
Yes, Mr. Britt.
mask and gas gun.
We have written down the address, number 324, Western Hotel. We need tools to open a window in rear of hotel.
Oh, Britt,
Oh, yes, Commissioner.
this may break the case wide open. A woman in the rooming house where Professor Baldwin lived caught the license number of the car. The one that was used in the murder attempt.
Good.
We've traced it. Belongs to Dirk Cotto. He's a known hoodlum. We're going after him.
You know where to find him?
Apartment 615, the Washington Arms. We may be able to break the case, though, through the usual channels now.
Yeah, whatever you say, Commissioner.
There's no need to be so resigned. Your man Axford is here. You'll get the story as soon as anyone.
Good night, Commissioner.
Good night.
Well, then we not go out tonight, Mr. Britt?
You heard what the Commissioner said, Cato?
He talks very loud.
Well, we're going out. First, we'll see what happens at 1000 River Street.
Sergeant Burke and Axford took the rickety elevator to the 6th floor of the Washington Arms.
Suppose he isn't in. He's in. The patrolman on the beach saw him come in about an hour ago. Yep, here we are, 6th floor.
611, 613. That's the next one.
He's in. Shadow, open up. It's no use stalling. We know you're in there. Open the door, Cato. This is the police. Just a second. Open this door. We'll break it down.
Hey, what's the idea of waking a guy up in the middle of the night?
You always whistle in your sleep, Cato?
Turn on the lights, Axford.
Right.
Okay, so I didn't want to be disturbed. What's on your so-called mind? Well, say something.
You'll do the talking, Cato.
About what?
About Professor Baldwin.
Baldwin? Never heard of him.
Then why'd you throw a grenade into his room tonight?
Me? You're crazy. I was at a movie. A triple feature at the Criterion. I was in there from 6 o'clock until 11.
Your car was spotted on 3rd Street. A few minutes after 8.
My car hasn't been out of the garage all day.
We've just come from the garage. The hood's still warm.
I didn't take it out.
We have 2 witnesses who'll swear that you were driving it.
Oh, so it's that way, huh?
Yeah. You're in a tough spot, Dirk.
This Baldwin mug. Is he dead?
And why shouldn't he be dead? With a grenade
That's enough,
exploding?
Axford. You're under arrest, Cato.
Now, wait a minute. Your witnesses must have seen somebody besides me in that car.
That doesn't make any difference.
Yes, it does.
Those shots came from the building across the court.
There's someone up on the roof.
Yeah, I see him.
He's wearing a mask. Holy crow, that's the Green Hornet.
It was Britt Reed Sergeant Burke and Axford saw on the roof of the building next door. He had climbed up there to see what happened in Dirk's apartment when the police called on him. But it was not Britt who fired the shots that killed Dirk Caddo. They had come from a room directly opposite the gangsters. Britt realized the police were after him, so there was no time to investigate. He ran down the fire escape on the far side of the building and sprinted through the alley to the Black Beauty.
What happened, Mr. Britt?
Caddo was shot as the police were questioning him. Did you see a man come out of that building?
Oh, yes, he ran past here.
Which way did he turn at the corner?
Oh, to left.
After him.
There he is, getting into a blue car.
Hold it down. Follow him.
Is that the man who shoot Caddo?
I'm almost sure of it, but the police think I did the shooting. Don't lose that car.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. Say, fellas and girls, what's the first thing you think of when you get home from school? I bet it's something good to eat. So you go straight to the kitchen for a tasty snack. And to make that snack a real delight, reach in your refrigerator for an ice-cold Orange Crush. Boy, it's just wonderful with a cheese sandwich or oatmeal cookies. Orange Crush is the most refreshing drink in the world. It sparkles, it tingles. It's just what you want when you're tired out and thirsty. And no orange drink you ever tasted can match the tangy, fresh fruit flavor of delicious Orange Crush. You see, Orange Crush is made with real oranges, fresh, juicy, tree-ripened oranges from sunny California. There's nothing artificial about Orange Crush. No artificial flavoring, no artificial coloring. That golden, fresh fruit Orange Crush goodness all comes from nature. That's why you can drink all you want of swell-tasting Orange Crush. It's good for you. Tell that to your mom, and tell her you really love it. Tell her you'll sure appreciate it if she'll keep the refrigerator stocked up with Orange Crush all the time. She can get it at her grocer's in 6-bottle handy packs. And when you or Mom go to buy Orange Crush, make sure that's what you get. Don't say orange, say, I want Orange Crush, 'cause there's no other drink so good. You'll recognize Orange Crush by its famous crinkly brown bottle, the sunproof bottle that keeps sunlight out and keeps flavor in. So always ask for and be sure you get genuine Orange Crush. ORANGECRUSH. Orange Crush. Now back to the Green Hornet. The gunman in the blue sedan drove carefully until he left the city behind. Then he stepped hard on the accelerator. He followed the lake road, and half an hour later reached a cluster of summer cottages. With one exception, all of them were dark. The gunman parked his car in a grove of trees next to a maroon convertible and hurried toward the cabin that housed a dim light in the front room.
Okay, I got him just as the police started to grill him.
You had no chance to talk?
No, but it was dangerous business shutting him up. I might have been caught.
It had to be done. Not being a member of the party, he couldn't be trusted. You made a clean getaway?
I think so.
Yeah. We've had a number of lucky breaks tonight. I've had a phone call from Baldwin.
The what?
You heard me.
He's alive. I didn't get him.
And it's very fortunate you didn't.
But we have strict orders.
The execution must wait. It turns out that Baldwin hasn't been a complete fool. When he decided to break with the party, he also decided to protect himself in the same way others have done.
He has evidence against you?
Yes. Transcripts of secret documents in my handwriting that I passed on to him for typing and microfilming.
But you haven't done any of that work for 3 years.
He planned ahead. He knew I was slated for a political career, and that the party wouldn't like to lose their investment in me.
If he were to turn that evidence over to the authorities...
He's more interested in living.
What did he tell you?
That he must make a phone call once a day to a certain person. If he doesn't, the person has instructions to mail an envelope to Washington.
So we can't touch him until we get the envelope.
That's it.
If we just had him here for a few hours.
Either here or someplace even more remote. Say, look out. Behind you, Brad. The kitchen door.
What?
It's the Green Hornet.
Take it.
You shot him.
Yes. You'll be out for an hour. Now, let's see if you're armed.
No.
Sit down.
Why have you come here? What do you want?
I'm delivering your friend to the police.
Why?
Because they're looking for me for the murder of Dirk Caddo. And I don't like to be accused of murders I didn't commit.
You followed Brad here?
Of course. Now, it looks as if you'll have to find someone else to help you with your plans.
How long have you been out in the kitchen?
Long enough. So you'd like to get Professor Baldwin someplace where you can work him over?
Yes, I would.
How much would you pay?
$500.
Make it $5,000.
It's a deal. You deliver him here?
No, I'll pick the place. You'll be hearing from me.
What are you going to do with Brad?
Drop him off someplace where he can be found easily.
The police will never be able to prove he shot Dirk?
You think not? Just wait until they check the gun he's carrying. The slugs we fire from it will match the ones they find in Dirk. And just in case you plan to make trouble...
I promise you I'll not interfere in any way.
I'll make sure of it.
No.
All right, Cato. Give me a hand with this hoodlum.
What do we do with him?
Leave him somewhere near headquarters. Then call the commissioner and tell him where he can be found.
You tell Commissioner everything we hear?
Of course.
What'd he do about it?
Send the information over to the federal authorities. Let's go. As
a result of the Green Hornet's activities that night, the killer, Brad Carson, was in jail the following morning, and the district attorney prepared to prosecute. The commissioner and Britt had lunch together at the City Club.
Carson will be convicted, there's no doubt of it. I only wish there was some way we could tie Sherman in with the case.
Carson would have to talk.
Well, there's no chance of that.
What about the espionage angle?
Federal men have had no luck with the professor. He denies ever having been a member of the party. He says that Sherman is a complete stranger. Never even heard his name till he came here.
Well, I can think of one way to get the professor's evidence.
Well, how?
Well, if the professor doesn't telephone his friend, whoever he or she is, the evidence will be sent to Washington.
Are you suggesting that we hold him incommunicado?
I realize that would be impossible for you.
For anyone, Britt.
Of course. Well, I must be getting back to the office, Commissioner.
Will you be here tomorrow?
No, I'll be out of town for a few days. I'll be seeing you, Commissioner.
That night, the Black Beauty raced through the streets of the city once more. Professor Henry Baldwin was wakened from a troubled sleep by a knocking at the door of his hotel room.
Who's there?
A message.
Leave it at the desk. I'll pick it up in the morning.
It's urgent, Professor. Must be delivered at once in person.
Very well.
I'm coming in.
You're masked. The Green Hornet. What do you want?
Get dressed, Professor. I'm taking you to Sherman.
No.
And advise you to come quietly. Otherwise, I'll have to use force.
You wouldn't dare shoot me. If you do, the whole truth will come out about Sherman.
He doesn't want that to happen.
Then go back to him. Tell him that if I'm not able to make a telephone call at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, he'll go to jail for espionage.
There's plenty of time to talk between now and 8 o'clock.
You promise that no harm will come to me?
Yes, I can promise that. If you don't make any trouble.
Very well, then. I'll come with you. Perhaps Sherman and I had better have a talk. When we've finished, he'll be convinced that he must leave me alone. I'll be ready to go in 5 minutes.
Half an hour later, Wilkes Sherman received a call from the Green Hornet.
Hello?
Sherman?
Yes.
This is the Green Hornet. I'm ready to collect that 5,000.
You've taken him prisoner? Where is he?
Meet me at the 23rd Street Wharf in 15 minutes.
It will take me a little time to round up some men.
You'll come alone? Not at all.
But if we're to make him talk, I'll need help.
I'll give you all the help you need.
You're asking me to trust you a great deal.
You're afraid I'll knock you over the head and take the 5,000?
Frankly, yes.
You didn't bring it with you. I'll collect later.
Well, in that case...
15 minutes.
I'll be there.
When Sherman reached the foot of 23rd Street, he found the Green Hornet waiting for him in a speedboat tied to the dock.
Get in.
What's the idea of the boat?
The professor's on board that cruiser anchored out in the river.
A cruiser? Not a bad idea.
Hurry up.
Yes.
3 days later, the cruiser was anchored in a sheltered cove miles to the north of the city. Britt Reed prepared 2 trays of food in the galley. The first he carried to a small cabin below decks.
Time to eat again, Professor.
I'm not hungry.
Sit down and eat.
Very well. I don't understand this. Why should Sherman want to keep me a prisoner? Means political suicide for him. Means prison.
And what does it mean for you, Professor?
The end of fear.
How's that?
No, it's hard to explain. But there was a full confession in the envelope that was sent to Washington 2 days ago. I described how I happened to join the party and everything I did while I belonged to it. I gave all my reasons for breaking away. Now that the confession's been read, I'll probably go to jail myself. If I live long enough, that is.
You'll live.
But the strange thing is that faced with prison, I feel free for the first time in years. That's why I'm no longer afraid.
When the professor had finished eating, Britt took the tray and locked the cabin once more. The second tray was taken to the chart room above deck, where Sherman sat in a chair bound hand and foot. His hands were untied so he could eat. Sherman picked up an argument that had been going on for 3 days.
Admit it, Hornet. You're holding me for ransom.
I admit nothing.
I've told you who to contact. Have you managed to do it yet?
How could I contact anyone? I haven't left the boat.
You have a shortwave radio on board. I've heard you sending code.
Naturally.
I mean a code of your own. I've picked up some of the words, but they don't make sense. Why not admit that you're keeping in touch with a Confederate on shore? All I want to know is whether he's contacted my men yet.
Do you want any more to eat?
No.
And I'll tie your hands again.
After taking the tray back to the galley, Britt tuned in the shortwave transmitter and began to send. Almost at once, he received an answer. He copied down the incoming message letter by letter, and then sent a message to stand by. He decoded the message he had received.
Have reported your cruiser stolen. Coast Guard now searching for it. All newspapers carrying headlines on Professor's confession and proof of Sherman's guilt. Federal men looking for both Professor and Sherman.
Hurriedly, Britt wrote a sentence, coded it, and sent a last message and a sign-off.
Meet me, Windmill Point, 10 o'clock, the convertible.
Shortly before 10 o'clock that evening, Axford hurried into Miss Case's office with a flash bulletin.
Casey, will you look at this? They found Mr. E's cruiser.
Where?
Adrift in the middle of the lake. There's something wrong with the engine. They're towing it into the yacht club.
Was there anyone on board?
There was, and that's the big news.
Who?
Sherman and the professor.
Heavens. Well, the federal men will be waiting to arrest them.
Sherman, anyway. It's the general consensus of opinion that the professor hasn't done enough to be prosecuted. He's more of a hero than a criminal.
You'd better get to the yacht club as fast as you can.
I'm on me way!
At 10:30, Cato parked the convertible in front of the yacht club, and Britt, wearing the light top coat and hat Cato had brought him, got out of the car and started for the pier, which was crowded with people. The first person he recognized was Axford.
Reed, you got back from your vacation just in time.
In time for what?
The Coast Guard found your boat.
Well, I'm glad of that.
But that's only the beginning. They found Sherman and Professor Baldwin on board it. Sherman was trying to get the engine started, and the professor was tied hand and foot and locked in the cabin below decks.
Well, does that mean Sherman was holding the professor a prisoner?
Of course it does, but he denies it. Says he didn't even know the professor was on board. He has some wild tale about the Green Hornet.
Oh, what sort of a tale?
Oh, that it was the Hornet who stole the boat. That it was the Hornet who had been holding him, Sherman that is, a prisoner. And that just a few hours ago, the Hornet steers the boat into the middle of the lake, does something to the engine, cuts Sherman's ropes, jumps into a speedboat he'd been towing, and takes off for the shore. Now, who could believe anything like that?
Oh, who indeed?
But Sherman has a lot more to worry about than a charge of stealing your cruiser. Have you read about the professor's confession?
Yes, I have a copy of the Sentinel in the car.
Well, he's ready to back up his confession with his personal testimony. He'll get off scot-free, mark my words. And instead of being our next mayor, Sherman will be just a number.
Yeah. Oh, there's the commissioner. Commissioner?
Oh, hello, Reed. I haven't time to talk, but I hope you had a nice vacation.
I had a wonderful time. I wish you'd been with me.
Oh, no, thank you. Your idea of a wonderful time isn't mine. I'd just as soon spend a vacation with the Green Hornet.
Sentinel Extra, paper, Reds indicted for spying. Wilkes Sherman branded as spy. Read all about it. Green Hornet escape. Sentinel Extra, paper.
That's the Green Hornet story for today. Another exciting story brought to you by the most refreshing drink in the world. The drink that's actually good for you because it's made with real oranges. The one and only Orange Crush. It sparkles, it tingles, it makes you feel fresh again. Always keep several bottles in your refrigerator. And always remember, the handy way to do that is to get the handy pack. 6 bottles of Orange Crush in a handy carrying case. This program is a feature of the Green Hornet Incorporated. Created by George W. Trendle, produced by Trendle Campbell Muir Incorporated, directed by Charles D. Livingston, and edited by Fran Stryker. The part of the Green Hornet is played by Jack McCarthy. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. The Green Hornet is brought to you every Wednesday and Friday at this same time by the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush. That's the drink you like best of all. Try it. Next time, ask for Orange Crush. But remember, don't say orange. Say Orange Crush. OrangeCrush. Orange Crush. Next Wednesday, listen to the Green Hornet again in the exciting story of danger entitled Jeff Warren's Safe. And now, till Wednesday, this is Fred Foy saying so long from Orange Crush. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The makers of Campbell Soup present The Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Orson Welles. The late William Archer was as formidable a gentleman as you would wish to meet. From 1884 to 1923, he wrote dramatic criticism for almost every important paper in England. And almost every American and English playwright at one time or another winced beneath his pen lashings. Then later in life, he developed a secret passion, a disgraceful passion for a dramatic critic. He wanted to write a play. Mr. Archer was a very thorough old gentleman. The first thing he did was to write a book in which he explained exactly and in great detail how plays should be written. It became a classic. No young playwright since then would dream of writing a play without carefully consulting and following the rules and dictates laid down by Mr. William Archer. No young playwright, that is, except Mr. William Archer, who at the age of 63 sat down and wrote a play in which he took care to break every single one of the rules that he'd set down in his manual. It was called The Raja of Rook. It was changed to The Green Goddess. Opened on December 27, 1920 at the Walnut Street Theater in Philadelphia with Mr. George Arliss in the leading part, and was an immediate and overwhelming success. Ladies and gentlemen, it only remains for me to tell you that our guest tonight is the star of such fine motion pictures as The 39 Steps, The General Dies at Dawn, The Prisoner of Zenda, and the new Paramount picture Cafe Society, the beautiful and talented Madeleine Carroll. But before we begin, a word from Ernest Chappell.
Not so many years ago, tomato soup and cream of tomato were unusual dishes, enjoyed very much, but not very often. Today, of all the soups in the world, tomato soup is the one most often served. Not because women have taken to making tomato soup frequently. No, on the contrary, few housewives ever attempt it anymore. There's just one reason for tomato soup's popularity, and it is this: the magic, matchless flavor of Campbell's tomato soup. There's a lively verve, a dashing zest about this flavor that people take to at once and come back to and enjoy again and again. The first racy taste of it has a way of arousing a desire to eat, and yet there's a pleasant feeling of satisfaction when the last spoonful is gone. So this soup is a happy choice for the main dish at lunchtime or at supper, And it also is a fine way to start the day's main meal. Serve it sometimes, too, as cream of tomato, made with milk instead of water. You can always be sure that it will be received with pleasure, because this, of all soups, is the one people like to have most often, Campbell's tomato soup. And now for Miss Madeline Carroll, Mr. Orson Welles, and the Green Goddess.
Yes, Doctor? Did you do anything about the wireless? Straight north. Oil car. How far's Bahari? I'll make it soon.
Anthony, I'm frightened. The fog's getting thicker.
Here, Lucilla, take a drink of whiskey. Rest you up.
No, thanks. You've been drinking enough for both of us.
We'll have to get my warmth somewhere. My wife certainly doesn't provide any. Now, do you, my dear?
Anthony, I'm sure we should have landed at Bahari by now. Ask Dr. Traherne.
Don't tell me you haven't perfect confidence in our silence, Lucilla.
Please, Anthony, this is no time.
On the contrary, it's a very good time. You have to sit still and listen to me for once. Lucilla, I know very well what's on your mind. What's been on your mind for months. You're cursing the mistake you made in marrying a poor devil of a soldier man instead of a first-rate scientific genius like our Dr. Traherne. Come on, make a clean breast of it.
I have nothing to say.
Well, my dear, if you only have patience for a year or two, I'll do the right thing for once and drink myself to death.
No use. The air's dead. We're out of contact.
The colonel's worried. He sent me over. Major Chesterton and his wife were passengers on Dr. Traherne's plane. How long ago was his last message?
40 minutes.
That's not so long.
1 minute longer to be flying blind in a Himalayan fog first.
Oh, you're a confounded pessimist, Dawson.
Well, I've done some flying over the Himalayas, Captain.
Could Traherne possibly make a forced landing?
Yes, in one of the valleys. But I'd almost rather he'd take a mountain right in the face. Those wild beggars in the interior.
Oh, no, nonsense. They wouldn't dare molest British subjects.
Oh, wouldn't they? 3 of the devils just shot down one of our deputies right here in Amulsarai.
Yes, and they're going to hang for it.
Well, you can't hang all the savages in those mountains, Captain. Not even the British government.
Try him again, Dawson.
Right-o, sir.
Yes, what is it, Traherne? I'm afraid the fog's thrown us so much fog. We're running short of petrol. I've got to make a landing.
There's nothing but mountains all around.
Have to take a chance with the valley. I'm trying to get under the fog. Looks like a peak straight ahead. I see it. I'll nose down to the right.
There's a hole in the fog. Anthony, your glasses. Quick, on my side.
Good. I see a green patch. Right below it. Careful as you drive. Steady. I'll bank. If the petrol holds up, there's a clearing in the woods. Castle or something.
I see it. About 1,000 feet, a little to the left.
No use. Petrol's gone. I'll make the castle. Make to the door of Mrs. Gretna's side. Open it. Hold tight, everybody. Here we go. Easy there. Easy. Take it easy, everyone. Are you hurt?
No, I'm all right.
How about it, Traherne? No use. Fella smashed. You have to depend on the natives.
Perhaps we could get word to that palace we saw up on the hill.
Well, the natives did that for us, Priscilla. Listen. Keeping at a safe distance. They're scared of us.
No wonder, the way we landed.
I wonder what sort of place we struck.
Look over there. Right above us. That statue.
By Jove. What a creature.
Oh, isn't she?
1, 2, 3, 4. 6 arms.
What a horrible color.
Some goddess they worship. Kali, I shouldn't wonder. Well, let's have a close look at the lady.
Anthony, they don't want you near the statue.
The devil's what they want. Make sure I wouldn't anger them. Think of your wife. I'm quite able to take care of myself and my wife, too, Dr. Traherne.
Please, Anthony, we've got to show them we're friendly. Try talking to them in Hindustani.
Hello there. You
were splendid, Lucilla, all through.
I have faith in you.
If I'd had another pint of petrol. But I simply had to trust your luck.
It wasn't luck. It was you that saved us, Daddy.
There is no use. They can't understand it. We must be well into Central Asia. Rock? Where's that?
Why, I've heard that name recently. Look, I can't remember exactly.
I remember. Anthony, see that Calcutta paper still in the cockpit.
Yeah, I got there. I was reading it on the way. I may have thrown it in... No, yes, it is still in my pocket.
I read something just this morning. Let me have it.
Probably on the province dispatches.
Yes, this is the paragraph. Abdalabad, Tuesday. Sentence of death has been passed on 3 men found guilty of the murder of Mr. Haredale, agent of His Majesty's government. It appears these criminals are inhabitants of Rook, a small and little-known independent state among the northern spurs of the Himalayas.
That's it. Look, I read it too. And by the way, this news isn't the best possible passport for 3 Englishmen.
But if we're 100 miles from anywhere, it can't be known yet.
Oh, they won't dare touch us.
Still, I think I'll burn this page. Have you got a match, Chester?
There you are.
Thanks. Well, there she goes. Just in case there's anyone here who can read.
Look out. They're watching us, Doctor.
What's that?
Look. Figures moving through the trees.
It's procession of some sort.
Soldiers, by the heavens. In uniform. Oh, putting out their best foot for us, eh, Doctor?
Well, I hope it's a friendly gesture.
I don't like their looks very much. What's that in the center? They're carrying someone on a letter. Look at the gold on it.
Probably the Raja. Try to show them my revolver.
Steady, Major. Let me take our chances on it being friendly.
Anthony, try to explain to him.
Now, see if he knows the Hindustani. Yapura Kagaran. Yapura Sita Pida Daba. Yamur Tapa. There's no use. The ignorant beggar probably only knows some tribal language. Looks like I have with that gun. Raja! You know what I say?
I bid you welcome to my humble kingdom.
Oh, your Highness speaks English. Then I can apologize for our landing uninvited in your territory.
Uninvited, but I assure you, not unwelcome.
Where we are given to understand that this is the state of Rook.
The kingdom of Rook, Major. Major, if I rightly read the symbols of military rank on your cup.
Major Custer. Permit me to introduce my wife.
I am delighted, madame, to welcome you to my secluded dominions. You are the first lady of your nation I have had the honor of receiving.
Your Highness is very kind.
And this is Dr. Basil Traherne, whose aeroplane, or what's left of it, to see.
Dr. Traherne. The Canadian Dr. Traherne, whose name I have so often seen in the newspaper. The pasteur of malaria.
Well, the newspapers make too much of my work. Very incomplete.
But you're an aviator as well.
Only an amateur.
I presume it is some misadventure, most fortunate misadventure for me that has carried you so far into the wilds of the Himalayas.
Yes, we got lost in the clouds.
Pity.
On our way to Bahari from Amil Sarai. Major Preston is stationed there. I offered to take them in my plane. I'm afraid it was a rash suggestion.
Madame is a sportswoman, then.
Oh, I've been up many times.
Yes, many times.
Well, you've made a sensation here, I can assure you. My people have never seen an aeroplane. They are not... Sure, simple souls. Whether you are gods or demons. But the fact of your having descended in the precincts of a temple of our local goddess, allow me to introduce you to her, is considered highly significant. Is your machine past repair, Dr. Traherne?
Utterly, I'm afraid.
Let us look at it. Ah, yes, propeller smashed, plane crumpled up.
Undercarriage wrecked.
I am afraid we can't offer to repair the damage for you.
I'm afraid not, sir.
A wonderful machine, yes. Europe has something to boast of. I wonder what the priest here thinks of it. He says it's the great rock, the giant bird, you know, of our eastern stories. And he declares that he plainly saw his goddess hovering over you as you descended and guiding you towards her temple.
Hope so. We shall find no difficulty in obtaining transport back to India.
To civilization, you are going to say. Why hesitate, my dear sir? We know very well that we are barbarians. We are quite reconciled to the fact. We have had some 5,000 years to accustom ourselves to it. This sword is a barbarous weapon compared with your revolver, but it was worn by my ancestors when yours were daubing themselves blue and picking up a precarious livelihood in the woods. But Madame is standing all this time. Watkins!
Your Highness?
Watkins, what are you thinking of? Some cushions, a litter for Madame, and mountain chairs for gentlemen. They'll be here in a few minutes. And then I hope you will accept the hospitality of my poor house.
I'm afraid we're giving you a great deal of trouble, Your Highness.
A great deal of pleasure, Madame.
I hope, sir, there will be no difficulty about obtaining the transport back to India.
Time enough to talk of that, Major, when you have rested and recuperated after your adventure. You will do me the honor of dining with me this evening, I trust.
Your Highness, we've nothing to wear but what we're in.
Oh, I think we can put that all right. Watkins,
Your Honor.
you are in the confidence of our mistress of the robes. How does our wardrobe stand?
Fresh consignments of Paris models come in only last week, Your Honor.
Good. Then I hope, madame, that you may find among them some rag that you will deign to wear.
Paris models, Your Highness. And you talk of being uncivilized.
We do what we can, madame. I sometimes have the pleasure of entertaining European ladies, though not hitherto English women, in my solitudes, and I like to mitigate the terrors of exile for them. And then, as for civilization, you know, I always have at my elbow one of its most finished products, Watkins.
Your Honor.
You will recognize in Watkins, gentlemen, another representative of the ruling race. I assure you he rules me with an iron hand, not always in a velvet glove. Say, Watkins.
Your Highness, we'll have your little glove.
Yes. He's my Prime Minister and all my cabinet, but more particularly my Lord Chamberlain. No one can touch him at mixing a cocktail or making a salad. My entire household trembles at his nod. Even my chef quails before him. Nothing comes amiss to him, for he is like myself, a man without prejudices. I have sometimes thought of instituting a peerage in order that I might raise Watkins to it, but I mustn't let my admiration for British institutions carry me too far, must I? Here comes the litter. Permit me, madam, to hand you to your palanquin.
Thank you, Your Highness.
I see you have a newspaper, madame. A recent paper is such a rarity. You must allow me to glance at it.
Of course.
The telegraph news is gone. What a pity. In my seclusion, I hunger for tidings from the civilized world.
Well, I'm sorry, Your Highness. I tore out that column.
Well, I know your motive, Dr. Treherne, and I appreciate it. You destroyed it out of consideration for my feelings, wishing to spare me a painful piece of intelligence. That was very thoughtful, but quite unnecessary. I already know what you tried to conceal.
No.
I know that 3 of my subjects, accused of a political crime, have been sentenced to death. How is it possible? Sir, we have a saying here in the East. Good news travels on the back of a tortoise, but bad news flies with the eagle. But one thing you can perhaps tell me, is there any chance of their sentences being remitted?
I'm afraid not, Your Highness.
Remitted? I should rather say not. It was a cold-blooded, unprovoked murder.
Unprovoked, you think? Well, I won't argue the point. The execution's to be...
I think tomorrow or the day after.
Tomorrow or the day after, yes. Forgive me, madame, I've kept you waiting. You'll proceed at once.
Your Highness seems so interested. Does Your Highness know anything of these men?
Know them? Oh, yes. Yes, Doctor, I do know them. They are my brothers.
Omnipost to Anil. Your message received. No sign plane you describe. Ready to seek missing plane. Please advise location last known. Hurry.
No, they're down all right. Petrol couldn't last. If they'd only made a landing.
If they had, Treason would have rigged up their wireless on the ground. He's a good hand at it.
You're a comforting soul, Dawson. One of those born obituary writers.
Well, I don't see no reason to feel cheerful.
Well, keep it coming. I'll ask the colonel about orders for Pahari. Oh, by the way, advise mountain stations the 3 murderers of Haredale are sentenced to be hanged tomorrow at sunset. Might serve as a warning.
Right, Chief. To all mountain stations. 3 murderers of Haredale are sentenced to be hanged.
Excellent dinner, Roger. I don't know how you manage a gourmet feast in this
savage country. Major, you English feel civilization is your peculiar possession.
Oh, my husband didn't mean that, Your Highness. Naturally, we didn't expect such splendor in your mountain kingdom.
Thank you, madame. My humble castle is indeed splendid if it pleases you. But I must really refurnish this salon one day. My ancestors had no notion of comfort.
They had considerable notion of a view, I should say, when they built this loggia. I never felt closer to the stars.
My dear doctor, is that a premonition? or an observation?
Dr. Traherne is quite an astronomer.
Oh, well, not exactly an astronomer. I can pick out a few constellations, that's all.
For my part, I look at the stars as little as possible. Today I was guilty of a little showing off when I met you with fanfare and troops. Think of the Maharaja up yonder, who night after night whistles up his glittering legions, as much as to say, see what a devil of a fellow I am. I think it's quite in good taste.
I'm afraid you're jealous, Roger. You don't like having to play second fiddle to a still more absolute ruler than yourself.
Yes, perhaps you're right, madame. That's his party, then. But there's something much more to it. I can't help resenting. Let me recommend the brandy, Major. I think you'll find it excellent.
It is indeed.
What is it you resent, Your Highness?
The respect paid to mere size. To the immensity, as they call it, of the universe. Are we to worship a god because he's big?
But if you resent his bigness, what do you say to his littleness? The microscope, you know, reveals him no less than the telescope.
And reveals him in the form of a death-dealing speck of matter, which you, I understand, Doctor, are impiously proposing to exterminate.
I'm trying to marshal the life-saving against the death-dealing powers.
To marshal God's right hand against his left, eh? This mosquito I've just killed. I'm glad to see you smoke, madame, to help keep them off. This mosquito, or any smallest thing that has life in it, is to be far more admirable than a whole lifeless universe. What do you say, Major?
I say, Roger, that you'd give me another glass of brandy. I'll let you have your own way about the universe.
It's a very satisfactory trade. Your glass, Major.
Thanks. I say, Your Highness, all this is rather out of my depth. We've had rather a fatiguing day.
To be sure. We are now going to committee upon your position here.
You please, sir.
I'm afraid you may find it rather disagreeable.
Communication's bad, eh? We have a difficult journey before us.
A long journey, monsieur. Not precisely difficult.
Well, it surely can't be so very far, since you'd heard of the sentence passed on those assassins.
I'm glad, Major, that you have so tactfully spared the pain of reopening that subject. We should have had to come to it sooner or later.
But when Your Highness said they were your brothers, you were, of course, speaking figuratively. You meant your tribesmen.
Oh, not at all. No. They are sons of my father. They're not of my mother.
And we come upon you at such a time. How dreadful.
Oh, pray don't apologize. Believe me, your arrival has given me great satisfaction.
How do you mean?
I'll explain presently, but first,
let's understand each other. You surely can't approve of this abominable crime.
My brothers are fanatics, and there is no fanaticism in me. My education was wholly European. I shed all my prejudices. I became the open-minded citizen of the world, whom I hope you recognize in me. My brothers, on the other hand, turned to India for their culture. The religion of our people has always been a primitive idolatry. My brothers naturally fell in with the adherents of the same superstition, and they worked each other up to a high pitch of frenzy against the European exploitation of Asia.
You mean, sir, you defend this wicked murder?
Oh, no, I think it foolish and futile. But there is a romantic as well as a practical side to my nature. And from the romantic point of view, I rather admire it.
Then, sir, the less we intrude on your hospitality, the better. You'll be good enough to furnish us with transport tomorrow morning.
That is just where the difficulty arises.
Oh, transport, eh?
Materially, it might be managed. But morally, I fear it's... Excuse the colloquialism, madame, no go.
What the blazes you mean, sir?
Will Your Highness be good enough to explain?
I mentioned that the religion of my people is a primitive superstition. Well, since the news has spread that 3 Feringis have dropped from the skies, precisely at the time when 3 princes of the royal house are threatened with death at the hands of the Ferengi government, and dropped, moreover, in the precincts of a temple, my subjects have got it into their heads that you have been personally conducted hither by the goddess whom they especially worship.
The goddess?
Here's her portrait on the mantelpiece. Much admired by connoisseurs.
Then the upshot of all this palaver is that you propose a whole lot of hostages in exchange for your brothers.
That is not precisely the idea, my dear sir. My theologians do not hold that an exchange is what the goddess decrees. Nor, to be quite frank, it altogether suit my purpose.
Not to get your brothers back again?
You may have noted in history, madame, that family affection is seldom a strong point of principle.
But I don't quite see, Your Highness, what all this has to do with us.
We are approaching the crux of the matter, a point which I fear you may have some difficulty appreciating. I would beg you to remember that though I am what is commonly called an autocrat, there is no such thing under the sun as a real despotism. All government is government by consent of the people. It is very stupid of them to consent, but they do. If I defied their prejudices or their passions, they could upset my throne tomorrow.
Will you be so kind as to come to the point, sir?
Gently, Major, gently. We shall reach it soon enough. Please remember, too, that I am a slave to theology. The clerical party can do what it pleases with me.
Please, Your Highness, you're torturing
The point is, dear lady, that this theology on which, as I say, my whole power is founded, has not yet emerged from the very primitive stage of development. It demands an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, a life for a life.
You mean to say...
Unfortunately, I do.
You'd kill us?
Not I, madame, the clerical party. And only if my brothers are executed. If not, I will merely demand your word of honor that what has passed between us shall never be mentioned to any human soul. You should go free.
But if your brother assassins are hanged, as they certainly will be, you'll put us to death in cold blood?
Oh, not in cold blood, Major. There is nothing cold-blooded about the clerical party when white goats, as their phrase goes, are to be sacrificed to the goddess.
What of Mrs. Crespin? Does your goddess demand the life of a woman?
Well, on that point, she might not be too exacting. If Madame would be so gracious as to favor me with her society.
Your Highness, not a word and I'll shoot you.
Anthony.
No use, Major. That gun wouldn't help you a bit. If you killed me, you'd only be torn to pieces instead of beheaded.
We'll take our chances.
Besides, I've had your pistol unloaded. That precaution was taken while you were at your bath.
You devil.
Anthony, please.
I gather, Madame, that my offer does not please you. Well, I scarcely hoped it would. I do not press the point. Nonetheless, the suggestion is open.
But what's that sound?
It's interesting. If you wait a few minutes, I may have some news for you. I recognize the service call, a message to the air base at Amitsara. Excuse me. Well, Watkins?
The Army Post. Bahari, Your Honor.
What do they say?
Just a moment, Highness. Bahari, Army Post, Emil Sarai. No sign, plane, you describe. Ready to seek missing plane. Please advise location. Last now.
Much good that will do them. Out of contact, Watkins?
Here's another, Your Highness. It's from Emil Sarai. To all mountain stations. 3 murderers of Airedale sentenced to be hanged tomorrow at St.
Turn it off. That's all I need to know.
Yes, Your Highness.
I find your friends are very interested in your whereabouts.
What's that?
Emil Sarai is transmitting messages to Bahari and Bahari to Emil Sarai.
How'd you know?
Why, Major, you're an army man. You must know something of wireless.
Never had occasion. I had operators at my command.
And you, Dr. Traherne?
I know even less than the Major. We heard those sounds, of course, when you went out.
You see, Doctor, we are not entirely benighted. We have a wireless installation.
Did you have anything further to tell us, Your Highness?
Yes. I'm afraid not very good news. My brother's execution is fixed for tomorrow.
Then tomorrow?
Yes. Sunset. But meanwhile, I hope you will regard my poor house as your own. I should not advise you to pass the palace gates. It will not be safe.
Your Highness.
Yes, Madame.
I can't believe that you really mean what you've told us tonight. Perhaps you're testing us, having fun at our expense. Will you please now, for my sake, communicate with Emil Sarai and bring about an exchange? Your brother's lives for ours.
No, Madame, I am desolated to have to refuse you. It is always difficult to refuse a beautiful woman anything. And you are a very beautiful woman. But you must not ask for the impossible. I've already given you my reason.
And what's to prevent us from throwing ourselves from that loggia onto the rocks below? From cheating your goddess?
Nothing, dear lady, except that clinging to the known and shrinking from the unknown that always feel. And besides, you cannot read my mind. As you suggested a moment ago, I may only be playing a little joke on you. You have observed that I have a sense of humor. I'm afraid I've been talking a great deal. Madame, my servant will take you to your room. Ya. See, Thomas. You will see that Madame has everything she needs for her comfort. And may I hope that you will rest well in my humble abode.
Good night, Anthony. Basil.
Good night, my dear. Night, Lucilla.
If there is anything, madame, that is not entirely to your liking, I trust you will not hesitate to make your wishes known. Good night, madame. And now, gentlemen, tomorrow we have all day. Shall we start with a game of billiards? Say at 10 o'clock. Now, last whiskey and soda. No? Then good night. Good night.
You are listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Green Goddess, starring Madeline Carroll and Orson Welles. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is Ernest Chappell, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming you back to the Campbell Playhouse. In a moment or two, we shall resume our presentation of The Green Goddess, starring Orson Welles and Madeline Carroll. Leaving our guest star as an uneasy dinner companion of the Rajah, whose table talk was so disturbing, though the service, I'm sure, was flawless, let's consider this question of food in the drama. So many plays have been written around meals or have featured meals, you can't get through an English drawing-room comedy without at least one afternoon tea, or a Noel Coward play without breakfast. In Old English, George Alice solved all his problems by eating a dinner so good and so elaborate that it killed him. And Dinner at 8 wove the threads of half a dozen dramas into the preparations for a dinner party that was just about to start as the final curtain fell. The reason that meals have such an important part in plays is that meals and meal times form an all-important center of our social life, a sort of hub, so to speak, round which all our doings revolve. Meals, from the beginning of our society, have been the occasion and the backbone of entertaining and the focal center of the family. Few things bind people together more than the sharing of meals, provided those meals are gracious and graciously served. Perhaps it sounds exaggerated to say that a meal can't help but be a gracious occasion if soup is on the menu. But it does mean something that for centuries past, soup has been the traditional opening of dinner in many countries whose habits differed in almost every other particular. Soup is at once relaxing and invigorating. Soup greets us at the table with a warm welcome, and this is particularly true of Campbell's tomato soup. Its rich aroma and bright color flash an appeal to eye and appetite, and its sprightly flavor makes you want to enjoy it again and again. So serving this soup becomes a happy family custom and adds a gracious note when you have friends in for dinner. Now we resume our Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Green Goddess, starring Madeline Carroll and Orson Welles.
Good shot, Major. I see billiards is another of many attainments.
I missed that one.
Too bad. Too bad. Let's try my luck. An easy one. I'll try the 3-cushion shot now.
Very good, Roger.
Thank you, Doctor.
Roger, joke's a joke. This cat and mouse business is getting on my nerves.
Have another drink, Major. There's a spot for. Chalk that up, Major, please. I wonder if I can cannon off the fight now.
Send us back to the nearest British outpost, and we'll give you our word to say nothing of this pleasantry you played on us.
Send you back, my dear Major. I assure you, if I were ever so willing, it would be as much as my life's worth. Watch this massage, gentlemen, one of my favorite chops. You don't know how my subjects are looking forward to tomorrow's ceremony. You must be reasonable, my dear.
I ask you no favors except for my wife's sake. But for her, we'll make any concession. Promise you anything.
What can you promise me that's worth a brass farthing? No. Asia has long had a long score against you swaggering, blustering lords of creation. And I mean to see some of it paid tomorrow. In the meantime, gentlemen, there's no reason why we shouldn't behave like civilized beings. It's your turn, Major. I've left you a setup.
Let me try the red ball from the cushion.
Beautiful shot. I should like to keep you from my opponents, if it were possible.
Your Highness.
Yes, Watkins.
Mrs. Crispin has come downstairs.
Oh, you'll pardon me, gentlemen. I'll detain Mrs. Crispin only for a few moments, then she'll join you here. Please continue the game. Dr. Traherne.
Yes?
Last night to inform you knew nothing of the wireless. It's been reported to me there's a wireless set installed in your plane.
That's true. Wireless is now a part of the plane's standard equipment. Unfortunately, I neglected to learn to operate it. We might have escaped being lost in the fog. And your hospitality.
Doctor, I'm forced to admire your tact as well as your billiards. Good morning, Mrs. Crispin. Would you please sit down?
I thought my husband was here.
He's in the next room playing billiards with the doctor. I trust that you slept well.
More or less.
More rather than less, if one may judge by your looks.
Does it matter?
What can matter more than the looks of a beautiful woman?
If you'll excuse me, I'll join my husband.
Oh, pray spare me a few moments. I want to speak to you seriously.
Well, I'm listening.
You're very curt, Mrs. Crispin. I'm afraid you bear me malice. You hold me responsible for the doubtless trying situation in which you find yourself.
Who else is responsible?
Who? Why, chance, fate, the gods, providence. Did I bring you here? Did I conjure up the fork? When you once set foot upon the goddess's precinct, it was utterly out of my power to save you. At any rate, men of your party. If I raised a finger to thwart the goddess, it would be the end of my rule. That's my life.
What you really mean, Raja, is that you don't dare risk it. You haven't the courage.
You take a mean advantage, madame. You abuse the privilege of your sex in order to taunt me with cowardice.
Let us say, then, that you haven't the will to save us.
Reflect one moment, madame. Why should I have the will at the risk of all I possess to save Major Crispin and Dr. Traherne? Major Crispin is your husband. Does that recommend him to me? Forgive me if I venture to guess that it doesn't greatly recommend him to you. He is an only too typical specimen of the breed I detest. Pig-headed, bull-necked, blustering, overbearing. Dr. Traherne is agreeable enough. I dare say a man of genius.
If you kill him, if you cut short his work, you kill millions of your own race whom he would have saved.
I don't know that I care very much about the millions you speak of. Life is a weed that grows again as fast as death mows it down. At all events, he is an Englishman, a Feringhi, and I may add, without indiscretion, that the interest you've taken him, the merest friendly interest, I'm sure, does not endear him to me. One is, after all, a man, and a favor shown to another man by a beautiful woman. Madame, think over my suggestion of last night. I do not talk to you of romantic love. I respect you too much to think you accessible to silly sentiment. But such as it is, I ask you to share my kingdom as its queen. Your son, if you bore me one, should be the prince of princes. You have the courage to die. Dear lady, why not have the courage to live? I feel sure, madame, you might find life with me quite interesting.
If you've finished, Prince, please allow me to be with my husband and my friend for what time we have left.
As you wish, madame. But the privilege of changing your mind is open to the last. Allow me. Watkins.
Yes, Your Highness.
It occurred to me, Watkins, that perhaps it's not quite safe to have our visitors so near the wireless room. Their one chance would be to communicate with India. They appear to know nothing about wireless, but I have my doubts.
It's quite possible.
I want you to stay in this room and in their presence to send out a message that will startle or enrage them. We will watch their faces very closely to see if they give any sign of understanding it. Here, I've written a message in this paper. Here you are.
The lady has come to terms. She will enter His Highness's household. Very good.
I'll get them in here on the pretext of a little wireless demonstration, and then I'll tell you to send out an order to Tashkent for champagne. That'll be your cue.
Very good, Your Highness. But afterwards, if, thou you were saying, there was to try to correct me,
corrupt you, that would be painting the lily with a vengeance.
Suppose they tries to bribe me, sir. What are your instructions?
You may do exactly as you please. I have the most implicit confidence in you, Watkins.
My grateful thanks to you, sir. But I thought if I was to pretend to send a message for them, it might keep them quiet like.
Very true, Watkins. It would not only keep them quiet, but the illusion of security would raise their spirits, which would be a humane action. I am always on the side of humanity.
Yes, so, sir. Then I'll humour them.
Just a moment. We shall test them now. Watch closely as you send the message. Major Preston.
What is it?
Watkins is just going to send a message by wireless. I thought it might amuse you and the doctor to see it work. Mrs. Crispin, too, if she wishes.
Very well. You come, sir?
Yes, of course.
Here you are. This, you see, is the apparatus. Ready, Watkins?
Yes, sir.
Have the order for Tashkent?
Yes, Your Highness, but I haven't coded it.
Oh, never mind. Even if some outsider does pick it up, I dare say we can order 12 cases of champagne without causing international complications. Waiting for the fly signal.
I help myself to some more of your excellent brandy, Roger.
Anthony.
By all means, Major Crispin.
I've got them.
May we speak? Oh, yes, we won't be heard in Tashkent.
Have a drink, sir. No, sir. Now, let's eat, drink, and be merry for tomorrow.
See, that's all. That's how it's done.
How many words did he send?
What was it, Watkins? Forward by tomorrow's caravan. 12 cases champagne, usual brand, charge our account 30.
That's right, sir.
12 words.
Can they really make sense out of those blasted silly fireworks?
I hope so, else we shall run short of champagne.
Any orders, Your Highness?
No orders, Watkins.
And may I remind you, sir, that it's time for your appointment for the High Priest.
Very well, Watkins. You can send word that I'm coming.
Very good.
And now I trust you'll excuse me for a little some arrangements for tomorrow's ceremony. Please make yourselves quite at home.
What was the message? Quick. Said the lady had accepted our life on his terms. A trap for us.
Anthony, you were splendid. You gave no sign.
Compliment from you. Most unusual. I'll have another drink on that. I think he was fooled. But he wouldn't have left us here. Can we break the door to the wireless set? No good. It'll make a noise. We'll be interrupted, and then the game will be up.
Then you better try to bribe Watkins.
We'll settle what message to send if we get the chance.
Dictate, all right.
What about this now? Wait. Major Crispin, wife, Traherne, imprisoned Rook, Raja's palace, lives in danger. No, we want something more definite.
How would this do? Death threatened this evening. Rescue urgent.
Excellent. How will we get Watkins?
There's a bell. I'll try it. Now we better decide what to do if he won't take money, and we have to use force to get his keys. What shall we do with him?
There's only one ring. Over the balcony.
Oh, no.
There's a drop of 1,000 feet.
Anthony.
Save your sympathy, my dear, for a worthier object. It can't be helped. I can get 3 minutes of that instrument on.
You rang, sir?
Yes, Watkins. We want a few words with you.
Oh.
Mind coming over here? You don't want to speak loud.
No.
I just say you can guess what we want with you.
I ain't no hand at guessing, sir. Rather you'd have with it plain.
You was proposed for tomorrow.
I've heard as how your numbers is up.
Surely don't intend to stand by and see us murdered, 3 of your own people, and one of them a woman.
What's my own people ever done for me? A woman needed either.
No good for her. Come down to tin deck. All right. What do you take to get us out of this?
Get you out of this? Oh, if you was to offer me millions, how could I do that?
By opening that wireless cabinet and sending this message through to the annual Sarai aerodrome.
That's all very fine, but what price have you gents to offer?
Nothing down, no spot cash, that's clear. You'll have to take our word for whatever bargain we come to.
Your word?
Our written word. We'll give it to you in writing.
Well, that's better. What about the little first installment? You ain't quite on your uppers, are you now? You could come down with a little something, couldn't you? Be ever so humble.
I have 300 rupees and 5 10-pound notes.
On the table, if you please. And you, Major?
250 rupees. Oh, there's some loose change. There, take your first installment. What about the balance? Should we say 1,000 pounds apiece?
1,000 apiece? 3,000 pounds? Oh, you're joking, Dr. Treason.
Well, I'd double my bid. 2,000 apiece.
If your lives ain't worth 5,000 apiece to you, there ain't nothing doing. My place here's worth 15,000 to me, and there's all the risk, too. I ain't charging you nothing for that.
We appreciate your generosity, Watkins. 15,000 it is. Now get to work quick and call at Annual Sarai.
Right you are, ma'am. And the little cabinet is here.
Isn't there some special service call you must send out to get Annual Sarai?
Hold on there, I know it. Here it is.
That's not a service call.
Right. Got them, sir. Now the message.
Take it this way. Open the balcony. Cut him up. Hurry up. Put him along. To the back. Now, over with it. Ah, that's a good job. Now, can you lock that outside door?
No key in it, Anthony.
The soldiers, the passage. I'll try to hold it. Can you send through a message? If they'll give me a minute, I can. Well, that's fine. You should cut him. I'll have to adjust it. There it goes. There's it. No, I didn't take an air. Leave the car if I get him. Someone say that passage. Go on, hold them to her. Just a few more seconds. I'm almost through. Like the door.
How, Mater? And the cat's away?
Anthony, put off your shoes.
Did you get that message through?
Anthony.
Did you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Major Preston, wife, Traherne, in prison. Book, Rogers Palace. Yes, Preston, this evening, Preston.
I apologize, madame, for this unseemly display. The fanaticism of my people is beyond my control, I assure you.
What is it? What are they doing?
Your husband's body, madame, they are laying it at the feet of the goddess, you see. I had 3 brothers, head for a head.
Roger, you'll pay for this, whether we're dead or alive.
I'm not so sure. The Major didn't get your SOS through. I have nothing to fear. If he did, nothing can save me. And I may as well be hanged for a wolf as a lamb.
How long have we left?
Till the sun's rim touches the crest of the mountain. The blast of our great mountain horn will announce the hour, and you will be led to the sacred enclosure.
Your Highness, will you grant us the last favor?
By all means, if it is in my power. In spite of your inconsiderate action of yesterday.
Considerate?
Watkins, you know, poor Watkins. Great loss to me. But I bear no malice for a fair act of war.
Then you'll leave us alone for the time that remains.
Very well. It is quite brief, I'm afraid. And oh, by the way, you need have no fear of the ceremony being protracted. It will be brief and I trust painless. Those are my orders. And before I go, madame, may I remind you of my offer? Not yet too late. Till then, au revoir.
Lucilla.
Yes.
It will make no difference now if I tell you what I couldn't before.
I knew without your telling me. We might have been very happy.
Not easy to die. Justin has every reason to live.
Perhaps easier than it was, living without a reason. We found each other and we know. Tell me that I can think of it when they... Please, just once.
I love you, Lucilla.
I love you. If only I...
Back.
Madame? Dr. Traherne? I regret to intrude, but the time of the ceremony has unfortunately come.
I am ready.
Pity, madame. The last time, must I do violence to my feelings by including you in the approaching ceremony? There is still time.
Will you stop tormenting this lady?
Remember my power, madame. If I may not take you back to my palace as my queen, I can send you back as my slave. Have you nothing to say?
Nothing.
I repeat my offer.
Devil, I'll kill you up.
Chivalrous, but ill-advised, Dr. Traherne. I regret it, and so will you. I am, for the moment, not a king, but a priest, and must observe a certain dignity. Ridiculous, isn't it? My colleagues here now insist that since you have publicly struck the chief of their sacred caste, your death alone will not appease the fury of the goddess. They insist on subjecting you to a process of expiation, a ritual of great antiquity, but...
You mean torture?
Well, to put it crudely, yes. Some quite remarkable combination.
Oh, no.
Not you, madame, not you.
I must speak to you, Your Highness. Speak to you alone. Send Dr. Traherne away.
Priscilla, what are you thinking of? Priscilla!
I beg of you, Raj, I beg of you. 1 minute, no more.
Very well.
Priscilla!
How are you?
Priscilla!
Well, madame, we have less than a minute.
Let him go. Send him back to India unharmed, and it shall be as you wish.
And how am I to know that you will keep your word? I must have a pledge of your good faith, for without a pledge, madame, I don't believe in it one little bit.
What pledge?
Only one is left. Dr. Traherne himself. I may, though it will strain my power to the uttermost, save his life while keeping him in prison. Then, when you have fulfilled your bond, we'll let him go free. But the moment you attempt to evade your pledge, by death or by escape, I will hand him over to the priests to work their will with, and I will put no restraint upon their savage instincts. Choose, my dear lady. Choose. You have exactly 20 seconds.
But, Your Highness,
Yes, madame?
I no longer have to choose. Do I?
Grand Duchess von Ferrelstein, Dr. Mrs. Basil Traherne, the Grand Duke Dmitri of Croatia, Madame la Vicomtesse de Belfort, His Highness the Rajah of Rook, Sir Alfred.
It was good of you to come, Your Highness. May I present you to Lady Beatrice Sinclair?
How do you do?
And Lord Sinclair, Your Highness.
How do you do? A pleasure, my lord.
May I present Mrs. Traherne, the Rajah of Rook?
I believe we've met before.
Yes. Your Highness and I have met before.
Under somewhat different circumstances, were they not, Mrs. Gretna? Oh, excuse me, how silly I am, Mrs. Traherne. For the moment, I had almost forgotten the Major's heroic end.
You should have every reason to remember it, Raj.
I see you persist in regarding me as a murderer. What a pity, Madame, your husband killed my faithful servant. His own death at my hands was a fair act of war.
Say His Majesty's government didn't view it in that light.
No. The English government has difficulty in taking an unprejudiced view about such matters. For that reason, you now see me, Madame, swelling the ranks of the kings in exile. But I find retirement has its compensations. For instance, the clerical party of Rook. No longer bothered with them. Mrs. Traherne, for the sake of old times, may I have the pleasure of this walk?
You must excuse me, Your Highness.
Well, then perhaps you and your husband will do me the honor of paying me a visit in my villa at Monte Carlo. It is less picturesque than my castle in Rook, but you will find it more comfortable, and I assure you a great deal less hazardous.
I think I prefer not to impose upon your hospitality again. Now, will you excuse me? Here's my husband.
Oh, Dr. Traherne.
Your Highness.
How do you do, dear doctor? Your wife and I were just having a most charming conversation. Quite like old times. Just between us men, Dr. Traherne, it was really a blessing that things turned out as they did, don't you think? You and Mrs. Traherne appear to be exceedingly happy. And I can't help but conclude that perhaps in some small way I have contributed to your happiness. And for my part, had she remained in Rook, I am now of the opinion she would have turned out to be a confounded nuisance anyway.
You have been listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Green Goddess, starring Madeline Carroll and Orson Welles. In just a moment, Orson Welles will return to the microphone with Miss Carroll. But meantime, I spoke a little while ago of the popularity of tomato soup. Almost anywhere you go, you'll find this is the ruling favorite among soups. Indeed, I believe that if people could have only one kind of soup, they would choose tomato soup. And furthermore, in nearly every case, it would be Campbell's tomato soup. Now, why is this so? One reason is that it is such a versatile soup. The lively aroma and the bright glow of it beckon to the appetite, so that it makes a tip-top beginning for dinner. There's real nourishment in it, too, making it a fine lunch or supper dish. And for extra nourishment, it may be served as cream of tomato, with milk added instead of water. But the main reason Campbell's tomato soup is the world's favorite is its flavor. Just about everybody likes the tang and liveliness of it. Little folk just learning to feed themselves spoon it up eagerly, and throughout their growing years it holds their favor. Men, liking keen, racy foods, take to this soup with enthusiasm. Women like its bright flavor, too, and its bright look on the table, and the bright greeting it receives. Yes, there's no question, but America's #1 soup is Campbell's tomato. Is it #1 on your weekend grocery list? It should be. And now, here's Orson Welles.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think you'll agree with me that when Mr. Archer set out to write a melodrama, he wrote a melodrama. I'm glad, however, to report that not a single hair of Miss Carroll's lovely head has been ruffled by this evening's harrowing experience. Here she is, none the worse for it, Miss Madeline Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
I might explain that Miss Carroll has just returned from a vacation trip to Europe. Miss Carroll, on behalf of these United States of America, may I say how pleased we all are to have you back.
Not nearly so pleased as I am to be here tonight, especially since I can now be the first to congratulate you on the great tribute that was paid you this week, when you were voted the outstanding new radio star of the year in the Scripps Howard Radio Editors Poll. I was very sincerely delighted to hear it. You deserve it.
Well, that's very nice of you, Miss Carroll. Of course, I'm very proud, and so is everybody else in the Campbell Playhouse. And we'd like to take this opportunity to thank all the editors in this country and in Canada who have paid us such a fine compliment, and to tell them that we shall continue to try and live up to the honor they've done us.
I don't think there's any doubt of your doing that. Thanks again and good night.
In tonight's Campbell Playhouse production of The Green Goddess, the role of Lucilla Crespin was played by our guest, Miss Madeline Carroll, the Rajah by Orson Welles. Robert Spate played Major Crespin, Ray Collins was Dr. Treherne. The part of Watkins was played by Eustace Wyatt, that of Dawson by Edgar Barrier. Alfred Shirley was Caldwell, and Maurice Ancram was the High Priest, the parts which he played in the original productions about 18 years ago. Music for the Campbell Playhouse tonight was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann. And now, Orson Welles, will you tell us something about next week's story?
Well, there it is. There's next week. Next week, we're doing a Broadway success of some 10 years ago, Burlesque. Burlesque by James Manker Waters and that great American producer, Arthur Hopkins. Burlesque is about the show business, about a girl and her love for a ham comic, as he called himself, how she left him and how she went back to him. And it's really more than that. It's a great story of a great business. So until next Friday night when we present Burlesque, my sponsors, the makers of Campbell Soups, and all of us in the Campbell Playhouse remain obediently yours.
Of Campbell Soups join Orson Welles in inviting you to be with us at the Campbell Playhouse next Friday evening to hear Burlesque. Meanwhile, if you have enjoyed tonight's Campbell Playhouse presentation, won't you tell your grocer so tomorrow when you order Campbell's tomato soup? This is Ernest Chappell saying thank you and good night. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Errol Flynn and Olivia de Haviland in Green Light with C. Aubrey Smith. Lux presents Hollywood. For the interest you have taken in our products, Lux Toilet Soap and Lux Flakes, for your purchases and for your recommendations to your friends, we send you our sincere appreciation. It is this kind of loyalty that makes the Lux Radio Theater possible. Tonight, we bring you Olivia de Haviland and Errol Flynn in Green Light with C. Aubrey Smith. Our guests, Alton Cook, radio editor of the New York World Telegram, and Dinty Doyle, radio editor of the New York Journal-American and columnist for the Hearst papers. Louis Silvers conducts our orchestra. And now, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Lloyd C. Douglas, author of the exciting, fast-moving novel Green Light, from which tonight's play is adapted, has something in common with those giants of literature, Jonathan Swift, author of Gulliver's Travels, Lewis Carroll, author of Alice in Wonderland, and Ralph Waldo Emerson, the poet-philosopher. For like them, Dr. Douglas is a minister who turned author. And again, like them, his writings have a vividly human and appealing quality. From Dr. Douglas last week, I learned how he happened to write Green Light. While on a lecture tour, he addressed audiences harassed by fears and worries. I tried, said he, to sound a philosophy, good for all types of people who allow comparatively small matters to accumulate and become an almost insurmountable mental barrier. Encouraged by the reactions to his lectures, Dr. Douglas believed the rest of the world might also find some good in his principles. The result was the book Green Light, which sold nearly 250,000 copies. From it, Warner Brothers made a great motion picture, whose star, Errol Flynn, repeats for you tonight the role of Dr. Newell Page. And co-starred is Miss Olivia de Haviland, of the same studios, playing the part of Frances Ogilvy. 2 weeks ago, Olivia and Errol completed their new film, The Adventures of Robin Hood, and promptly departed for a well-earned rest, Olivia to Palm Springs and Errol to New York, from which points they both returned to Hollywood a few days ago to be with us now. C. Aubrey Smith, renowned character actor and beloved veteran of countless hits on stage and screen, most recent among them being The Hurricane, is heard as Dean Harcourt. Polly Ann Young, sister of Loretta Young, plays Phyllis Dexter, and Frank Nelson, Dr. John Stafford. And now it's curtain time. The Lux Radio Theater presents Olivia de Haviland and Errol Flynn in Green Light with C. Aubrey Smith. Bay Park Hospital, on the outskirts of Boston. In his private office, Newell Page, a rising young surgeon, stands near the window examining an X-ray plate. By his side is Nurse Frances Ogilvy. She leans close to the surgeon, pretending a great interest in the photograph, while he pretends to be unaware of her nearness.
See that spot?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's it. I don't like the way it... Ogilvy, I wish you wouldn't do that.
What?
Lean so close to me.
Why not?
Because it prevents me from concentrating. You're very beautiful, you know.
Yes?
And in addition, you're intelligent and probably the best chief surgical nurse the Bay Park has ever had.
Thank you.
You're very welcome, Miss Ogilvy.
I hate Ogilvy. Why don't you call me Frances?
Frances, eh? That's a nice name. Now, about this X-ray.
Do you ever think of anything but your work, Dr. Page?
Oh, yes, occasionally. Have you met Sylvia, my cocker spaniel? She's the cutest little
Do you ever
cricket...
think of anything but your dog and work, Dr. Page?
Never, Miss Ogilvy.
Yes, that's what I thought. You know, there was only one time I ever heard you say anything that I felt you really meant.
Something unpleasant, probably.
It was the day we did the little Morton boy's operation. It was a tough job. You were worried. You seemed to think I kept up with you pretty well, and when it was over, you said, Ogilvy, you're a good egg.
Egg, eh?
I know it sounds awfully silly, but meant a great deal to me.
Well, I'm glad. You have a great talent for surgery, you know. And by the way, how's Mrs. Dexter this morning?
She's as sunshiny as ever. She's been listening to that minister on the radio again. What's his name?
Oh, yes, Harcourt, isn't it?
That's it, Dean Harcourt.
Say, she goes into surgery in less than an hour. Have you got...
Oh.
What?
I'm awfully sorry, but I forgot to tell you. Mrs. Dexter's operation has been put off.
Why?
Dr. Endicott's been delayed. He just telephoned.
From where?
Milwaukee. He can't get here until tomorrow.
But that's dangerous. I'm not certain she can wait until... Has she been told?
Not yet.
Oh, well, I suppose that's up to me. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Dr. Booth. Dr. Booth. Calling Dr. Booth.
Hey, Newell. Newell, wait up.
Hello, John.
Oh, what's the big rush?
Oh, Endicott's delayed that Dexter operation until tomorrow.
Why?
He can't make it. He's delayed or something in Milwaukee.
By what? A lecture to some club or a stockbroker?
You stick to your bugs, John. That's your business, and Endicott's his.
Thanks for telling me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's have dinner tonight.
I can't. I've a date with some little bugs from Montana. Real old-fashioned killers from way back.
That's interesting. What's the name?
Dermacenter Andersoni. Wood ticks to you.
Are you messing around with spotted fever again?
Not again. Still, I may go out to Montana one of these days. Hope you enjoy my funeral.
Thanks, I will.
And striving constantly for the higher and the better life.
Morning, Mrs. Dexter.
But man's progress in life is not steadily onward.
Dean Harcourt again?
Not steadily forward.
Again.
Sometimes man's progress is stopped by something that is bigger and stronger than he. Something over which he has no control. And that's something I like to think of as a red light, flashing a halt to the forward surge of his life. And I like to believe there is a power which controls that light, which knows in its infinite wisdom that sometimes man must stop to learn through suffering before going on. For it is as inevitable as time that man progresses to a better future. If not for himself, then through his suffering for his fellow men. When he has learned this, the signal changes, and the green light frees him to resume his inexorable march into eternity.
You have been listening to Dean Harcourt talking to you from...
What would religion be without music?
There was religion long before there was music, Dr. Page.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Dexter. Well, I'd say your pulse shows marvelous repose for a patient facing surgery.
You can thank Dean Harcourt for that.
I'm thankful for anything that gives a patient courage and confidence.
A shorter word for courage and confidence is faith.
Well, whatever it is, you'll need every bit of it now.
More bad news?
Well, you see,
You're trying to tell me my operation has been postponed again.
Yes. Dr. Endicott's been unavoidably detained in Milwaukee.
Milwaukee. A beautiful city, full of music. Years ago, we used to go there to hear the community singing.
You make it work, don't you?
No, I simply let it work.
Well, you're an amazing patient, Mrs. Dexter. Things would be pretty simple if we all had your faith.
Evening, Dr. Page.
Oh, hello, officer.
Out for a walk, sir?
Yes.
Nice evening for it. Fog coming across the bay, though. Oh, hello there, Sylvia. Hello. Evening, sir.
Good evening. Oh, dear. What's it all about, Sylvia? What are we all doing here? Where are we going? Oh, no. Not home. I'm talking about life. If you could only talk, Sylvia. But I'm glad you can't. There's altogether too much talk anyway. Oh, good evening. I didn't see you sitting there.
I hope you don't think I was eavesdropping.
Rather silly business talking to a dog.
You haven't anyone else to talk to, have you? Sit down over here. I imagine we came to this spot for the same purpose. To look off across the water into eternity.
Well, I don't think I'm much concerned with eternity. My job's with the present. After all, the patient will feel just as much pain today, even though he thinks that tomorrow he may be sitting on the edge of a cloud strumming a harp.
And you're concerned with curing today's pain so the patient won't join the heavenly host.
Right.
Naturally. As a physician, you believe that.
How do you know I'm a physician?
You just told me. As a matter of fact, we're almost in the same business. If I'm more concerned with eternity, it's because my job is with the soul rather than the body.
Oh, I see. Preacher?
I much prefer to be known as a teacher. There's so much we can do to help people.
It's 7 o'clock, Dean Harcourt.
Oh, thank you, Alan. You can take me to the car, please.
Yes, sir.
Harcourt, then you're...
Yes?
Well, you do help people, sir. I happen to know that.
Thank you.
Shall I help you up, sir?
No, I can manage by myself. You didn't know I was a cripple.
I had no idea.
I try not to let it interfere. Good night.
Good night, sir.
Baypark Hospital. One moment, please. Baypark Hospital. Baypark Hospital. Hold the wire a moment, please.
Hello? Hello, switchboard. This is Dr. Booth speaking. Is there any word from Dr. Endicott this morning? I see. Well, keep trying, please. I'm in Dr. Page's office. Nothing yet, Page?
Well, I guess that means we'll have to postpone the operation again.
We can't. Take a look at that X-ray.
Looks bad.
Miss Ogilvy, get Mrs. Dexter ready. We'll operate immediately.
Yes, sir.
Are you crazy?
Not unless these X-rays are. Hello? Hello, surgery, please.
I grant you that the infection has spread alarmingly since yesterday. Nevertheless...
Surgery? This is Dr. Page.
Oh, you can't do that, Page. She's Endicott's patient.
We'll operate on Mrs. Dexter immediately.
Now listen, Page, if anything happens...
Nothing's going to happen. Scrub up, Dr. Lane. You're handling it.
Your gown, Dr. Page.
Gloves, please. Everything set?
Set.
Ready, Mrs. Dexter?
Yes.
You're a most unusual patient. Ether, Doctor. Scalpel.
Scalpel.
Sponge ready.
Sponge ready.
Faster, Ogilvy, faster. Keep them coming. Clamp.
Clamp.
Sponge.
Sponge.
Respiration normal.
Pulse steady. Still normal. A little more ether.
Much longer, Doctor?
10 minutes, maybe less. Clamp, please.
Clamped.
Who opened that door?
It's Dr. Endicott.
Excuse me, Page. Step aside, please.
We're almost finished, Endicott.
I said step aside, Page.
I was just about to remove the...
Thank you. I know this case.
Very well, Doctor.
Forceps?
Forceps.
Stand by to assist.
Pulse varying. Unsteady now.
More ether?
I don't think so. Endicott?
Through in 20 minutes.
20.
Scalpel, please.
Scalpel, but...
Quickly.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Endicott, it's not time now.
I know what I'm doing. Stand by to tie the artery.
Pulse slowing. 42. You'll have to work fast.
Tie the artery, Doctor. Well, tie it. Tie it.
I can't.
What?
You've cut it too short. I can't make the tie. It's a hemorrhage. Quick. Urgent.
Sponge. Give me a sponge. Pack that artery.
You can't. Clamp.
Clamp.
Wait. I'm afraid it's too late, Doctor.
What?
She's dead.
Dead?
Dr. Page, wait, please.
What is it, Ogilvy?
She shouldn't have died. You were doing perfect work if Endicott had kept out of it.
Oh, I'd rather not talk about it. Ogilvy, Mrs. Dexter has a daughter, Phyllis, I think. She's traveling in England. You'll see that she's notified, will you? Pretty tough on her, isn't it?
Yes, thanks to Endicott. I know exactly what happened, and I'm going to tell what I know.
Don't you think it's Endicott's privilege to make his own statement first? Well?
You're right.
That's a good egg, Ogilvy.
Yes? Oh, evening, Page.
Evening, Endicott.
I'm glad you came. Nasty business, this Dexter death. She was too well known. People loved her too much.
What's that got to do with it?
I'm simply trying to tell you that Mrs. Dexter gave most of her fortune to this hospital. That's why there's so much feeling about her death.
I didn't know.
No one knew, except the board of directors. I've been trying to convince them it was an unavoidable accident. One of those things that sometimes happen. It was unavoidable, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't. For some reason, you cut the pedicle too short for safety. It should never have happened.
You're right. You're right. My place was with my patient, not in a broker's office watching my life savings being swept away. Interesting how greed and medicine don't mix.
I have a little money, if it...
Not enough. But you have youth. Your whole life is still ahead of you. I'm old. My life's all behind me. Even the money I've saved is gone.
But you can always earn more.
Not if I'm dismissed for this Dexter case. A split second, a woman dies, and a whole career dies with her. A split second, as against the 40 years I've given to medicine.
As chairman of the board, Dr. Page, I regret to inform you that we hold you responsible for Mrs. Dexter's death. May I add that your refusal to defend yourself has not benefited your position. But rather than submit you to the embarrassment of a dismissal, we're giving you this opportunity to resign.
Is that all?
That's all.
Thank you.
Oh, good evening, Miss Ogilvy.
Where's Dr. Page, Mrs. Howell?
He's still in his room. I've been trying to make him eat something.
Excuse me. Dr. Page, Newell.
Huh? Oh. Hello, Francis. What's the time?
You've been drinking.
Have I?
Listen to me. You're going to pull yourself together. Go down to that hospital and tell Endicott and the board where to head in. You're not going to let them make you the goat.
You know, Francis, you're a very beautiful girl.
Oh, stop it, please.
All right. What is it you want me to tell the board, Francis? That Endicott killed a woman? That'd be nice, wouldn't it? He's a human being, just as liable to make mistakes as anyone.
That's no concern of yours. If you resign, you admit you were responsible for her death.
Uh-huh, exactly.
Why, you sound as if you were going to resign.
I have, already.
You're a fool.
Thank you.
A sentimental fool. I suppose you think you're being noble.
I've been trying not to think at all. I don't see why you should.
Because I hate to see a man throw his life away for nothing. That's what you're doing. You're giving up your whole career for a man who's outlived his usefulness. Well, you won't if I can help it. I'll see the board myself and I'll tell them the truth. I don't care if they fire me tonight.
Sure, go ahead. And now who's being noble?
I ought to slap you for that. But I won't. You're all mixed up with whiskey and heroics. You don't know what you're talking about. Good night.
Whiskey and heroics. A split second. A woman dies, and a whole career dies with her.
So ends Act One of Green Light. In just a few moments, our stars, Errol, Flynn, and Olivia de Haviland, will return in Act Two of our play. But during our intermission, we raise a question. Is truth stranger than fiction? We think that often it is more exciting than fiction, and to prove this, we're going to present to you a regular Cinderella story which actually happened. The heroine of this real-life story, the modern Cinderella, is Miss Anne McDermott of 229 Chicago Avenue, Oak Park, Illinois. She keeps house for her aunt and uncle. Her exciting experience started when her friend Marjorie dashed into the house early one morning.
Gracious, Marjorie, what are you doing here this time of the morning?
Oh, Anne, I had to tell you right away.
Tell me what?
Why, down at the store, they're having a beautiful hands contest, and you must enter.
Me? Oh, you're crazy.
I'm not. Your hands are lovely.
Oh, nonsense. All the young girls in town will enter. I'm 37, and I've done housework for years. I wash dishes 3 times a day, too.
But your hands don't show it, Anne, and... Oh, please do. It's this afternoon. Come on, just as a favor to me.
Well, all right. But just as a favor to you, mind.
And so Miss McDermott goes with her friend to the Beautiful Hands contest. There are many women in the contest, most of them young. We listen in as they wait to hear the awards.
Oh, I just know you'll win, Anne.
Oh, nonsense. I think we'd better go home.
And now we're ready to announce the prize winners. Miss Anne McDermott of 229 Chicago Avenue.
It's you, Anne. It's you.
Miss McDermott, please come forward.
I can't believe it. There's some mistake.
Miss McDermott, congratulations. Miss McDermott, ladies and gentlemen, keeps house. She's done all her own work for many years, and yet her hands are lovelier than those of many young girls. I'm happy to give her this prize.
Yes, this actually happened. Here are Miss McDermott's own words.
Lux was the reason I won the biggest thrill of my life and a grand prize. I do dishes 3 times a day, but Lux Flakes keep my hands beautiful.
Thank you, Miss McDermott, for this convincing proof of how Lux Flakes for washing dishes keeps hands soft and white. Lux for dishes is such inexpensive beauty care, every woman should guard the loveliness of her hands this way. Get the economical big box of Lux tomorrow. I return you now to Mr. DeMille.
Errol Flynn, Olivia de Haviland, and C. Aubrey Smith continue in Green Light. A few days have passed, and Francis Ogilvy still has not told the true facts of Mrs. Dexter's death. In despair, she turns for advice to the dead woman's friend, Dean Harcourt. In the minister's study, she tells her story. The crippled old man listens quietly.
And when I tried to make him tell that to the board, he refused. I could save him. I could save his career. But for some reason, he doesn't want it saved.
Miss Ogilvy, no man makes sacrifices without reason. Whatever that reason may be, it is in itself compensation for his suffering. And whether you agree with that reason or not, you've no right to destroy it by exposing the sacrifice.
I don't believe in sacrifices, Dean Harcourt. I don't believe in eventual justice. I believe that one gets what one fights for, and that only the fittest survive.
Yes. And yet, you'd give up anything, everything, for him. You have a remarkable talent for love.
He said I had a remarkable talent for surgery.
I know, it's complex. But sometimes a viewpoint simplifies things. I like to think of civilization as a great parade, made up of all those who have lived, all those who are alive, and all those who will live. Many stumble, fall by the wayside. Many are lost. But whatever the individual problems, the individual destinies, the great parade of civilization must continue to march on to its own and much greater destiny.
Maybe. But I've got my own little parade to push over some pretty rough roads. And I don't hear any bands playing either.
I don't ask you to believe, my dear. I can only tell you that we, as individuals, are less important than our contributions. And we don't always know what form those contributions take.
And in this case, my contribution may be silence?
Yes.
Well, I've taken a lot of your time. Is there something I can do to repay you?
Yes. I want you to go into the anteroom. There'll be somebody there to see me. Ask her whatever questions you'll wish, then come back and tell me what she says.
Very well, Dean Harcourt. Good morning. Is Dean Harcourt in his study? Yes, he is. What is your name, please? Just tell him it's Phyllis Dexter. Phyllis. One moment, please. Dean Harcourt.
Yes?
Mrs. Dexter's daughter is waiting to see you.
Phyllis. Poor child. Will you do one more thing for me?
If I can.
That other door will lead you into the nave of the cathedral. Go there. Sit down. Face the altar. Think about what we've said to each other.
Very well.
Phyllis? Come in, my dear.
Oh, Dean Harcourt,
My dear, those tears aren't at all becoming.
No, I know. But I can't seem to stop. Mother was everything to me.
She still is everything. Don't you remember how unafraid she was?
Yes. And what happened to her? I went to the hospital this morning right after the boat landed. I asked to see Dr. Page.
Page?
Endicott's assistant. He started the operation before Dr. Endicott arrived.
Did you see him?
No. They told me he resigned. Oh, they tried to hide it from me, but they couldn't. It was too plain. Dr. Page killed my mother carelessly, viciously.
Phyllis, go into the cathedral. Look up into his face on the cross. Think of him and of what hate did to him and what it is still doing to the world. Go now, while the hate is still in your soul.
Miss Dexter, please don't. Oh, my mother. I know. I know all about it, my dear. Come with me, please. We both have troubles. Perhaps we can comfort each other. Yes?
Hello, Oh, excuse me. I thought this was Miss Ogilvy's apartment.
It is. Come in, please.
Well, thank you, but...
Oh, I'm a friend of hers. Well, that is. Well, we only met this morning. She brought me here to tea.
Oh.
Who shall I say is calling?
Why, I'm,
Hello.
Oh, hello, Francis. Sorry if I'm intruding. I should have telephoned.
No, it's all right. May I take your coat?
Well,
Oh, please. Don't go on my account.
Well, thanks. Pardon me for staring, but your face seems familiar.
This is Phyllis Dexter.
Dexter?
She's the daughter of the Mrs. Dexter I was telling you about. Just arrived from England. Phyllis, may I introduce Mr. Walker? How do you do? If you're as nice as Miss Ogilvy, you'll be well worth knowing.
I hope you'll always think that.
Oh, I think I hear the kettle boiling. Sit down, Mr. Walker.
Thanks. So you met Francis just today, eh?
Yes, at Dean Harcourt's. What made you think you knew me?
Why, you resemble a photograph I often admired, the daughter of a friend of mine. The daughter must be very beautiful.
Oh, I feel flattered.
I think she'd feel flattered, too.
Thank you.
You just came from England, Francis said.
Yes, my mother died. It was very sudden.
I'm sorry. I lost my mother, too, a long time ago. I know how it is. You must try not to let it hurt you too much. Death is, well, it's a part of living, I guess. A split second, a woman dies.
So many things can happen in a split second.
Yes, and sometimes they seem to happen with deliberate cruelty.
What?
You'll excuse me, won't you? I haven't time for tea. Please tell Miss Ogilvy I had to go.
What was that? Did he go? Yes. What a strange man. He's one of the finest. He seems to be. Do you think he'll call again soon? I don't know. There's no telling what Mr. Walker will do. Ever.
Come in, Doctor. I'm very glad to see you. Our first meeting was rather brief.
I came here to argue with you, Dean Harcourt.
Really? Sit down.
I came to argue with you about your concept of everlasting life. I want to know how you can reconcile needless death, greed, the destruction of a career with your irresistible onward drive.
Why?
I'm the Dr. Page who operated on Mrs. Dexter.
Page. I see. You have a fine religion, Dr. Page.
I haven't any, as far as I know.
Oh, religion has many definitions, at least in my dictionary, such as loyalty, devotion, honor.
Perhaps. Well, my dictionary defines it as a kind of opiate, used by people with hurt sensibilities to dull them into drowsiness.
Would you say that of Mrs. Dexter?
No, I guess not. But what of her daughter? Can she be like her mother?
She will be, eventually. And so will you.
But will it really matter, then? One has to wait too long. You've got to give up too much for moral victories.
How do you know? There's hardly a man who hasn't been stopped by circumstances. I had ambitions, too. And then I became as I am. I felt death would be better than wasting my life as an impotent cripple. I even sought death. Then, suddenly, I discovered my course was upward. In spite of everything, I got the signal to go forward. At times, I'm still delayed, no telling how long, but eventually I get the green light. And I know that once again, I commence that irresistible onward drive. Who is it? Oh, Phyllis.
Dean Harcourt, I hope... Oh, why, Mr. Walker.
Walker?
I hoped we'd meet again.
I thank you. Yeah, Dean Harcourt, Miss Dexter and I, we've met, you see, and...
Yes, I see, Mr. Walker. I'm glad you've met. I think you two should know each other.
Well, if you'll excuse me...
Oh, wait, Goodness, it's lunchtime, isn't it?
Is it?
You must be frightfully hungry, Phyllis.
Not particularly.
I'm sorry I can't offer you lunch. You eat, don't you, Mr. Walker?
Eat? Oh, usually, yes. Miss Dexter, will you have lunch with me?
Oh, I'd like to, very much.
Good. You two run along now. I've got to make a telephone call. And, by the way, if you've no other plans, have dinner with me tonight. Both of you.
Yes, of
Thank
course.
you. Goodbye, sir.
Hello? Hello, Miss Ogilvy? This is Dean Harcourt speaking, Miss Ogilvy. Could you have dinner with me tonight? Splendid. At 8. Goodbye.
Oh, I don't know when I've had a nicer day, Mr. Walker.
Really? Well, that goes for me, too.
Dean Harcourt's a remarkable man, isn't he?
Yes. Well, you seem to think we ought to be together. Tell me, was he in the church before he got this attack of poliomyelitis?
Oh, what?
I mean, infantile paralysis. You know, I've been around doctors so long I almost talk like one. Anyhow, was the dean always in the church?
Yes, why?
Oh, I don't know, unless it's because I've always had the idea that people turn to religion only when they're in trouble.
Well, you would never have had that idea had you known my mother.
Oh, but your mother was unusual.
You did know her?
No. But I've heard a great deal about her. Here, Sylvia. Sit down back there. Yeah, she always barks at cows. Stop it.
Sylvia. Sylvia. I remember another dog called Sylvia. Mother wrote me about it. She said that Dr. Page had a...
Phyllis.
Oh, you're Dr. Page, you?
Yes.
Oh.
Wait, Phyllis, listen to me. You had to know sometime...
And you killed my mother?
No.
Then who did?
It was an accident.
Accident? Oh, you might at least be man enough to accept the blame. Let me out, please.
Phyllis, you've got to listen to me. Phyllis!
Well, if he doesn't come soon, I'm afraid we'll have to eat without him. Phyllis, have you any idea why he's so late?
No, Dean Harcourt.
Who is it we're waiting for?
A friend of yours, Mr. Walker.
Walker? Not...
Yes, he came to see me this morning, and Phyllis happened to meet him. Did you have a nice luncheon?
Phyllis, what happened? You lied to me, didn't you? Why didn't you tell me who he was?
I see.
Well, why didn't you?
Because I saw no reason to upset you. I wanted to make it easier for you. And for him, too. I'd do anything I could to make things easier for him.
Oh, why should he have things made easier for him? Why he of all people?
Because he's clean and decent and good. Because he's the finest man I've ever met in all my life. You think you have reason to hate him, don't you? Well, I tell you, you haven't.
Phyllis, your mother...
Oh, don't say it, please. I'm sick of philosophies, sermons, parables. I'm a human being. I have the right to hate or love. I was born with it. I feel it. It wasn't taught me.
You love him. You love him, don't you?
Oh, what does that matter now? He killed my mother. I gave him his chance to explain.
And did he blame someone else?
No, how could he?
That's right, how could he? He's too honest. Too honest to break the rules he plays by.
What do you mean?
Tell her, Francis.
No. I'll play according to Page's rules, too. He didn't have to listen to sermons to become good. He was born that way. And he'll always be that way, no matter what happens to him.
Well, I don't understand.
You will, eventually. You see, my dear, until you have that faith, you don't really love. Francis?
Yes.
I've learned a great deal from you today. Thank you. Where are you going, Phyllis?
I'm going to him. Do you know where he lives? I'll find out. Wait for me outside. I'll take you to him.
Francis, you do that? Bring them together, knowing that she loves him?
He loves her, too.
Did he say that?
No one has to say it. It's in a woman's eyes when she's loved. I know. Well, good night, Dean Harcourt.
Good night, Francis.
Hello.
Oh, good evening, Miss Ogilvy.
We'd like to see Dr. Page, please.
Why, he's not here, miss.
Not here? Where did he go?
I don't know. He didn't say. He left early tonight, and I'm to close the apartment myself.
I see. Thank you, Mrs. Howell. It's gone. Yes. Well, he's joined the parade anyway.
Pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We return shortly to Olivia de Haviland, Errol, Flynn, C. Aubrey Smith, and to the third act of Green Light. But now, during our short intermission, we want to devote the next few moments to an event unique in the history of the Lux Radio Theater. We bring you two of the country's outstanding radio critics, Mr. Alton Cook of the New York World Telegram, who will speak to us from New York City, and Mr. Dinty Doyle, radio editor of the New York Journal American, who is here on our Hollywood stage. Both gentlemen have just concluded the tabulating of national polls conducted to determine the outstanding radio programs of the past year. Mr. Doyle's poll represents the opinion of all the radio editors of Hearst newspapers. The World Telegram poll reveals the opinions of 211 radio editors. And the two polls represent newspapers whose combined circulation is over 36 million. Thus you see the tremendous coverage represented by these two critics. Together, their checkups blanket the country. Criticism is a stimulant to the arts, to entertainment, and to all who strive to create, whether their endeavor is music or literature, motion pictures, painting, public affairs, or radio. And certainly the interest of radio editors has helped broadcasting to come of age as a recognized medium of culture. Through our two guests, separated by 3,000 miles, the Lux Radio Theater extends its gratitude to the hundreds of newspapers and radio editors all over the United States and Canada who are making radio criticism of equal importance to that of the stage and screen. And now from New York City, Mr. Alton Cook of the New York World Telegram.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. But tonight I'd rather pay my tribute to your program instead of to radio criticism. This is the fourth year your radio theater has led all the dramatic programs in the annual World Telegram poll. For a program in its fourth year, that's not at all bad. People have been having a lot of fun in theaters for a long time. They're having more now than ever before, thanks to your radio theater, which gets into corners of the world the theater used to have trouble finding. This past month, your program has brought one of the stage's great characterizations, George Arliss and Disraeli. This same month, the program included the amusing and audacious idea of making an actor out of good old Bob Burns and casting him in a Booth Tarkington play. A theater as lively as that is a good addition to our equipment for enjoying life. Your radio theater richly deserves the tributes voted to it by 211 American and Canadian radio editors in the World Telegram poll. My congratulations, Mr. DeMille, to you and to your sponsors.
And for them, as well as myself, Mr. Cook, our sincere thanks. 2 weeks ago, Mr. Dinty Doyle sat with my good friend Major Bowes and myself when we spoke to the Lux Radio Theater audience from New York. Tonight he's here in Hollywood. Only this time he's doing the talking. Mr. Dinty Doyle.
You said, Mr. DeMille, that this is a unique event at the Lux Radio Theater. Well, it's just as unique for Alton, Cook, and me, because for once we're in complete accord. The poll which I was privileged to conduct voices the attitude of the radio editors of Mr. Hearst's newspapers, who also award to this program first place among all dramatic shows heard on the air in 1937. There's a familiar phrase to be found in front of most railroad crossings which seems to cover my activities tonight. I've stopped, and I've looked, and I've listened, and I find the experience well worth the 3,000-mile flight I made to be here. I'm sure that many are perhaps a little curious as to the scene from which this program emanates. Let me describe it to you very briefly. Picture a large stage, such as you might find on Broadway, any Broadway, and in the center front of the stage is the microphone for the capable performers who are bringing you green light. In command of the operations, at stage right, is Mr. DeMille, speaking to you over another microphone. Across the middle of the stage is hung a curtain, hiding from view all the musicians except the conductor, Louis Silvers. It's not because we don't like to look at musicians, but simply because the curtain makes their music better over the air. In a balcony, above and behind Mr. DeMille, are the sound effects, and across the stage in another balcony is Columbia's engineer and the broadcasting apparatus that starts this program on its way to your living room. I hope I haven't shattered any illusions, other than the one that Mrs. Doyle may have entertained in believing her husband is a radio performer as well as a radio editor. Good luck, Mr. DeMille. I hope you try just as hard to get this award in 1938 as you did in the past year. After all, awards such as this are not given. They're won.
Thank you, Dinty Doyle. Thank you. Green Light, starring Errol, Flynn, and Olivia de Haviland with C. Aubrey Smith. Months have gone by, and nothing has been heard of Newell Page. At last, word comes from Dr. Stafford. Word from the fever-ridden hills of Montana, where death lurks in the sting of an insect, bearing the innocent name woodtick. As Dean Harcourt and Phyllis listen, Francis reads the letter aloud.
You know, Francis, that research requires unbreakable nerves, endless patience. Newell is too sensitive for it. The fever's been raging round here for weeks, and the things he's seen have gotten under his skin. He's working with me now on a new vaccine, and he's doing great work, but too much of it. I can't get him to rest. Do you know of any way to get him out of here for a while? Maybe there is something in his private life you know of that can be used.
Well, Phyllis, I'll take the next train.
My dear.
Will you be coming too, Francis?
I? No. No, you'd better go alone.
How's it going, John? Any results?
Oh, just about the same. Where were you last night, Noel? You look all in.
Oh, I went through the valley on some calls.
Well?
8 more deaths.
8. Oh, God, it's horrible.
A little wood tick bites a man. 3 days later, he's dead. If we only knew about that new vaccine.
Oh, if. How are we going to know? All we know now is that it doesn't kill the guinea pigs. We still don't know if it makes them immune to fever. And if it does, what proof is it that it'll work on a human being? It's like shooting in the dark.
John, suppose a man took a shot of that stuff, the new vaccine.
A man?
Yeah. And then suppose he let a wood tick bite him. That'd prove something, wouldn't it?
If he died, it wouldn't.
But if he lived?
Well, then we'd know that the vaccine works. Unfortunately, we can't make that little experiment. Human beings aren't guinea pigs.
Well, here's one who is.
What?
I did it last night.
Did what?
Gave myself the vaccine, 2 cc. Then I let a wood tick have a bite at my arm.
Are you crazy?
I haven't your patience, John. We'll know all about that vaccine now, anyhow.
Another man tried that up here. He lasted about 3 days. You're a fool, man. What do you think we have animals for?
Oh, they don't need to justify their lives, John. I do. Answer that, will you?
Hello. Yes. Who? Just a moment. It's for you, Newell.
Me? Hello? Yes. Yes, this is Page. Who's this? Phyllis. Where are you? Oh, yes, of course. Yes, I'll be right down. It's Phyllis Dexter. She's at the station. I'll saddle the bag.
Newell, wait. I wish you'd take it easy. The more you exert yourself, the harder it's going to be to beat off the fever if it hits you.
Yes, I know. John, listen. Something may happen that'll make me lose my nerve. If I do, you've got to promise me that you'll keep yours. If I get the fever, the vaccine alone has got to lick it. Then we'll know. No other treatments. Promise?
No other treatments, Newell.
Good boy. I won't be long.
Take it easy, will you?
Phyllis.
Newell.
Oh, darling, I never thought I'd see you again.
It had to happen. There wasn't any other way.
I killed your mother, Phyllis.
You didn't. She would have been the first to forgive you.
As you forgive me?
As I hope you'll forgive me. But I had to learn not to hate.
Darling. Phyllis, you've got to leave here right away.
Why?
Because there's death on every bush, hiding in every flower. I don't want it to find you.
Well, I'm going to stay.
Phyllis, please. You must understand. There's no way of protecting you yet. Maybe in a couple of months. You never know. Sometimes it takes days. Sometimes it hits suddenly. But we'll lick it. We've got to lick it. There mustn't be any more waste.
Oh, Newell, what's the matter?
Nothing. Sorry, I'm...
Oh,
Straight telegram to Miss Frances Ogilvy, 415 West 78th Street, New York City. Newell desperately ill. Spotted fever testing new vaccine. Will take no treatment. Please come at once. Signed, Phyllis.
But I tell you, Miss Ogilvy, Dr. Endicott has retired for the night.
Then I'm afraid I'll have to drag him out of retirement. Where is he?
Good evening.
Good evening, Dr. Endicott.
I said I had retired.
And I said I was going to bring you out of retirement. I might have added, or force you permanently into it.
Well, what do you mean?
Have you ever wondered what's become of Newell Page?
I've never stopped wondering.
But you did nothing about it, did you? He's with John Stafford in Montana.
On Boone Mountain?
Yes.
I won't have him in that pest hole. He'll die like the rest of them.
He may be dying now. He's down with spotted fever. He gave it to himself to test a vaccine. He won't accept treatment. If he dies, it's your fault. Yours, do you understand?
He won't die. He can't die. I'll go to him now.
There's a plane in an hour. We'll go together.
There's the whole case history, Dr. Endicott. Fever readings up to an hour ago.
He's been like this all the time?
Semicoma since Tuesday night.
But what have you been doing?
Waiting.
Waiting for what? Waiting for him to die?
Or to live. It was his wish, Francis.
Oh, it's inhuman. You can't do it. You can't.
Don't, Phyllis.
Quiet. He's coming around again.
John.
Yes.
Fever. How much?
103 an hour ago. How do you feel?
Groggy. There's a pain in the right lower quadrant of the abdomen. Make a note of it. I want to see how long it lasts.
Right.
Did you take a agglutination test?
Yes.
Result?
Positive wild Felix reaction. Proteus X19 and a dilution of 1/320.
Oh, stop it. Stop it.
Phyllis, you must understand all this is being done for a purpose. As time passes, I'll become weaker and weaker until either the fever breaks or I break. Please help me conserve my strength.
Oh, I'll help you.
Thank you, darling.
He's unconscious.
Not yet. Keep your nerve, Francis. You're an old hand at this sort of thing.
Yes. Yes, Newell. Oh, don't, my dear. Take her outside, Dr. Stafford. I'll take care of him.
Fever. What is it?
103.6.
Oh, going up. Keep taking it. Every hour.
It's a little higher.
Tell me.
14.2.
Should break before 105. I can't take 105.
Oh, Newell. It will break. It has to. Newell, can you hear me? You've got to live, Newell. You can't die like this. You can't. It's not for me now. It's for her. She loves you. You've got to live. You can't die. You can't. You can't.
Well, Endicott? I don't know. Pulse about the same. Heart action weak. This next reading ought to tell.
It's almost time for it, Dr. Endicott.
Wait. Page. Listen to me. I've told the truth about Mrs. Dexter. Oh, don't try to speak now. I should have told it long ago. I just wanted you to know. Thermometer, Miss Ogilvy.
Here. Well?
Get out of my light, please.
Well, what is it?
103. It's going down.
Down. He's licked it.
Oh, thank God. Quiet, dear.
Newell, do you hear me? Yes. You've licked it, Newell. You're down to 103. And you've licked spotted fever. We'll shoot that vaccine into every man, woman, and child in the valley. You've done it, Newell. Do you understand?
Yes. I think I know now what Harcourt meant. The green light. Irresistible onward drive.
Goodbye, Newell, and good luck.
Goodbye, Jono.
Goodbye, fellas. You'll write, won't you?
Of course we will.
My regards to everyone at the hospital, Page.
You're going to stay here?
I think so. There's work here for me. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Francis.
You better hurry.
So you're really not coming? You've made up your mind?
Yes, Newell. You see, I've had a green light, too. I was stopped for a long time, but I'm going forward again now.
Francis, I'm not going to try to tell you.
No, don't. Just be happy. And make her happy.
You're a good egg, Ogilvy.
Thanks. You are, too.
We lower our curtain on green light. There's a word from Melville Rourke, and then Errol, Flynn, and Olivia de Haviland return to our microphone. Mr. Rourke.
Here's an amazing fact, ladies and gentlemen. Amazing to a man, at any rate. Last year's stocking bill for the women of America totaled over $330 million. That's a lot of money. But every woman likes the flattery of lovely stockings, and they certainly do add to her beauty. However, if your stocking bill seems to be getting out of hand, here's a suggestion. Try washing your stockings in Lux Flakes after each wearing. Lux preserves the elasticity of the threads. They give instead of breaking so easily when you bend your knee or stoop down or strain them in any way. Harsh soaps or rubbing with a cake of soap weakens elasticity. Then runs are apt to pop. To cut down these expensive runs, to save on stocking bills, always use Lux Flakes. Here's Mr. DeMille.
A few years ago, when Errol Flynn was knocking about Australia, he and some friends bought a schooner and made a memorable 3,000-mile voyage to New Guinea, as set forth in his widely sold book, Beam Ends. So naturally, I was interested to learn when I was in Boston a couple of weeks ago that he'd just been in town looking for another boat. Does that mean, Errol, that you're planning to lift anchor again for those lazy South Sea islands?
Well, I did buy a boat, Mr. DeMille. 75-foot ketch, which I've named after that old schooner of mine, the Sirocco. And I'm planning a trip, too. But instead of the South Seas, it'll be to the Caribbean this time and through the West Indies.
And when are you leaving, Errol?
Just as soon as the next picture's finished, Olivia, sometime in March.
Well, Errol, is this another costume piece, like The Adventures of Robin Hood? I understand you're quite a dashing lad in your doublet and buskin and beard.
Well, I hope the public agrees when they see the picture. But in this new one, I'll be back in modern clothes for a change. And when that's finished, and when I return from my trip, I also hope we'll meet again in the Lux Radio Theater. I get a great deal of pleasure listening to this program, and it's still more enjoyable to be able to take part. Many thanks, sir.
I see, Olivia, that your schedule also calls for a little trip.
Yes, for the premiere of another picture, Gold is Where You Find It. A number of the scenes were shot in a little town in northwest California, one of the old gold mining towns called Weaverville. So we're holding the premiere there next Saturday.
Well, I don't know much about Weaverville, but I believe it's the only town in the United States whose real estate had to be imported.
Well, perhaps I'd better explain why. They did so much hydraulic gold mining there that the water washed away all the fertile earth. Grain fields were needed in the picture, so we had to transport growing grain and soil, 2.5 acres, in fact, all the way to Weaverville, where I suppose it's still growing. We just heard that everything is all set for the premiere, but the head of the Businessmen's Association says that they're a bit puzzled. They're not quite sure what we'd like to have after the premiere, chocolate or vanilla ice cream. But it's a fascinating little town, and I'm so anxious to see it once again. And now, my thanks to you all.
Now, let me wish you a most successful premiere, Olivia, and chocolate ice cream. And you, Errol? Clear seas and strong winds.
Thanks, sir. Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Good night. Good night, you both.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. Before Mr. DeMille returns with some most welcome news about our show next week, may I say that our stars were assisted tonight by Janet Young as Mrs. Dexter, Roy Gordon as Dr. Endicott, John Lake as Dr. Lane, Lee Millar as Dr. Booth, Lou Merrill as Chairman, Ethel Wales as Mrs. Howell, Ross Forrester as chauffeur, Henry Anthony as police officer, Coral Colebrook as telephone operator, Ingeborg Tillish as nurse, and James Eagles as a telegraph operator. Louis Silvers, another book by Dr. Douglas, White Banners, is being made now by Warner Brothers. Louis Silvers was in charge of music for Happy Landing at 20th Century Fox Studios, where C. Aubrey Smith is now making Kidnapped. And now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Next Monday night, the Lux Radio Theater is privileged to present one of the greatest plays of that distinguished American dramatist, Eugene O'Neill. I refer to his Pulitzer Prize play, that dramatic and powerful love story of the waterfront, which met with such tremendous success on Broadway and in pictures, Anna Christie. And our stars, two of the finest, most popular performers the screen has ever known, Joan Crawford and Spencer Tracy. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Spencer Tracy and Joan Crawford in Anna Christie with George Marion Sr. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. In Greek mythology, the Titans were a race apart, one step below the gods. In our culture, a handful of poets, artists, and musicians belong in the same high place. And no one best establishes his right to be there than William Shakespeare, who spanned 2 centuries. Baptized at Stratford-on-Avon on April 26, 1564. Died April 23rd, 1616. Like all great geniuses, a man before his time, as the play I bring you now amply proves.
Why, General Othello, I fear it is Provencio. Adulterer! Upon my sword point! Where is my daughter? Provencio, if you must fight my general, it will be across my bleeding body.
Put up your bright swords, gentlemen, or the evening dew will rust them. If it were my cue to fight, I would have known it first before any of you. Is it my skin you challenge, or the man? Be assured, in any case, the Moor stands ready to answer you.
Our mystery drama, The Green-Eyed Monster, was especially adapted from Shakespeare's tragedy of Othello for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Arnold Moss. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Prejudice is as old as man himself. That's a part of this story. The other is one of the greatest tragic love poems ever penned. The fascinating dichotomy of a great man who was too trusting for his own good, and one of the most devious and devastating demons in all literature, whose name has become synonymous with total villainy. The man known as Iago.
Rodrigo, I was promised from high places among the doges of Venice that I would be second in command.
As will you merit, Iago.
And suddenly the great general, the Lord High Panjandrum, from his blackbird seat pronounces to me, I have already chosen my right hand. Cassio, a Florentine, a fellow who never set a squadron in the field, has been battle-tested. So I, whose sword has more than once saved Othello's life, as his mind, to be fair, am cast aside. I am retained not as a commander, but as a servant, an ancient, if you will.
Not you in the full flush of manhood. You mean an ensign?
I am his moorship's ancient, with no more position in the world's eye than a whipping boy.
For me, I'd rather be his hangman.
A dream. There is no remedy. It is the curse of service. Preferment goes by who you know, not what you know. I only disclose to you why I have little cause to love the Moor.
I would need no cause to love a black upstart.
I would think you had deeper cause of complaint than I.
Because of Desdemona?
Yes. Does it not tear you apart, my friend, that your golden-haired love has been swallowed up by the dark Moor, who is her master now far more than he is mine?
What can I do?
Here we are in Desdemona's father's house. He is a senator and helps rule Venice. Let's rouse him to your aid.
Rouse him? But
does he know of Desdemona's love for the Moor?
I'm sure he doesn't know of her infatuation.
Then let us surprise him quickly. Come, laggard, must I fight your battles for you? Let's rouse the knight. Awake! Provencio, awake! What ho! Thieves!
Look to your house!
What is the matter here?
Don't you recognize me?
Rodrigo. Well, now it all becomes more clear. I told you not to hunt my door. My daughter is not for you. Who better would you promise her to? Where is your daughter, senor?
Search your house, if you will. You will find your jewel has been stolen, and by black magic.
By God, you'd better be mistaken. Some service here. Strike the tinder. Bring me a taper.
What have we started?
I know not yet, but keep my name hidden, or you shall be the worse. Though I hate Othello like the hell pains, yet of necessity for the present I must hang out the flag in show of love. And so, farewell, Rodrigo. Guard my name.
As I would guard my life.
As your life depends on it. My Captain Othello, in the trade of war, I have slain men, but in my conscience, this would not have been murder. I lack iniquity to lead me to that. And yet, as Brabantio spoke, I had it in my mind, for love of you, to sink my dagger in him.
Far better you did not, my friend Iago.
But he prated in such scurvy and provoking terms against your honor.
He will be neither first nor last. My life can only be measured by what I've accomplished. God grant it is enough. I would not care to try to put it to the challenge, except for gentle Desdemona. It's only for her... Wait. Who comes through the garden so late? Oh, I see who it is now. The servants of the Duke and my lieutenants. Good evening, Cassio and friends. What brings you here so late?
The Duke greets you, General, and requires your presence haste post haste.
Well, what's the matter?
The news from Cyprus. Message upon urgent message from the fleet, and you are hotly called for. Not finding you at your lodgings, the Duke has sent no less than 3 parties to search you out.
I'm glad you were the one to find me. I'll spend only a word or two in the house and straightway join you.
Agent, what is he doing at this villa? Tonight he has boarded a tiny little craft that, if she prove a lawful prize, may just have made him forever. I don't understand. Why, he has made Desdemona his. If they are married... Oh, here comes another troop to search for him.
What is this noise?
General, I fear it is Brabantio. Be prepared. He comes here spoiling for trouble.
Adulterers! Upon my sword point, and these gentlemen of honor who support me, answer.
Senor Brabantio, if you will fight my general, it must be across my bleeding body.
Put up your bright swords, gentlemen, or the evening dew will rust them. If it were my cue to fight, I would have known it first before any of you. As for you, good Senator Brabantio, your years command more respect than any weapon. Where will you have me go to answer your charges?
Why, to prison until the law can take its course.
If it please you, it might not please as much the Duke, to whose side in conference my Lieutenant Cassio has called me instantly.
We have no choice but to move against the Turkish fleet, and with dispatch. To this end, I am concerned that Brabantio and Othello are missing from our council since... My lord, well, here they are betimes.
Forgive me, noble Duke, that I come tardy.
Valiant Othello, it matters not now that you are here. Our need was urgent to apprise you that we must employ you straightway against the general Ottoman enemy. Forgive me, Senor Brabantio, for not greeting you. We have missed your counsel and your help tonight.
Your Grace, it is not my place as counselor or business or even my country's danger that brought me from my bed tonight. I have such personal grief that engulfs all other thoughts and swallows all other sorrow.
Why, what's the matter?
My daughter, oh, my daughter.
Dead?
Yes, to me. Abused, stolen from me, and corrupted by damned spells and medicines of black witchcraft.
Who is the man?
He stands beside me, charred with the brush of the devil and possessed by all his evil magic. This alien Moor.
Othello.
If beast deserves a name.
A moment, Signor. Calm yourselves. Othello, what do you say to this?
What can he say, but it is so?
A moment, good Brabantio. Let the man speak.
Most potent, grave, and reverend Signor, that I've taken away this man's daughter is true. But for one reason only. To make her my wife. Desdemona and I are married.
There must have been some potion to confuse her.
Did you indeed subdue and poison in any way this trusting girl's affections?
I ask your grace to send for the lady herself. Let her speak before her father, and if you find her answer condemns me, then take away the office I hold with you. Nay, even more. Take away my life.
Fetch Desdemona hither.
Iago?
Yes, my general?
You know where the lady is. Bring her here.
At once, my general.
And while we wait, I will briefly recite to you how I won the lady's love.
It is your day in court.
Once, her father, Brabantio here, professed to love me. I see now I was a thing to show. Like a tiger caged or some ancient Roman gladiator, he would prod me on to tell the stories of my campaigns of flood and field and hairbreadth escapes of vast caves and parched deserts, of captures and escapes, of bloody wounds and heady victories. At many times, Desdemona was there to hear, coming and going at our household affairs. And then, as chance would have it, whilst we were alone, she begged me to tell her of all my pilgrimages and campaigns. And all my agonies of youth she heard so tenderly, and talked of my life and called it passing strange and pitiful, wondrous pitiful. She loved me, you see, for all the dangers I had passed, and I loved her, that she could pity them. This is the only witchcraft I have passed. And now, gentlemen, will await my beloved Desdemona, that she may witness it.
Well, here, Brabantio, is your daughter. If you would have her speak, it is your right.
Dear Father, my life, my education, my upbringing have all taught me to respect you, and I do. You are the Lord of duty. And up till now, I, your obedient daughter. But here's my husband by my side, whom I love dearly, and as much duty as my mother owed to you, preferring you before her father. So much I must owe my husband and my lord.
By God, I'd rather adopt a child than beget it. Well, come here, Moore. I now bestow on you with all my heart what, if you did not own already, with all my heart I'd fight to keep from you. For your sake, Desdemona, I am glad I have no other child. My Lord Duke, I'm finished. If you please, let's on now to state affairs. So be it. Othello, no one knows Cyprus better than you. It is our consensus that to stop the Turk, you must leave immediately to handle the defense. Unhappily, a poor time for you to leave your bride's bed.
I am a soldier. I must obey commands. I will leave immediately, subject only to knowing that my wife is housed safely and in such style as suits her breeding.
If you please, I suggest her father's. No, I'll not have it so.
Nor I.
Nor I. If it please your grace, may I speak?
Yes, speak.
How much I love the Moor must be apparent to all of you. Since I am aware that in the act of marrying him and devoting my life to him, I turned my back on fortune and society. My love I trumpet to the world, for I see a fellow's visage not in the color of his skin, but in the temper of his mind and the greatness of his soul. And so, I beg you, since he is now all my life, let me go with him.
Whatever you and he privately determine, but haste is imperative.
If it please your grace, my ancient Iago will assure the conveyance of my wife and whatsoever you consider necessary to be sent after me.
Let it be so. And, Signor Brabantio, may I say, your son-in-law is far more fair than black. Look to her, Othello, if you have eyes. She has deceived her father, and may equally you.
The ominous note has been sounded, and the stage is set. It is time now for Shakespeare's most sinister and contemptible villain to move to the center of it and ruthlessly and relentlessly destroy a brave, graceful, trusting man whose straightforwardness is no match for the twisted mind of his evil genius, Iago. I shall return shortly with Act Two. Othello has retired to spend one last hour with his beloved Desdemona before setting sail to organize the defense of Cyprus against the invading Turks. Roderigo, that foolish gentleman and pawn of Iago's, is left alone with him. And Iago first starts his diabolic plot to bring Othello tumbling down to the death of spirit and body. That is the price Iago's sick mind demands for Othello's imagined slights.
Come, Rodrigo, pull yourself together. What can I do now that Desdemona is lost to me? Can I count on your support if I dare to hope? I tell you again and again, I hate the Moor. Go make money, and we shall talk again tomorrow. I would not spend a second with Rodrigo except for the use I can make of him and his money. I need a better man for my design. Cassio. In proper time, I'll abuse Othello's ear with hints that Cassio is too familiar with his wife. The Moor is of a free and open nature that thinks men honest if they seem to be. And though I hate the Moor, he holds me in good esteem. The better to make my purpose work. Good, Cassio. Well met. Have you our precious cargo aboard? The Lady Desdemona is safe in my wife Amelia's charge. Throw out the gangplank. Come, my lady, and mine own mistress. We're safe to shore at last. Ah, the riches of the ship is coming ashore. All men of Cyprus, offer her your knee. Hail, Desdemona, welcome and most welcome.
I thank you, valiant Cassio. But where is my lord?
Not yet arrived from his victories, but all is well, and shortly he should join us.
How did you part company?
Returning from the Ottoman defeat, our ships were separated in a squall. Our good ancient Iago, you are welcome. And your good mistress. Forgive me if I welcome her thus. 'Tis only my breeding allows me this show of courtesy. Sir, if Amelia gave you as much of her lips as she does me of her tongue, you might have regretted the impulse.
You have little cause to complain.
Oh, not I. You rise to play, but go to bed to work.
Oh, if I find it work, then yours is the fault.
Well said, Amelia.
Well, never let him write my praise.
I could do better, given the chance.
How would you praise me, sirrah?
You are both fair and wise. Fairness and wit. The one's for use, the other uses it.
Riddle, sir? Suppose I were black and witty.
If you were black and still had wit, you'd find a white that to your blackness fits.
Suppose she was fair and foolish.
No one who's fair could ever be foolish. Well said in truth, Iago. That last spoke home. Closer to home, Cassio, than you might have dreamed, since it moved you to take her hand in yours. A little web, but enough to ensnare even as big a fly as you. Ah, the Moor. I know his trumpet. Yes, it is his ship.
Take me to meet him, so I can receive him in my arms. My conquering hero.
My fair warrior.
My darling.
My own. Oh, it gives me as much wonder as content to find you here. If I were to die now at this moment, I could not die happier.
Heaven forbid. Don't speak of death after you have so roundly defeated him in battle. Now our love can only increase and grow with every measure of the passing day.
Amen to that. I cannot speak enough of my content and joy.
Oh.
Iago, my good ancient, go to the bay, dispark my coffers, see to it what must be done. Come, Desdemona, my sweet. Once more, well met at Cyprus.
That Cassio loves her, I am now sure. That she loves him? Why, where's the matter there? The girl is a magnet. She could hold Othello to her as a dear and loving husband. Now even I am drawn to her, not from pure lust, but lurking in my mind is that this black ram has found his way into my fold. The very thought makes me steel myself the more to even myself with him, wife for wife. Or failing that, to put the Moor into a jealousy so strong the judgment cannot cure. Good Iago, I have an unhappy brain for drinking. And in all the revelry tonight, I've already had more than I should. Come, man, our gallants deserve it. Well, where are they? Just beyond the door. Invite them in while I open the wine. Against my better judgment. But the troops deserve release after the fray. One more cup, and he will be as full of quarrel as my mistress' dog. Rodrigo is well beneath the influence. I see where I can raise some action that will come down on Cassio's head. Fellow soldiers, on duty I am not drunk. Observe. Here is my right hand, and this is my left. I can stand well enough and speak well enough. Of course, Cassio. So then you see I am not drunk. I will stand the war. Rodrigo, I fear the trust Othello puts in him might endanger our defense. Rodrigo, someone should see to him.
Leave it to me. I should set him straight.
If he does, he'll make him physician to the army. For surely anyone who could do that for Cassio as he presently reels and stumbles would practice spells. What, knave and addle-brain? You try to teach me my business? I'll cut you to river.
Cassio has a kill. Iago!
Away, Cassio, you drunk. Let me go, ancient, or I'll knock you over the battlement. Crime, mutiny! Help! Lieutenant! Lieutenant, control yourself. No, help me, sir. Help! Bring the watch bell. The watch bell. Our twice, Lieutenant, you'll be shamed forever. Stand back, all. I'll hack him down who comes within length of my sword.
Are these alarms? What is the matter here?
No, I'm bleeding. I'm hurt to the death.
Hold! For your life.
Oh, Lieutenant. Have you forgotten your place in all sense of duty? Hold when the general speaks to you.
The general? How we turn Turks. For Christian shame, stop this barbarous brawl, or he that makes one move will die upon his motion. Silence that bell!
By the general's orders, silence the bell!
Honest Iago, I don't blame you for looking sick with disgust. Who began this?
I'd rather have my tongue cut out than do offense to Michael Cassio. It was nothing, good captain, than a little too much wine before the watch. This good and honest gentleman, Rodrigo, I felt only that with war still abroad, the lieutenant should not try to stand watch. Blinded by the wine, Cassio attacked.
Cassio, from this day forth, you are no longer officer of mine.
What's the matter, Othello?
All's well now, my sweet. Come away to bed. Iago, see to the young man's hurts. Come away, Desdemona. It is a soldier's life to have his sweetest slumbers racked with strife.
Oh, God, what have I done? Are you hurt, Lieutenant? I passed all surgery. I have lost the immortal part of myself. My reputation, Iago, my reputation. You are too severe a moralist. I drunk? You or any man may be drunk one time. But I tell you what you should do. Our general's wife is now the general. Reach Desdemona and confess yourself openly to her. Ask for her help. You advise me well. I'm desperate if my fortune's any other way. This way will shape them to the proper end. My thanks. And good night, honest Iago. Who is there then to say I play the villain when my advice is free and honest? When devils plan their blackest sins, they first make heavenly show, as I do now. And while this honest fool begs Desdemona to repair his fortunes, I will drop my slow pestilence in her husband's ear. But Cassio lusts only after her body. So I will turn her virtue into pitch, that shall in the end tar all as black as the damned Moor himself.
If I have any grace or power to move you, sweet Othello, forgive your Lieutenant Cassio. If he does not love you truly, I have no judgment of an honest man.
Desdemona, sweet, some other time. You know I can deny you nothing. Farewell, my Desdemona. I will come to you soon.
And I will wait. Your obedient slave.
Damn, how I love her. And when I love her not, then hell can eat me up.
Did Michael Cassio always know of your love for my lady?
Of course. He carried messages between us very often.
Indeed.
Indeed. Well, what do you say in that? Is he not honest?
My lord, for all I know.
Well, what do you think?
Think, my general?
My God, he echoes me as if there was some monster in his thought. What is it?
No, good my lord, forgive me. Take no notice. Good name in man or woman is their most precious jewel. Who steals my purse steals trash. But who robs me of my good name enriches not himself and makes me poor indeed.
By heaven, I'll know what you are thinking.
Othello, beware. Beware of jealousy. It is the green-eyed monster which mocks the meat it feeds on. Guard your heart and pray like me that all our ancestors defend us them from jealousy.
Me? Jealous? My wife is fair, loves company, sings, plays, and dances, and where her strongest virtue lies, rests in that she has eyes, and still chose me. Oh, no, Iago, I would have to see before I doubt. And if I doubt, prove it. And that will never be. Othello jealous?
But the seed has been planted, and with Iago to nurture its growth, will grow and grow and grow. Inevitably, Othello hears a still small echo of her father's words, which will grow and grow to a shout. She has deceived her father and may equally you. I shall return shortly with Act 3. No man as graceful and gentle and as kind as Othello could have been brought down by the lies and distortions of even so Machiavellian a villain as Iago, except for one thing. Othello had an Achilles heel, the color of his skin. So, like Achilles, he was vulnerable, and Iago's poisoned arrows at last had found the mark. From now on, it was a matter of carefully fanning the fever to white heat. And the means to accomplish that was a handkerchief.
My dearest Othello, your guests await.
Are you so fast to be rid of me, then?
Not I. Why do you speak so faintly? Are you not well?
I have a pain upon my forehead, here and here.
What pain is that?
I fear to think what might be growing there.
It is only the strain of battle and constant watching. Come, let me bind it hard with this, and it will soon be gone.
No. Your handkerchief is too little. Let it alone. Come. You shall sit at dinner with me.
Oh, my lord, I do not look as I should.
So long as you are where I can keep an eye on you, it does not matter.
I had not planned.
I hope you had no other plans. Now come at my command and say no more.
The lady, you dropped your handkerchief. No matter. I shall put it by.
Amelia.
Iago, what are you doing here?
You left me all alone.
I have my duties to perform. And do not chide me, for I have a thing for you.
What? Here in my lord's bedroom?
Oh, be quiet. It's something you bade me steal for you. A handkerchief.
What handkerchief?
What handkerchief, indeed. The one that was her first remembrance from the moor. Oh, why you wanted it.
Have you stolen it from her at last?
Oh, Maya. No, not even for my husband's favors would I steal.
Then how came you by it?
She let it drop through negligence, and I, being here by chance, picked it up. Here.
The very one.
Why do you want it so? Give it back to me. It is so much a favorite of Desdemona, she'll run mad to find it lost.
Don't let her know you found it, or I had it. Your promise?
It's such a little thing. Oh, you have it. My lips are sealed.
I'll drop this handkerchief in Cassio's quarters and make sure he finds it. Trifles are monsters to the jealous. Already my poison has changed the moor, but now with what seems to be proof. Not all the puppy or mandragora or drowsy spirits of the world shall ever win him back the sweet sleep of yesterday. You're early abroad, my general.
Iago, What are you doing here on the walls?
Just coming off my watch.
I wish I'd known I would have chosen to walk later.
My lord is angry with me. 2 days now you have kept me from your side.
For good reason. You were the one who set me on the rack. I tell you, it's better to be much abused than just to know a little. What sense had I of her stolen hours of lust? I saw it not, knew it not. It didn't harm me. When I knew nothing of Cassio's kisses on her lips, I slept well. But now, forever, farewell, tranquil mind. Farewell, content. Farewell, the plumed troop, the royal banners, and all quality that made ambition a virtue. Pride, pomp, and circumstance of glorious war. Farewell. The fellow's occupation's gone.
Is it possible?
Helen, give a living reason she's disloyal.
If you would but let me speak.
I would you never had.
And so do I. Last night, before the watch, I was alone with Cassio in the guardroom where he was asleep. He is that kind of man who mutters in his sleep, and I... Would that I had not heard, but I could hear his words.
What words? What words?
Well, such as, sweet Desdemona, let us be wary and let us hide our loves. And, oh, cursed fate that gave you to the Moor.
Oh, monstrous, I will tear her all to pieces.
No, no, be wise. These are only words. She may be honest still. Yet...
Yet what? Out with it.
I may be mistaken, but have I not seen in your lady's hand a handkerchief of cambric embroidered about with strawberries?
I gave her such a one. Why do you ask?
I speak, remember, at your command. I saw such a handkerchief today.
Where?
I'm sure it was your wife's.
Where?
In the guardhouse. Cassio used it to wipe his beard.
Oh, blood. Iago, blood.
Patience. Your mind may change.
Never. Like the Pontic sea whose icy current, never ebbing, drives relentless through the Hellespont. Even so, my bloody thoughts will ne'er look back. Kneel with me now that I may take oath to those words. Within 3 days, I will hear you say that Cassio is not alive.
Where could I have lost that handkerchief, Amelia?
I do not know, madam.
I'd soon have lost my purse. I'm lucky that my noble Moor is true of mind and gently understanding.
What? Is he not like every man?
And how is every man?
Suspicious, jealous.
Jealous? A fellow. I think the sun where he was born dried up all ugly thoughts.
Here comes my lord.
For once I have him all alone. I will not leave him now till he mends his silly quarrel with poor Cassio.
I will be in the antechamber.
How are you, Desdemona?
I am well, my good lord. Dear heart, I have made bold to send for Cassio to come and speak to him. Have you a cold?
No, just something I choked upon. Lend me your handkerchief.
Here, sweet.
Oh, no, not that one. The one I gave you.
I don't have it here.
Oh, that is a fault. To lose it or give it away would be a sin that could mean ruin.
Oh, no, please don't say that.
There's magic in the web of this, woven by a sibyl from silk, from hallowed worms, dyed in the shriveled remains of maidens' hearts.
Then would to God I had never seen it.
Why? Is it lost?
It is not lost, but even supposing that it were.
Is it gone?
I've told you.
Then fetch it. Let me see it.
Come. This is a trick to put me from my suit to have you welcome Cassio.
Forget him. Fetch me the handkerchief.
You'll never meet a more sufficient
The
man.
handkerchief.
Talk first of Cassio.
The handkerchief.
A man who founded all his fortunes on yours. Truly, for once, you are to blame.
Death and blood, let me away from you before I choke out my own bile.
And this is the man who knows no jealousy?
I never saw him thus before. I only hope that Cassio can tell me what's amiss.
Now, hear me, Rodrigo. If I have taken your money, it is only for your sake. The Duke has sent advices that Cassio will be governor of Cyprus. If this be so, what chance have you to win her favors?
But Desdemona is still wed to Othello.
Othello's influence in Venice is on the wane. I promise you he will not stand before you long. Here comes Cassio. Draw your dagger and off with you in the dark to strike the blow which wins you all. If you but dare.
Die, you adulterer, die! Set off! Oh, and here is what in return. Oh, God! To the rescue!
Damned foolish bumbler. I can only hope that Othello proves more deadly at the death.
You say you have seen nothing.
My Lord Othello, no.
Cassio and she together?
Why, yes,
It is enough. I want to hear no more. She is asleep.
Yes, General?
Then leave us now.
But
Leave us. It is the cause. Let me not name it to you, chaste stars. It is the cause. Yet I'll not shed her blood or scar that skin of hers that to my eyes is white as snow. Yet she must die or she'll betray more men. Put out the lights. And then put out the light. If I quench it, how can it be restored? If I repent.
Othello?
Yes.
Then come to bed, my lord.
Have you prayed tonight?
Yes.
If you think of any crime against heaven, solicit to it now. I would not kill your soul unprepared.
What is this talk of killing?
That handkerchief which I so loved and gave you, you gave to Cassio.
No.
You're on your deathbed. Beware of perjury.
My lord, have mercy on me.
I wish with all my soul, Desdemona, you might have had on me.
Then banish me, but don't kill me.
Down, strumpet, down. It is too late.
Kill me tomorrow. Let me live tonight.
It is too late.
Oh. What's wrong within?
Still as the grave. Shall I let her in? Oh, my wife. My wife. I have no wife. Now should the sun and moon at once go into eclipse, so softly draw the curtains, and it's done. Come in, Amelia.
Excuse me, my lord, but foul murder has been done.
How's that?
Cassio has killed a young Venetian gentleman called Rodrigo.
And Cassio killed?
No, not he.
Not Cassio killed? The murder's out of tune, and sweet revenge grows harsh.
Oh, falsely murdered. That is my mistress.
Guiltless death, I die.
Oh, who has done this?
Nobody. I myself. Commend me to my sweet lord. Farewell.
She is a liar, gone to hell. I killed her. She was false as water.
And you as rash as fire to say so.
He proved it. With a handkerchief of mine she gave to Cassio.
Oh, God, you fool. And Iago has schemed to destroy us all. When you know the truth, I will see you all harmed for the death of my sweet mistress. Help! Help! Summon the guard! The Moor has killed my mistress!
But how came you, Cassio, by the handkerchief?
I found it in my chamber. And Iago on the rack has now confessed he dropped it there, given to him by his wife.
What does Iago face?
As governor, and with such overwhelming proof as I have to hand, he will not have a pretty death.
Enough. Then for myself, in utter despond, let me say what I wish to say most briefly. If in the tablets of the future you should set me down, forget my accomplishments in the field, and remember me only as a man who loved not wisely, but too well. And say besides that in Aleppo once, where a turbaned Turk beat a Venetian and reduced the state, I took him by the throat and struck him. Thus. And this once more. Standing over you as you lie still, Desdemona. I beg you remember I kissed you ere I killed you. No way but this, killing myself to die upon a kiss.
The inevitable climax at last reached. This is tragedy at its finest. Inevitable, inexorable, and somehow, in the honesty of all but the central villain, ennobling. I'll be back shortly.
This is Lucille Ball, here to make a personal appeal to every American. Since the 1880s, the American Red Cross has been stepping in when there's been big trouble, like a hurricane. But nobody has to tell you the Red Cross is there when a hurricane strikes. So let's talk about the other Red Cross, your neighborhood Red Cross. They teach kids to swim.
That's good, Eddie.
And they train about every lifeguard on every beach.
It's possible to look into it. We can get in touch with the local chapter.
They help veterans get on their feet. They help people relocate after fires.
Are you comfortable? Okay, now relax.
They collect and distribute blood. They give a hand to the older folks in your town and do scores of other jobs.
Running very nice.
It's easy to see why we've got to have Red Cross, and only you can keep Red Cross ready for the little emergencies in your neighborhood. And the big ones. Help keep Red Cross ready.
It would be unfair, of course, to leave our tragedy just as it resolved itself, for only one reason. That sinister, despicable, unforgivable Iago. I'm glad to report that for those of you who might not know in advance, his punishment well fitted the crime. Since Cassio was governor, and in a sense, dictator of Cyprus, it was left to him to dispose of Iago. When all the facts came out, how kind would you have been? Our cast included Arnold Moss, Marion Seldes, Joan Arliss, Court Benson, Ralph Bell, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
It was sell or lose everything.
So you see, he's broke. Flat button.
Now, just a moment. I have the promise of a job, Mr. Otis, a top-flight architectural firm in New York.
The promise of a job. Now, look, Jeff, there'll be no marriage until... What's that?
You know.
I'm afraid I do. It's the Canterville ghost.
The ghost?
Come on, Jeff. Come on now. Aren't these tricks of yours getting just a little childish?
Now, Mr. Otis, believe me, this is no act. It's the real thing. Whenever the ghost moans like this, it means he's going to put in an appearance. And I've seen some of those appearances. Now, Mrs. Otis, Ginny, you'd better come with me.
Oh, where to?
Well, anywhere but here. I'm not afraid of the ghost myself. He's never done me any harm, but his appearance can be positively ghastly. And you'd better not see it, either of you.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
This is CBS for the Great Southwest, KOOL Phoenix.
Saturday Night Theatre. We present Barbara Cooper in Village Green, with Vi Stevens. Adapted for radio by Lance Seaveking from the novel by John Montgomery. Village Green.
I ought to have made a shopping list, I suppose. Oh, I know there were some other things, but I can't remember what they were.
Oh, that's what you said yesterday, Mrs. White, and the day before.
I know, Mrs. Crabbe. I'm really terribly stupid, aren't I?
Haven't you never house kept before? I mean, before you come to live here in Woodley.
No, never. When I was a secretary in London, I was with a film company.
Oh, really? Oh, I've heard of them.
What? The one I worked for? How did you know which one it was?
Oh, I didn't, dearie.
But you said...
Oh, I meant I'd heard of film companies.
Oh.
Oh, you've not been married long, eh?
No, about 4 months. I was going to say that when I was in London, I lived in a hostel.
Fancy. Well, you got tea, butter, and an injur rubber. Now, could it have been biscuits?
No.
Or tin fruit?
No.
Sardines? Or porridge oats?
No, I don't think so.
It, wouldn't be a toilet roll, would it?
No. No. Oh, Mrs. Crabbe, how kind you are. I love this little shop of yours. It's just exactly what I've always imagined a village shop would be like.
Oh, everything all over the place.
That's what I like. It's so friendly, if you know what I mean.
Oh, we're friendly enough, I expect, in Woodley. Most of us, that is. Of course, there's some as is different. Funny lots, some of them.
Oh.
But being the only shop in the village, they all comes to me. Oh, I hears most things as soon as other people. Before some people, you know. Oh, good morning, Mrs. Bangs.
Good morning, Mrs. Crabbe.
But as I was saying, Ma Crabbe, they calls me. Cheek it is from the nippers, but, oh, I like to see 'em enjoy themselves. Ice lollies they have, you know. The ones on sticks, or humbugs, or fizzy lemon.
Oh, yes.
Of course, I've been in Woodley Village shop for more than 50 years. Yes. Jeremiah, that was my husband. He was a carrier.
Oh, really?
Oh, I wish you could have seen his cart. Lovely green it was, with yellow wheels and all.
Treacle and bacon.
What?
Yes, and matches.
Oh, you remembered.
Yes.
That's good. I know I've got some treacle somewheres around. Down in that corner under them apples, wasn't it? No. Then, well, I'm sure I saw
You know,
it
you
the other
must be the
day.
new tenant at Stockett's.
Yes, we've been there nearly 2 months.
I'm from the manor. I look after Lady Edmonds. How are you settling down?
Oh, fine. Fine.
Sure?
Oh, yes.
I only wondered because, well, I've always wondered about Stockett's. Lady Edmonds has 7 or 8 cottages on the estate, but I've never been in any of them.
No?
Nor has she, not in all the years we've been here. Leastways, I don't think she has. Certainly not lately.
Oh.
So I've always wondered. That is, I wondered why it was the tenant stayed on, dying and being born and getting married, you know, but never moving out, except at Stockett's.
Oh.
Of course, I knowed what it was in the case of the Cordingless. George Cordingley went off owing money all round. But there, I'm talking too much, ain't I?
Oh, no, not at all.
It isn't the state of the cottage, is it? I mean inside. You can see the outside wants doing up. Well, you can see that from the outside. But, well, the roof? Ceilings? Paint?
Well, Michael and I were jolly lucky to find it. We'd been married only about 4 months, and we looked absolutely everywhere. Every possible small place within an hour of London.
What's he do, your husband?
He's an actor.
He's in the profession? Oh, just like us.
Michael's done rep, of course, but now he's a film extra and bit parts once in a blue moon.
Oh, ain't that lovely? I know she'll be pleased to think of professional people at Stockett's.
We almost gave up hope.
Oh?
Well, we went by bus to Shear, Shamley Green, Cranley, Godalming, Ewhurst, oh, everywhere.
Yeah.
We couldn't go too far because of Michael's having to get to the studios.
Of course not.
Well, we were in despair when we found Stockett's. We'd have taken it if it hadn't had any doors or windows.
Well, it hasn't got the electric, nor yet a proper toilet. That I do know. How's the furniture? Chair's a bit wobbly.
Oh, I don't know.
I must come and see you.
Oh, Treacle, I found it.
Oh, good.
Oh, how she got under them boxes of fertilizer. Is that proper tickler? Oh, but here she is.
Thank you, Mrs. Crabbe. Oh, and have you any streaky bacon?
Bacon? Well, now, there was some very nice streaky bacon that came in on Monday. Now, was it Monday?
May I come in, Mrs. White?
Is that you, Mrs. Bangs?
Yes, dear.
Oh, do come in.
Oh, well, here I am, dearie. Come to have a look at you. Whew. You do seem in a bit of a mess, like you was telling me yesterday.
I'm afraid I know very little about running a house.
You don't have to tell Emma Bangs that, Ducky. With the draining board of your sink all cluttered up with packets of tea and pots of jam and... Oh, lovey, the dust.
Oh, yes, I know. I think my husband finds me an awful muddler, but at home I never had to do anything for myself. And he's really quite helpless.
That's like Lady Edmonds. She's just like that. You really do need some help.
Well, we couldn't afford it just yet.
Then you should have a system.
How do you mean?
Well, you have to keep everything in the right place. Ankies in the proper drawer.
Oh, most of our laundry seems to stay in the basket.
Oh, I know, dearie. I remember not being able to cook eggs when I was first married. My husband was on the Halls. Very nice act they had. Trapeze, you know. I had to ask him how to cook bacon and eggs, and he knew all right.
Oh, I can manage that. It's omelettes that defeat me.
Here. Would you like me to come over and help you sometimes? Show you how to do things like...
Oh, could you?
Oh, yes. Lady Edmonds never gets up till late. I get bored in that great big house. I shouldn't want anything, not for coming in to give you a hand, I mean.
Oh, but please,
No, I wouldn't, dearie. I'd enjoy coming. Oh, it's lonely up there.
Well, that would be wonderful. Oh, I remember the first day when we discovered there was no electricity. We hadn't noticed in the excitement of taking the cottage, and Michael said, "You'll have to learn to cook by oil, I'm afraid." And I said, "I'll have to learn to cook. Full stop."
Oh, well, dearie, you won't know yourself a week from now. I'll tell Lady Edmonds what I've arranged.
Darling.
Darling.
I brought you some daffs. Here they are.
Oh, lovely. I find a vase.
Whatever's happened? But, darling, the whole place looks wonderful. It's so tidy and... My word. Polished.
I'm glad you noticed.
Noticed? I hardly recognized it. Look, what's become of that great hole worn through the carpet over by the kitchen door?
Oh, we turned the carpet round and put the hole over in that corner.
We? Well, who's we?
Silly, I told you.
Oh, you mean...
She means me, Mr. White.
Of course. You're Mrs. Bangs, aren't you, from the big house? How do you do?
How do you do? I won't shake hands if you don't mind, because my hands is all covered with flour. I've just been making a gravy.
Gravy? Am I dreaming?
Now then, darling, I know I've given you bacon and baked beans every day since we've been here, but you needn't be harsh about it. And in that ham voice, too.
Ham, is it? Begorra, woman, and this only the 4th month of our wedded bliss. Holy saints.
Yeah. Steak and kidney pie with mushrooms.
What?
What about that, dear?
Marvelous.
It was a bit of an undertaking, but I thought you'd like it, darling.
You don't mean that you...
Mm-hmm. With Emma's help. And there's double Gloucester to follow. Oh, we're not eating in the kitchen anymore.
Oh, on that table in the window, eh?
That's it. Everything's ready.
I am famished. Oh, there's something you haven't noticed, Mary.
Oh, is there, Michael?
Yes, you're so full of your own miracles, and I don't say that you haven't every right. However... this pie is absolutely delicious. I'm going to want some more.
Oh, that's the spirit, dearie.
Yeah. You haven't yet observed that I arrived home in a car. A very small car, it's true, but a car for all that.
Goodness, did you? Oh, is that it out there?
It is, my love. I refrained from bringing it into the house purely out of consideration for your feelings.
Idiot.
How was the gentleman?
Oh, darling, you've got the job.
To my amazement, yes.
Oh, is that what you was telling me about, Ducky?
Yes, Emma. Salesman in that firm in Wakefield that make farm implements and machinery.
£9 a week, Mrs. Bangs, and the use of that little car to take me around the farms and the country houses.
Oh, Michael, how clever of you.
Yeah, pity all the same. Always a pity when a promising young fella gives up. You wouldn't have been resting much longer, I don't expect.
Oh, couldn't afford it. No money. And I mean no money. Neither of us.
And we fell in love with dear Stockets. It's tumble down, I know, but it's our first home, our very own.
Love in a cottage, eh?
That's it. But 3.5 guineas a week rent. I'm going to get a teaching job, I hope, so we'll be able to stay here. Woodley is such a lovely village.
It is, isn't it? Queer at first. You know, after Leicester Square and the Strand.
I can't tell you how much I'm looking forward to driving around the lanes, calling at all the lovely old farmhouses. You know, it's beautiful out towards Chiddingfold and Elstead.
On a fine day, you can see right across the Weald to the South Downs. But it's not the same as Leicester Square and the Strand.
No, I know what you mean.
You'll miss it.
I've never had a West End engagement.
Oh, but you miss the smell of the grease paint and the way the audience is hushed from chattering as the curtain goes up. And the way they hang on your words in the big scenes and then burst out clapping like mad all of a sudden like and shouting, bravo, bravo, and laughing and crying and stamping their feet. Even after all these years, she still misses the theatre. I know she does.
Who do you mean?
Why, Lady Edmonds, of course. We've been together now for 40 years. Ever since my husband fell off the trapeze.
Oh, I'm so sorry. How terrible.
You know, she still misses it. As her dressing table up at the manor, all laid out like in a dressing room in the theatre, with pots and glass bottles and boxes of powder and little brushes and tubes of colour and the rabbit's foot. Oh, just as if she was going down onto the stage instead of to the dining room. After all these years. Well, I can tell you, I understand how she feels. It took me ever so long to get used to the peculiar smell of fresh air. I'm not really used to it yet.
Yes, of course. You mean that you and Lady Edmonds had some sort of act together with your husband?
You don't know who Lady Edmonds is, was.
Well, I'm afraid... I'm sorry, but...
She was the famous beauty, the musical comedy star, Poppy Primrose of the old Gaiety.
Poppy Primrose? Oh. Well, of course, she was a bit before our time, but everyone's heard of her. And you were with her, you said?
I was her dresser. All through the run of the Colonel and the Guards and Ascot for Romance.
Yes.
Oh, that was a pretty show. Lovely hats they all had. And her hat was bigger than anyone else's. Couldn't get it through the dressing room door or down the stairs. I had to carry it down sideways and put it on her head in the wing.
Oh, no.
And the music. Oh, that was a show where she had to sing that sloppy number, 2 Hearts Aflame. 2 Hearts Aflame. Look at me trying to sing. Did you ever?
I've got a picture postcard of her somewhere with a lot of others my father collected. Gabby Elise, Zena and Phyllis Dare, Gladys Cooper, Gertie Miller. He thought they were marvellous. And one of Poppy Primrose in that musical show. Now, what was it called? Rosie something.
Oh, My Dear Rosie.
Yes, that's it.
That was her last. Oh, wonderful show. Ran for 3 years. Closed in July 1918.
Why was it her last? She was still young.
She was 26. Sir Benjamin Edmonds went around saying she was the most beautiful girl in London. And so she was.
Ah, I see.
She married him at the end of the run of My Dear Rosie. He was a real stage door Johnny, was Sir Benjamin. He courted her with diamonds and champagne suppers and all. And every evening there he was at the stage door with the biggest bunch of flowers I ever see. And his blooming great white motor.
And she's been living down here in Woodley Manor ever since?
Yes, oh yes. And she says to me one night, Bangy, dear, if I get married, you must come with me. I'm sick of the blasted stage, and I'm certainly not going out on tour again. Not for Lovey-Lard himself.
We peeped up the avenue the other day. It looks a bit overgrown.
Bless your heart, it's a blooming jungle. It's more than 30 years since Sir Benjamin died. Lady Edmonds is getting on now. We both are, for the matter of that. She don't get up till after lunch, and she never goes out anywhere. Her heart's a bit funny, you see. The vicar's waiting.
Turn it off, Bangy. I can't hear a word you're saying. You've got to hand it to her. She knew how to put a number across. And those dresses she used to wear.
Cool. Well, the vicar is waiting in the drawing room.
What the hell for? Can't be the bells. I've got them. Oh, money, I suppose. Did you say I was in?
Where else could you be?
Gardening, you old idiot.
Oh, that'll be the day.
Don't be rude. Really, there's no privacy around here in this village. One might as well live in a greenhouse and sleep out naked on the lawn. They all know everything you do. Expect they even know what I'm having for lunch. Spies. What am I having anyway?
Chicken and champagne, of course.
Darling Bangy, you're an angel. But I think I'm getting a bit of a tum. We better have fish tomorrow, filthy Finnan.
All right. When are you going to see him?
Why not? Send him up.
What, up here to your bedroom?
Well, I'm quite respectable. You can warn him I haven't been well. And clear away all these awful papers, darling. I don't know why we have so many. Nothing in them but a lot of piffle. And pass me the hand mirror and a comb.
Here you are.
Thanks. And my hare's foot. Thanks. You are the honeysuckle, I am the bee. Come in.
The vicar, my lady.
Oh, come and sit over here, vicar, near the bed. No, this chair's more comfortable.
Thank you, Lady Edmonds. I do hope that I didn't think
Well, I haven't been out today. I'm not feeling very well.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Only last week or the week before, the Deputy Lord Lieutenant was on the telephone, and I said to him that even for his dear wife, I mustn't break my rule. And only the other day, I was so very sorry that I had to say I couldn't open the church bazaar.
That was 2 years ago, Lady Edmonds.
Was it? Was it really? Oh, I've no sense of time now, not since Sir Benjamin died.
No.
I dismissed most of the staff, you know. Had the car covered over, sold the horses, and refused all invitations ever since.
I quite understand, Lady Edmonds.
So glad. Well, what can I do for you?
Lady Edmonds, there's something I think you ought to know.
Oh, yes, I'm afraid it is a very long time since I've been to church.
No, it's not
You
that.
see, Dr. Collins told me I'd have to take it very quietly. No long walks, plenty of rest.
Yes, quite so.
I asked him why. Whatever's the matter with me? It's your heart, he said.
Oh, dear.
Well, I don't mind telling you that did put the wind up me a bit because, well, I've been having these queer pains.
Oh.
He said it was aneurysm of the aorta, and I must never overexert myself again, but just relax and take life slowly.
Yes.
And relax, you know.
Yes, I do sympathize. My old mother was...
I asked him if I might suddenly drop dead at any moment, and he said not if I kept quiet and took plenty of rest. If I didn't, well...
Yes, I'm truly sorry, Lady Edmonds. We have thought there might be something, as we never see you in the village nowadays. I hope your eyes aren't troubling you, too?
My eyes? Oh, no, I don't think so.
Those large, dark glasses you're wearing.
That's just a habit, you know.
Yes. Lady Edmonds, I think you should know, if you are not already aware, that there is a plot afoot.
Afoot? Really, Vicar? Afoot?
Hello, this is the minister. Will you please ask Mr. Bellman to come to my room? Good Lord. Come in. Morning, Bellman. This side of Whitehall is much noisier than the other.
Good morning, Minister. You wanted to see me?
Yes, Bellman, yes. I wanted to have a chat with you. Sit down. This is the end of our first week of the Ministry of Development.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Rather better than our first day, Bellman.
Monday?
Last Monday. You cannot have forgotten, Bellman, that I asked for you at 9:35, nearly 36. And as you hadn't arrived, I asked for Wag, and as he wasn't in for Spoon, and none of you arrived before 9:42. On our first day.
Well, sir, the new moving staircase at Waterloo had broken down, and there was some confusion among the crowds. Your moving staircase, sir?
I can't deny that I was instrumental in having them put in, but you shouldn't call them mine, Bellman. No. The public. One works for the public good. Pro bono publico, according to one's lights. Yes.
Just so. Just so, quite.
Yes, 12 abreast. It's quite something, you know, Bellman. It impressed the PM. Cockett, he said to me one evening, he stopped me in the lobby. Cockett, he said, that's a fine moving staircase of yours, a magnificent job. He said he remembered me at Chichester.
The Prime Minister was in the lower sixth when we were in the remove.
Yeah, that's it. He said he always expected to hear of me again.
You used to say he was a...
One can be mistaken, Bellman. One can be mistaken. But I was just going to ask you if they've got my the moving staircase going again. I've not been going down to Wakefield, so I've not been to Waterloo for several days. I've been sleeping at the club.
They got them going, sir. But they stuck again on Wednesday.
You didn't hear any adverse comments about them?
Oh, no, sir. Everyone likes them. They're wonderful.
Oh, good. By the way, what exactly is the effect of a large crowd walking 12 abreast down a stationary escalator?
Slow, but quite orderly.
No bad feeling?
No, sir. People are accustomed to inconvenience. They've learned to expect queues and traffic jams and delays and strikes and bottlenecks. In a way, I suppose, life would seem strange without these minor disasters.
The PM told me that the idea of a Ministry of Development had come to him suddenly, as many brilliant ideas do. There must be places, he said, which remain still undeveloped, virgin countryside that needs a planning hand.
The wasted acres of England.
The wasted acres of England.
Yes, you told me, sir.
Yeah, did I, Bellman? The wasted acres. It's true, you know. A green meadow, a lonely oak tree in a park, an old country house. What use are they? What purpose do they serve?
Just so, Minister, just so.
How are they helping the export trade and closing the sterling gap?
Exactly.
The PM said to me, Cockett, he said, out of the wasteland, I expect you and your new ministry to create new towns. Contemporary ones, of course. And you can guess, Bellman, what I answered.
You said to the Prime Minister, you can rely on me, sir, absolutely.
Jove, Bellman, that's exactly what I did say. And here we are. We are all very much on trial, you know, as yet. Well, I have to go to the house. I'll be back after lunch. Ring me if there's anything important.
Yes, sir.
Oh, what's this on my desk? Men of Development. Will all those who wish to join the chess club please get in touch with me? A match against the men of sanitation has been arranged. Hugo Spoon.
His hobby, sir. He's hoping to beat sanitation.
Well, drop a hint around that I'd like everyone to join. We want to make our mark.
Yes, I will. By the way, you'll want a conference, sir, perhaps on Wednesday?
No, Thursday. Fix one for 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
Let me see a list of those who should attend. Tea, coffee, biscuits. Not cakes until we're more established. Good morning.
Good morning, Minister.
Oh, there's just one point.
Yes?
You might tell Spoon that the expression get in touch with is long-winded and old-fashioned. The modern and more expressive word is contact. Everyone uses it. BBC say it dozens of times a day. If people wish to join the chess club, they should contact him.
I quite understand.
Never use 4 words where one is adequate.
Quite so.
Men of development and men of sanitation, on the other hand, is quite in the right tone. Modern, up-to-date, on the spot and all that sort of thing. I suppose one couldn't abbreviate them still further. Men of Devel, men of San, or Sani. No, I suppose not. Pity. Well, I must go to the house. Good morning, Bellman.
Good morning, Minister. Good. That's what I was hoping to hear.
Yes, I and Wag have been hard at it all the week. And I think, mind you, I'm not positive, but I think our efforts have met with a certain degree of success. Yes.
Well, I've not been idle myself. The important thing is to prove we're keen. At the earliest possible moment, we must put up a project, a development scheme. Come over here to the map. I've been considering Sussex carefully. We want a new area to develop, a garden city project or a housing scheme. Something to start the new ministry off.
Did you go to Brighton as you thought you might?
I did.
Ah.
Oh, I didn't imagine that Brighton could expand much further. I merely thought of it as a convenient centre from which to explore the surrounding country. It's only an hour from Victoria since the railways have been nationalised.
Oh, what was it before?
60 minutes.
Well, did you get any ideas?
Well, no. Disappointing. I went to Ditchling, for example, and Clayton, where the windmills are, and Hurstpier Point. But none of them are really suitable for building a satellite town. No industry, whatever, and miles from anywhere. And I've been thinking about Wayford. Only about 50 minutes out of Waterloo.
The minister lives there.
That's what I mean. He's dead keen on the expansion of the town. Look how excited he was when they put the new traffic signs up. They have more restrictions there than any other town in the south of England.
Yes, I know.
I've been thinking. Suppose we find a village near Wakefield, not too near, which we can plan as a satellite area. It'd be quite a feather in his cap, wouldn't it?
Oh, it might indeed be if we work it all out first and then present it to him for approval.
Oh, look on the map. Now, here's Wakefield, right in the heart of Surrey. But which village shall we choose? Albury, Shalford, Compton, Wanborough, Puttenham, Seal? Strange names.
Move your finger a little further to the left, the west.
Waller, Shamley Green, Woodley...
Stop!
Eh? What?
That is where Wag and I have been. And it's what I believe in the Air Force they call a piece of cake.
Really?
Yes, just exactly the place. There's a small side line, but we could easily enlarge it and build a new station. And it's on a side road, quite undeveloped.
If it's an agricultural area...
Oh, it is.
That may present difficulties.
We've thought of that.
Unless we can find land that isn't being properly used. Are there any big estates?
That's just exactly the point. There is.
Oh, good.
Woodley Manor. It's right next to the village. The park and other land has been allowed to go to rack and ruin. Barns falling down, weeds everywhere.
Nice village?
No modern amenities whatever. The whole place looks exactly as it must have done for 200 or 300 years. Quite deplorable. The locals are just living in the past.
A plot, Vicar? What kind of plot could be... Well, how did you put it? Afoot in a tiny, peaceful little place like Woodley, a village completely out of the world. Come, Vicar.
A plot to alter all our lives, to turn the village into a town, to destroy everything we like and replace it with something modern.
Oh, gracious.
Not that modern buildings need be ugly, it's just that they usually are. Contemporary, I think the word is, although it is now quite wrongly used. Tell me, Lady Edmonds, do you like contemporary things?
Yeah, I can't say I've seen many, unless you mean those uncomfortable chairs with thin legs and those lavatory lights.
Then you don't know about the plan to alter the village?
No, why should I? I hardly ever go out. I never meet anyone. I only read the London papers. What exactly do you mean, alter the village?
They want to change everything, dear lady, everything. The plan is centered on the manor and the park, your home. That's where they're going to build most of their new houses and road, in your park.
Good heavens.
And where your house is now, they'll put up a factory. But you mean they haven't even asked you?
Not a word. This is the first I've heard of it. Oh, but of course they can't. I'm not going to sell the place or any part of it. I just won't agree. So that's the end of their plan, finished. Anything else?
I don't think they expect you to sell voluntarily.
Indeed?
No. You see, they have powers.
And who, pray, are they?
Oh, there's a new government department just been formed to do, apparently, just this kind of thing. The Ministry of Development.
Oh, I'll develop them. I won't have it.
And if they choose to exercise these powers, they can compel you to sell and take over the whole place, lock, stock, and barrel.
Impossible.
Well, it's been done before. The park isn't being used for agriculture, so they can turn you out quite easily.
Cows.
I beg your pardon.
Cows. I must put cows out to graze. That'll fox them.
Too late, I fear. The land has been unused for too long. They want to lay a great concrete road where your drive is. And here, where the manor is, they're going to put a glue factory.
Pigs.
What did you say?
Pigs. We'll put some pigs in the old sties near the stables. They can't do anything if I'm providing bacon for the nation's larder.
I fear they will merely find you an alternative home and new sties for your pigs.
Quite out of the question. I've no intention of going. I'll fight them every yard of the way. I'll beat the dogs at their own game. No one shall find Lady Lucy lacking in strength.
Lady Lucy?
Well, figuratively speaking. Oh. One of my successes, you know. Her royal master. You didn't see it by any chance?
I'm afraid not, Lady Edmonds.
Vicar, what about a little drink, A glass of sherry?
Oh, well...
Bangy will give you one downstairs while I'm getting up. And then we'll go into this more thoroughly.
Well, thank you very much.
Perhaps you take potluck and stay to lunch.
Thank you, Lady Edmonds. Thank you.
Of all the blasted nerve. No one's going to remove Poppy Edmonds from the stage until the last curtain. She'll see to that.
sounds very mysterious. When are we going to know about it?
Well, not for a week or two unless it leaks out in the press. It's really quite a worrying situation. If it comes, I don't think it's too extravagant to say that all our lives will be changed. Considerably changed.
Surely it can't be as bad as that.
You make it sound like a major disaster.
Well, you know, in some ways I think it would be. Perhaps I've said too much. Never mind, with you two on the council, we shall stand a better chance. You have the right spirit. That's what we want. Goodbye for the moment.
Goodbye, Vicar.
Goodbye, Vicar.
What do you think the vicar meant?
I can't imagine, but it sounds quite serious. Fancy you and me on a parish council. You know something? I feel thirsty. Do you think we could have one at the Plough? It might be fun.
Well, haven't we anything at home?
Yes, but I feel like having a drink out. And I've never been in the Plough.
Well, I don't know. Oh, yes, come on, then. The bar will be full. We'll be lucky to find a seat.
Morning, Mr. White.
Hello, good morning.
Who's that boy? I've seen him about often.
I don't know. The whole village knows us now. Oh, they're a friendly lot here in Woodley. Ah, that's a jolly nice old sign, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I like the way those old boards swing on their rusty hinges. Listen. There you are.
I say, shall I be the only woman in the bar, do you think?
Yes, I expect so. Oh, come on.
But if we don't get some rain, I say a lot of things are going to be spoiled.
Morning, Mr. White.
Morning, Mr. Gale. Morning, Mr. Bain.
Morning. And your good lady. I've seen you in uniform, Mrs. White.
No, this is the first time. This is Mr. Gale, darling, the blacksmith of Woodley.
Good morning.
Morning, ma'am.
Goodness, what a lot of people.
A gin and French and a pint of best bitter, please.
Right you are, Mr. White. Glad to see you. How are you settling in, know what I mean?
Oh, we're doing nicely, thank you.
Oh, I'm glad to hear it. Knowing that cottage as I do, what with people taking it and going, and coming to tell me their woes, if you know what I mean. I wouldn't be surprised if you told me the roof had fell in. Know what I mean?
Oh, no, it's not as bad as that. In fact, we like it very much.
Well, your granddad had stockings when he was first married. That was in old Sir Benjamin's father's time, Sir Tobias as was.
Nice little cottage, but could do with a bit of paint and mortar, know what I mean?
They call it stockings because the family called stockings used to live in it. About William IV's time. My old granddad come from Ripley, and when he was a boy, he used to sit on his uncas waiting for the London coach to come in. There was always a passenger good for tuppence, which meant bread and beer and pickles.
You couldn't buy a newspaper with it today. You're honest, right?
Oh, thanks.
Oh, I never seen you with a newspaper, young gentleman.
Nor never you will, either. You know him, Miss White? Huh? He's young Jenner. I expect you've seen him driving that there motor tractor down the lane. He's a rare one with that motor tractor. You know what I mean?
Hello, young Jenner.
Hello, Mr. White.
You like driving it?
Oh, goes faster than no bloody horse any road.
Oh, your flame will kill some of that ruddy perishing tractor one of these days.
Steady with your language. There's a lady just behind you. You know what I mean?
Oh.
This gin is awful. I should have chosen sherry.
Not in an English pub. Half a crown a thimbleful and tastes like licorice.
Mrs. Tidy has just had another. Eh? I don't know how many that makes it. Yeah, she's a foreigner from Chichester. 8 of them she's got. To beat me where they all sleep.
Any strangers been around lately, Mr. Gale?
Well, there were a man down from London down on Thursday, Mrs. White, asking a lot of questions. Asked me how many horses I shot in a week. I told him as I only shot 5 horses in 2 months. You know, that seemed to please him. Nothing and a smiling he was and making nuts. I couldn't fathom it at all.
I wonder why.
Oh, silly, I reckon. Why, there ain't hardly any horses about anywhere nowadays. Oh, no. I remember more than 12 years ago, Sir Benjamin, he kept 12 hunters up at the manor. And riding horses, too. Oh, and the farmers. I were busy then. Oh, none around now.
Well, Lady Edmonds doesn't ride or anything?
Oh, bless you, no. Her ladyship don't even come out of that old white molly car of hers. She hadn't been seen in the village for years. I don't know when I last saw her. Stables up at the manor been shut and empty for years.
That London man come in for beer.
Did he now?
There were 2 of them.
That's right. They had umbrellas and billycock hats. Oh, give us another pint, Joe.
Umbrellas. Them 2 men asked some more questions. Reckon they were looking for a house, so you know what I mean.
Anyone else?
Mr. Blessing and Smythe came in for 10 filter tips. He never has a drink. They has all their groceries and drinks sent over from Wakefield. Mark Crab at the shop and me here at the Plough, we'll probably make our fortunes out of it. You know what I mean?
Who is Mr. Blessington Smythe?
Oh, I don't rightly know. I've heard said he's a stockbroker. Anyway, and his missus don't have nothing to do with us people in Woodley. Built that great posh mansion about 5 years back and laid out them tennis lawns and a fountain in front.
Oh, I know the place you mean. Behind some trees. Lots of little gnomes and bunnies.
They got 3 enormous cars and 2 gardeners. You know, it's my opinion there's something unaccountable going on. What were them London men nosing around the park for?
Probably called to see Lady Edmund.
What? With a long tape measure, pacing out distances up the drive and doing all manner of unaccountable things.
What kind of thing?
Well, sir, my grandboy was there. He saw him marching up and down and counting paces. Now, that's unaccountable, isn't it? In the middle of nowhere, would you say?
Very. Yes, very.
Maybe her ladyship's going to sell up.
No.
Some years since she got rid of Galb's Field. Oh, taxes be tedious heavy these days, you know.
Yes, but surely she wouldn't sell the park. Or she'd get rid of something further away from the house.
Yes, well, maybe she wouldn't, maybe she wouldn't. You can never tell, can you?
Oh, I quite agree with you, my dear Spoon. The thing to do is press on. The minister's not getting rested yet. Not yet. But he feels, as we do ourselves, that the min of development has got to show its teeth. Well, perhaps that's rather too strong. It's claws. No, Spoon. You know perfectly well what I'm trying to say. The ministry is an unknown quantity as yet. It has to demonstrate. It has to establish, show its
devotion.
No. Enterprise, Spoon. Combined, of course, with a crystal clear understanding of the needs of the time, the problems and their solution.
The problems and their solution.
Of course, there may be opposition.
Well, naturally, but I think we can count on the minister to back us up.
Oh, I will cock it. Want something large, positive, and easy to understand. And soon. It's 5 weeks since I went down to Woodley with you.
Well, I and Wag are getting on far quicker than I dared hope. There are already 4 filing cabinets, nearly full, Bellman.
Indeed.
Letters, reports, suggestions, plans, minutes of meetings, and so forth.
Good.
We've already had estimates from 38 firms of drainage specialists, builders, concrete manufacturers, road makers, etc.
I'm glad to hear it.
And I think I should be able to let you have a pretty complete plan of the whole scheme next week. Together with a list of firms to whom we either have promised contracts or actually given them.
Oh, I don't think you...
Well, nothing of any great consequence, but I and Wag know that you're anxious for us to present the minister as soon as maybe with a scheme that is cut and dried, eh?
Cut and dried. Funny things, words, aren't they, Spoon? To all such a plan as ours, a plan that is scarcely sown, scarcely planted, a plan that is surely going to have a most luxuriant, a most abundant blossoming, to refer to it as cut and dried.
You know, Bellman, you sounded just like the old man. I mean, the minister. That's exactly the way he talks when he gets going.
We have a lot in common, Ivo Cockett and I. I was talking to him the other day about compulsory crazy paving, and he told me about his proposals for dealing with traffic congestion. They are new and sensational, and will divert attention from the government's foreign policy. He's going to propose to make it illegal to drive a car except on certain days.
Excellent.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, you might drive if your surname began with the letters A to K. The rest of the week should belong to the L to Z people.
There would, of course, be exceptions.
Oh, yes. The police, for instance. Doctors, possibly.
The higher ranks of the civil service.
Naturally. It goes without saying.
Talking of traffic, I saw a pony and trap down at Woodley.
Did you?
Yes. Now, that's the kind of thing that'll have to go when we run the new road through. A pony and trap. I mean, it might hold up a whole row of cars for as long as 20 minutes, wasting valuable man-hours. When development comes to Woodley and the glue factory's in full production, the roads round about will be so busy with cars, lorries, and bicycles that horse traffic will simply have to be discontinued.
Yes. Oh, what are we doing about the cricket pitch on the village green? And the green, eh?
Oh, I don't think we should be doing anything with the green, except making it rather smaller. Not forgetting the new bus shelter, all glass, of course, so that no behavior can go on in it.
We're pulling down the thatched hovels and the palm, aren't we?
And the smithy.
Oh, yes, of course. I was thinking, cricket balls, you know. When the new houses are up, close all round every side of the green, and their windows are so much bigger. Perhaps it would be better if...
Well, cricket balls are certainly very hard.
Yes,
That's what I mean. Of course, there'll be some opposition.
Opposition that will be dealt with as and when it arises. People must be persuaded, by force if necessary, to appreciate that change is good for them and essential for the community.
Yes. Yes, of course.
Yes, and here it is, the map and plan they've sent me. Give me a hand, someone. I can't keep it down. We'll roll up again all the time.
Well, let's put this heavy tray in the corner.
Yes, that's it. Now, that brass inkstand on the other corner.
And this flower vase at the other end. Now, how's that?
Yes, that should keep it down. Thank you. Well, as I was saying just now, we thought it would be only right to invite Lady Edmonds to attend this meeting of the parish council because of her special interest as owner of the manor.
Oh, yes, that's quite right, yes.
And I'm sure we're all very glad to see her here today.
Here. Thank you very much. I certainly want to help.
Well, there is the village as they hope it will be. You see, they expect to alter it a good deal. It's really a great pity. This is in so many ways a lovely village.
But need they spoil it? If they have to build, must they interfere with what we've got?
Apparently. Look here. There's Haviland's farm.
Yes.
Now, you see what they want to do? There's a row of 20 new houses along the hedge, right in front of the farm, facing the green.
Oh, no, right upon Arvindon's. Oh, no, that's bad.
Mind you, they're not on agricultural land. They're filling in a gap. But the houses will be visible to the whole green. So let's hope they're attractive.
Judging by the plans, they're not.
If I wanted to build 20 houses, I'd choose a site near a partridge wood, where it's out of the way and no one would mind.
They're putting 50 there.
What?
And 25 bungalows there.
Oh, no.
Look, Gayton Woods.
Oh, where the bluebells are.
Yes, that's right, Mrs. Crabbe. Them's the Bluebell Woods.
Oh, Mr. Gale, that'll spoil them.
Most of the houses will look back onto the wood, so they won't have enough light. In the end, I expect the wood will have to go.
Oh, that do be a downright shame.
Yes. They'll ruin the place. Take away our rural character and give us uniformity and built up roads and traffic lights all over the green. And no litter signs and concrete lampposts and pavements, I suppose.
Yes, all along each side of the main road here. Yes. Oh, look, they're giving it a new name, the Broadway.
Are you sure, Bangy?
It's as plain enough here, my lady.
Oh,
That's
yes.
where all the new shops will be. Next to the hall.
Shops? So many.
20, with space in front for cars.
Oh, do you think they'll have a new grocer's shop?
Don't worry, Mrs. Crabbe. I'm sure all your old customers will still come to your shop.
Oh, well, I don't know. It seems a bit hard. Of course, the shop is a bit of a muddle.
It's a very nice shop, isn't it, Mrs. Bagg?
Of course it is. And where should we all go for a bit of gossip?
There doesn't appear to be anything actually on the green except a new glass bus shelter.
But there is a shelter made of wood. Yes. Cool glass one wouldn't last 10 minutes. The boys will smash it up.
I shouldn't be surprised. But the main objection to the plan is the factory sites.
Factory?
Yes, look. A glue factory where the manor is.
Oh, no.
Yes, and 5 more sites to the north joined up by these wide roads.
And look what they call this black blob here. Power station.
They haven't actually invaded your area, but the glue factory isn't far away, and you have a new garage just here.
Right next to our orchard.
And look what they're going to do with the pond.
Well, where is it?
It was about here. But they filled it in.
The whole thing is absurd. The place won't be woodly at all. It'll be totally destroyed.
We've got to prevent the ministry going on with their plan.
Here. Well spoke, Mr. White.
It may be very difficult to prevent them. They have their ways and means. And they have something we lack. Power. Yes, I'm sorry to be pessimistic.
Well, they certainly won't get me out of my house. I'm not moving for anyone. I'll open it as a guest house or refuge for old actors and actresses.
That's right, ma'am.
Think what the newspapers would make of that. Famous stage stars in danger of losing their last sanctuary. We might get Larry to give something. I shouldn't
Look, I'm
wonder.
sorry to interrupt, but if the ministry is determined to take the manor, then they'll get it. Now, the only way we might succeed is by throwing them off the set. A subterfuge, a little deception.
Nothing dishonest.
Oh, no, but we must fight them with their own weapons if we can think how. We must make everyone see how totally unsuitable Woodley is for this development.
That's right.
Bugs.
I beg your pardon.
Bugs. Low-lying water. The park's frightfully damp down by the east wall. They'll never be able to build there.
Oh, they'll drain it. We mustn't underestimate them.
No, I suppose not.
Dear.
Look, why don't we form a deputation and go and see these frightful people in town? Beard them in their own den.
That's right. Good idea, my lady.
No, I don't believe it would work.
yes, but
No,
don't
look, we're quite accustomed to receiving protests from people who don't want to be thrown out of their homes. But they're too public-spirited to consider personal feelings or minority opinions.
Oh, varmint.
Yes, Michael, that is a possibility. Ours may be a minority point of view. Oughtn't we to find out what everyone else thinks?
Well, it isn't as if they plan to develop valuable farmland or affect anyone's livelihood. All they want to do, they'll say, is to bring our amenities up to date.
Oh, I'd give them amenities. How would they like it
Oh,
if...
now, Bangy, dear, shut up. Vicar, isn't there a council for the preservation of something or other?
Oh, is there now?
I believe there is. Now, we must find that out. But in any case, the ministry will overcome objections by proving that the new houses will offer more comfort, better sanitation, and so on.
Oh, what I can't see is why anyone wants a glue factory, a parade of shops and all that in this village of all places.
Yes, it is extraordinary, isn't it?
If it had been years ago when we first come here, well, might have been different. Might have cheered me up. Missing the Strand and Leicester Square like I
Oh,
did.
Bangy, dear, do shut up. That's got nothing to do with it.
What will the county council do?
Oh, they'll be overruled. And as a mere parish council, we won't stand a chance.
No.
I wish we had a lawyer living here.
Yes. Listen, all of you. Suppose I give an enormous party and invite them all down and we thrash it out. I've never yet failed to solve a problem over a glass of champagne.
Well, I fear they're not the champagne type, Lady.
Oh, well, Vicar.
Mushroom houses made of synthetic materials is what they want, and they don't mind where they put them.
Then they can put them somewhere else. They certainly won't build them on my land.
Ah, that's right.
Well, I suggest that we invite one of their representatives to come and tell us quite frankly what we're in for. Now then, if we can find a weakness in his argument, we might be able to prevent the scheme. By inviting one of the enemy into the camp, we have a chance to spot the chinks in his armor.
As soon as possible.
I suggest we draft a letter to the ministry.
We'll ask them to send someone down on Saturday. We can meet him here in the afternoon, and we could ask a few friends and neighbors to attend.
That's good.
That might strengthen our position.
What a good idea.
Let's get all the support we can. Mr. White, will you call on the Blessington Smythes? They aren't churchgoers. I wouldn't want to put them off.
Of course.
It's a pity Lord Northcliffe is dead. I could have persuaded him to give us support in all his newspapers.
That gives me an idea. Now, I know Willoughby Pope.
You mean the man who talks on the wireless?
Oh, yes, he's the one with the little beard. He's got a photo in the Radio Times, you remember?
Oh, yes, Bangy, he's so handsome.
Bob Hope's got no beard, my lady.
No, not Bob Hope. Willoughby Pope, Mr. Babe.
Oh, I see. Do you think he would do something about Woodley? Would he say what a pity it would be to spoil it?
No, what I thought was an introduction. He would give me an introduction to Lord Fleet, the proprietor of the Sunday Globe and all those other papers, and I might interest him.
Bangy and I read that personality column of his every Sunday, don't we, Bangy?
We wouldn't miss it for worlds.
An introduction from Willoughby Pope will go a long way.
Excellent. And you will do your best with Mr. Blessington Smythe, won't you?
I'll see if I can catch him in this afternoon.
Yes. Well, now, if you'd come round the table and look at the map.
Things look a bit brighter now.
Lord, what a ghastly house. Tudor Towers. What a name. Down. Good dog. Down. Oh! No, get off, you brute. No, stop.
Down, Rufus, down.
Oh,
Good dog. Come here.
Stop it. I'm Blessington Smythe. I do hope my little dog didn't shake you up too much.
Little? He's enormous.
He's only a puppy. A Great Dane, you know. My wife's gone to Wakefield in the sports car. What can I do for you? Come inside.
Well, my name is White. I've been asked by the parish council to come and see you.
I'm afraid I'm not a churchgoer.
Oh, it's nothing to do with the church. It's more a village matter. The fact is that we're faced with a delicate problem, and we're seeking the help of all the more important residents, and eventually everyone. At least we hope so.
What kind of help?
Active support.
Against what?
A government plan to make us into a satellite town, to build at least one factory, probably more, where the manor stands, and change Woodley from an attractive rural hamlet into a horrible suburban nightmare.
Ah, well. I once thought of buying the manor. Suppose I could have made quite a lot of dough selling it to the government for this scheme.
But surely you don't want the plan to go ahead.
Why not? Won't affect me. I mean, we can't see the village from here.
But now look here.
Well, if the place is developed, the value of our land will rise. This is quite a good property, and I own another bit of land across on the far side of the green. Blacksmith's place is on part of it. It might be quite a valuable site.
Well, Mr. Blessington Smythe, we had hoped that you would...
No. I mean, Woodley wants waking up. Everyone's asleep, living in the past. If my wife and I want a spot of razzmatazz...
Razzmatazz?
Excitement. Life, hitting the high spots, Oh, we have to go up to town. You can't expect everything to stay the same forever. You shouldn't want it to.
But they want to destroy the character of the village. Surely you came down here because you like living in the country.
No. My wife wanted to get away from her sister in Golders Green. I bought this place as an investment in the war. Saw at once how to convert it. It's quite nicely done, eh? I always liked the Tudor style. A lot of it in Golders Green. There were 3 old thatch cottages. You wouldn't have given a couple of 100 smackers for them. Of course, we had to move the old people out, and it took months to get it right. I can make a profit any time I sell.
Well, I suppose there's nothing more to say.
Rather fancy myself at contemporary, You should see the kitchen. We got the lot. It's all automatic. Dishwashers, fridges, deep freeze, glass polishers, floor scrubbers, cake mixers, all electric. Bang on.
So we can't hope for your support?
I'm afraid not. Be more than I dare.
Why?
Well, I'll let you into a secret. I'm a director of a big cement firm. Now, if there's to be any building around here, we might get the order. Actually, I should thank you for telling me about the plans. We might not be too late to pull a few strings. Sorry, old man.
That's quite all right.
I suppose it'll be the new Ministry of Development that thought this up.
Yes, I think so.
Ivo Cockett, eh? He's the minister, isn't he?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sure he is. He's a member of my club. Well, bye-bye, old man.
Bye-bye, Mr. Blessington Smythe.
Oh, darling, what a shame.
Yes, a dead loss, I'm afraid. That man's a savage. Oh, Lord, what a waste of time.
Perhaps Lord Thingamajig will be better. It was awfully nice of Willoughby Pope to give you an introduction.
Yes, he happens to be a helpful friend as well as an influential one, and it's a pretty rare combination.
Did he tell you anything about him?
Lord Fleet? Oh, yes. He's quite old now. He started in Fleet Street 40 or 50 years ago as a messenger boy. Among other things, he owns 2 Sunday and 2 daily papers, 4 women's mags, and something called the Aquarium News.
No, what's that?
A magazine for fish collectors. No, he is one. Willoughby told me that old Fleet's collection of goldfish is the finest in the world. There are 20 large glass tanks. He sometimes pays £300 or £400 for a rare specimen.
Then I suppose he's entirely given up active service in Fleet Street.
Oh, no. I gather that all his editors live in terror of him. He tells them what line to take about politics and things. He does it on shortwave wireless from his house or his yacht.
Oh, good. Then he can tell the Sunday Globe and the others to come out with a walloping big attack on the horrible Minister of Development and all his beastly work.
Well, that's what we must try for, darling. It's a pity I know nothing whatever about goldfish. The wonderful heritage of our countryside, of our village. We don't want to be rushed into accepting what someone in Whitehall, however sincere, thinks is good for us.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I hope I've given you a clear picture, Lord Fleet, of what they propose to do. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry if I've been a bit long-winded. Will you help us, Lord Fleet?
Well,
You do agree that to plonk down a glue factory of all things right in the middle of a lovely Surrey village is simply pointless vandalism.
Like exercise?
Very much. I live in the country, you know.
Of course. Where?
Woodley, in Surrey. The village I was telling you about.
Well, come and see my goldfish. Interested in goldfish?
Well...
Come along this way. I've built a special aquarium for them, where the indoor swimming pool used to be.
20 tanks, constant fresh water, aeration. I think you'll like it.
Really? It sounds wonderful.
Here we are. Secret entrance. Press button. Now. Come through.
Thank you.
Some collectors would give anything to get hold of my fish. Caught a fella scooping out eggs with a waterproof hat, putting them into a whiskey flask. Shot him out quick. Now, here's some of my favourites.
Oh, these magnifying glasses make the fishes look as big as sharks. I got quite a shock.
See 'em better big. Beauties, these telescope-eyed ones. Aye, truncated cone variety, see? Look at that one, for instance.
Yes.
Have to keep a proper balance in the tanks. Each one is exactly twice as long as it's deep.
I see.
These are the fantails over here. And these are the veil tails. More glamorous, aren't they?
They are indeed, yes.
These scaleless ones are very rare. Japanese shabunkins.
Really?
Aye. Do you know much about fish?
Well...
I can't find staff these days. Had a man who let the temperature drop, and two of my most precious shabunkins nearly died. I had to sit up with them all night. Caught a chill they had.
Oh, what a shame.
Where'd you say you come from?
Woodley, in Surrey.
Thank you so much for coming to see me. I've enjoyed your visit enormously, most entertaining.
Oh, well,
sorry you can't stay to tea. Down that passage, yes. The butler will show you out. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Lord Fleet.
Take down a message to all editors. I begin. The Ministry of Development is considering a plan to take over the village of Woodley in Surrey and enlarge it as a satellite town. The plan is still only in the blueprint stage. It may be resisted by local councils. Print nothing yet. Someone who was at school with Ivo Cockett, the Minister of Development, should interview him. We must support this scheme as consistent with my policy of looking forward, not back. Repeat, not back. Therefore, my instructions are that you will on no account favor the opinions of a man named Michael White, who may seek your support and sympathy. When the time comes, you will play him down as an out-of-date reactionary. Kindly ask Miss Beavis to send me another sack of number 6 goldfish food. The last consignment was damp. That is all, thank you. Message ends.
When I heard Mr. Bethington Smythe was going to pull my forge down, I offered to make him some iron gates for his garden. How long will they take you, he asked me. If I'd have told the truth, I'd have said, all the rest of my life, sir, if I starts tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock.
Oh, Mr. Gale. You're just like a Mr. Stack I used to know. On the Halls, a comic he was. Jack Stack he was billed as.
Oh, really? Yes. Oh, it was something awful. I told him I'd done lots of wrought iron gates like that, only better. I'd never done no wrought iron gates in my life with naked women picking bananas all over them.
Ain't you, Mr. Gale? Ain't you?
Oh, I ain't so there. But what would you have done so as not to be turned out, eh? How long will they take you, Mr. Gale, he says? All the rest of my life, sir. This is the one job I'm going to spin out, Mrs. Bangs, month after month. The finest wrought iron gates in England, there.
If you ever finish them.
Thanks, Bangs.
Call me Bangy, dear. All my friends do.
All right, Bangy. Wasn't it a good idea to ask the man from the ministry to come down?
Yes. At any rate, we'll know the worst, I suppose.
Lady Edmonds looks simply magnificent.
She's a ruddy marble, isn't she?
She certainly is.
She could go out in front and thrill 'em and keep 'em happy for 3 hours now, just the same as she ever did at the old Gaiety. Of course, bless her heart. It takes a bit longer to get it all on now.
Of course.
An hour in the bathroom she was this morning, from 11:30 to 12:30. Then there was a good half hour in front of our dressing room mirror. Then another half hour in front of the cheval. 3 boxes of powder, 2 different perfumes, 3 shades of rouge, 2 lipsticks, and then they were selecting the right shoes.
Oh,
We changed our mind about a dozen times. We got 53 pairs of shoes in that long white cupboard. And then the hat. Well, you can see for yourself. It's worth every penny of it.
Oh, yes, she's wonderful. And when you both drove up here to the village hall in that enormous old white motor car, well, I expected royalty to get out.
Lady Edmonds is a queen, dear. Poppy Primrose was the Gaiety girl. Her picture postcards sold in thousands 40 years ago. She was all the rage, with her lovely singing voice, oh, and that smile.
How lovely, Bangy, dear.
We're very grateful to Mr. Spoon for coming down to explain exactly what the Ministry of Development plans to do in the village. Before asking him to speak, I would like to welcome two guests who, though not members of the parish council, have kindly consented to attend this preliminary meeting. We particularly welcome Lady Edmonds, who, as principal landowner in the district, is mainly affected by the proposed changes. Then we have Mrs. Bangs, whom we all know. Finally, we welcome Mr. Spoon from the Ministry of Development.
Before I begin, I would like to ensure that there are no members of the press here, that nothing that is discussed will be reported.
Wake up!
Well, this is important during the early stages, and of course our meeting is quite informal. I take it this will be observed.
Oh, I think so. I don't imagine any of us has thought much about the press.
Good. Then if I may, with the aid of this map, I will outline briefly some of our proposals. We want, above all, to be fair to everyone, cause no unnecessary distress. We've examined the district carefully, and I believe that when the meeting is concluded, you will agree that the developments we propose will greatly benefit the local population. Now, before I start, are there any doubts which occur to any of you?
Have people been walking about the manor park making these plans?
Yes, we're essential.
Who gave them permission?
Well, I can't say offhand.
I can. No one did. Why didn't you ask first?
Well, do I understand that you have some interest in the park?
I own it.
Then you are...
I am Lady Edmonds.
I see. Oh, well, Lady Edmonds, if you'll kindly listen, you will agree, I think, that you will benefit as much as anyone from our scheme. Naturally, you will receive adequate compensation.
I don't want compensation. I'm quite happy as I am.
If you'll pardon my saying so, Lady Edmonds, you're not putting the ground to good use. It isn't producing anything of value. It isn't... well, it isn't under cultivation.
Nonsense. It produces hay.
Hay? Well, that's hardly valuable from an agricultural point of view.
Easy to see you don't live in the country.
Please, Mr. Bates.
I mean, you might be growing wheat or keeping cattle or sheep. Hay isn't essential to the national larder.
I understand on reliable authority that cows and horses eat my hay. I get a good price for it. If you think that providing food for cows and horses is unimportant agriculturally, I should say you'd better stick to Whitehall, Mr. Spoon.
And take his fork with him.
Come, Lady Edmonds, your real objection is that you don't want to leave your house. Well, that's only natural, but I put it to you, since you insist on bringing it into the discussion, that a single person living in a large mansion with 26 rooms...
28?
Well, 28, then. As I was saying...
31 if you count the bedrooms in the attic.
Thank you, Banny, dear. I mean 31.
Well, whatever it is.
Not at all. We must be accurate. It is essential to be accurate.
The naughty old thing.
Oh, darling.
Would it not be better to live in a small flat in London while your mansion benefits the whole community, not you alone?
Are you trying to tell me where to live?
Well, these things must be done for the benefit of everyone.
You sound like a red.
Not at all. I'm not a red.
You want to move me out because you think an old woman shouldn't live in a big house. You're certainly a red.
I am not a red.
You forget that my husband's grandfather bought the place, that he worked hard for it, and that it was left to me. It isn't yours we're talking about, or the nation's, or something belonging to the government. It is my house, his and mine. I am happy here, but that is nothing to you and your associates.
I appreciate your point of view, Lady Edmonds, but the truth is that the house requires very considerable attention. It should either be kept up or come down.
I consider that a most impertinent remark. Have you ever been inside?
No, not actually inside.
And you never will while I'm there. You've been snooping around the outhouses, jumping to conclusions.
You will pardon me, but
Jumping to conclusions, because a tile or two is missing from the garage roof. Let me tell you that the house is perfect inside.
And that's a fact.
Oh, do shut up, Benny. No dry rot, no damp. They built to last in those days. None of your modern jerry building. Nothing you build via scheme could ever be as distinguished, as beautiful and historic as Woodley Manor.
Here, here.
It's a delightful house.
It's maddening, absolutely maddening to think of its being pulled down.
I wonder if I might say a few words.
Yes, of course, Mr. White.
Naturally, by all means.
Well, I don't know whether your ministry has taken this factor into consideration. We regard living in rural houses and cottages as a privilege more important than the latest luxury provided by a modern block of flats. It's our land, our children's countryside. I doubt if anyone here is convinced that Woodley needs to expand.
If we can't pull down the old and we mustn't encroach on nature, where are we going to build the new towns and put the atomic generating stations?
Why not put them in industrial areas?
And why put a glue factory in a Surrey village?
Yes.
We urgently need a modern glue plant to provide gum for the increasing number of government envelopes. It'll be a great economy. We've chosen this site because the workers can live in the new houses, which will be government-controlled.
Isn't a glue factory frightfully smelly?
We are wasting time. You don't seem to realize, any of you, that I'm not going to allow any building or development as far as my land is concerned. From what I hear, there are far too many government envelopes already. Perhaps a little less glue.
That man yesterday, I don't like being called a handful of reactionary people.
Well, poor fellow. I suppose that according to his lights...
Mrs. Livery'd have to worry about if I had anything to do with it. Oh, I beg your pardon, Vicar. Spoon, indeed. Cool, there's a silly name.
Yes, I'm afraid we haven't seen the last of him. He's bringing down some assistants of his on Saturday week to what he calls finalize the whole thing.
Oh, it's too much.
We must do something. We ought to have a counterplan.
Yes, indeed.
Could we hold a protest meeting?
You mean banners and posters and a petition?
Yes. I don't think we need actually shout in the House of Lords.
I'd show 'em.
What would you do, Mrs. Banks?
Me? I'd do the same as if it was April Fool's Day.
Oh, how do you mean?
Well, make idiots of them, show 'em up. Wouldn't let 'em get near the place, keep 'em away.
But how?
Yes, how?
Oh, there's ways and means. Someone might meet the train and make sure they go somewhere else. Young Jenner could take that old green bus.
I'd drive them all over the place. Hers got solid tires.
Yes, but if we did keep them away or make them look foolish, we would only be putting off the evil day.
Well, then there's notices.
Notices?
Yes. Smallpox, keep out. Atomic bomb store, strictly private.
How about foot and mouth?
Or clown pest, beware, like we had last year.
Oh, that's the idea. Put notes all over the place.
Mr. Payne, could you look at this map over here?
Righto, Mr. White.
Well, dearie, so her ladyship came to tea with you, eh?
Oh, yes, Bangy, darling. You were perfectly right. She's a sweet old thing.
Hmm.
Admired everything we've done to the cottage.
Pink paint on the stairs?
Yes. And she could hardly believe we hadn't got electricity or drains.
How did the walnut cake go?
Bangy, darling, it was just as you said. She simply dug into it.
And did you talk of buying the cottage?
Well, sort of. It depends on what she wants for it and what a building society would give on a mortgage.
Well, then you think we can get volunteers?
Lord love you, Mr. White, we'll have too many.
Well, at any rate, they'll all have to be sworn to secrecy.
Of course.
From something Lady Edmonds said to me, I gathered she had a plan of her own. She didn't say what it was exactly.
She gets a lot of wonderful ideas. They work a treat in a play, but...
I wish I could have seen her at the Gaiety.
In the lead in the dancing teacher.
Yes.
That was something, I can tell you. You'd never have forgotten it.
Bangy, dear. It certainly is marvelously funny. Where are they now?
They're sitting on a seat on one side of the green, looking absolutely wore out. That Mr. Spoon, 2 other men from Whitehall, and a thin, bossy-looking woman. They arrived at Cranley Station a little after 12, and it were raining cats and dogs.
Dear, dear, yes, so it was. And what did they do?
Well, you see, young Jenner, he took that old green bus what's been standing in the stables at Bramley. How he ever managed to make it go is a miracle. Ain't been on the road for 15 years.
Really? It must be pretty dirty, I should think.
Dirty? It's had hens living in it for ever so long. Cool, the smell. And bumpy isn't the word. You know, spring's all gone. Young Jenner said he waited in the lane outside Cranley Station, and anyone for Woodley, he shouts as soon as they come off the train. Well, as it was pouring down, I was mighty glad to see a bus.
Yes, I suppose
You know,
so.
he drove miles and miles and miles, right over to Rudgwick and Slinford. Took best part of an hour. Then back all round the lanes, through Baynard's Green and Winford, blowing on that old bobboon. And the rain pouring down. And that Spoon keeps shouting something about they're going the wrong way and telling him to stop. But he takes no notice. Then he stops very sudden-like up near Farley Mill. And they all scuttled away like they was frightened.
Oh, I don't wonder.
Well, then Michael, well, that is Mr. White.
Oh, a nice boy, I thought. Good profile.
Well, along he comes in that business car and gives Mr. Spoon his knives and forks another lift. And what do you think happened?
Oh, I'd believe anything.
They come round a corner in that very narrow lane beyond Valley Farm. And what should they see but a great big A-wagon stuck there with a wheel come off.
So they couldn't get by.
No. But you can see Woodley Church Tower from there across the fields. So Mr. White told them the best thing was to walk. Not more than a mile.
But isn't it all marshy and soggy?
Oh, I should say so. Sinking half up your car, filthy.
Poor things. Oh, my heart bleeds for them.
You know, Mr. Bain told me it was as much as they could do to get that wheel off the wagon.
I suppose they didn't get lost again.
Well, you suppose wrong, then. In the next field, they come on the notices. Danger, out of bounds, foot and mouth. So they goes to the left, and there's another. Keep out, foul pest.
Oh, Baggy, stop, I can't.
No, Mr. Gale had written them beautiful with big black letters, and he spelt it F-O-U-L.
Bless his
They
heart.
put them all around everywhere, and what with barbed wire and padlocks and all the gates, oh, it was as good as the war.
How on earth did they get through?
Well, I'm not quite sure, but it cleared up about 4:30, and there they are on that seat of the green. I've never seen people in such a state, absolutely done in.
Well, Bangy, dear, foul pests they certainly are. And perhaps they do realize they're not welcome in Woodley. Oh, it must have been such fun spoofing them. But you know, it won't prevent them doing what they mean to.
No, I suppose not.
All the same, Bangy, dear, you're not to worry. Everything's going to be all right. I promise you. I have a plan that can't fail.
Oh? Was that what you fixed up with that lawyer chap who came over on Wednesday?
Partly.
Does he think your plan will really work?
He doesn't know what it is.
Well, then what?
And I'm not going to discuss it with anyone, not even you, Bangy, darling. It's a little private plan of my very own. Life hasn't been much fun since
Sir Benjamin died?
Ah, Bangy, my dear old friend. We've been together a very long time, and I'm truly grateful for all your kindness. Half a lifetime of love and kindness, Bangy dear, but, well, it's been lonely since he died.
I know.
Remember when we came to Woodley first? Must be nearly 40 years ago. Do you remember all the parties we had? His friends from London who stayed. Eva Maud and Alec Taylor.
And that stupid Lord Coote.
And that stupid Lord Coote. Died so long ago before the war. Oh, the tennis and the croquet.
Oh, and you looked lovely on an horse.
Oh, the costume was all right, but I never really liked riding.
What I shall never forget are shows like The Gramophone Girl and Little Miss Courtney. That number of yours in Act 3, you in your motor car.
Oh, yes. You in your motor car as the sun was setting. Da-dum, da-dum, pa-pum, as the... oh, no. Those aren't the words. Oh, I'm tired, Bangy. You buzz off to the village again. I'll have a rest. Everything will be all right tomorrow. I'll give them a lesson. Pull down my house, wouldn't they? Benji's house. Damn their eyes. Yes. These shoes are exactly right with this dress. What's the time? 6 o'clock. No one will be about for another 2 hours. Ah. That's better. Now, how do I look? Yes, this is the right dress. Now, the yellow hat. That's right. And, yes, I think my diamond earrings. Oh, yes, and a long pearl necklace. Now, what else? I know. The little mink coat. Yes. And white gloves. Well, Puppy Primrose, this is your farewell performance. And it's going to be something no one will ever forget. Come now, my girl. There's the cue for your entrance. Ah, a parasol. Here goes. Oh, it's a lovely day. Thank God I couldn't have borne it if it had been raining. Oh, the flowers. Pity we didn't have a child. Or is it? Weeds everywhere. Oh, come on, my girl. Never get round the park at this rate. The lawn. Oh, what a lawn. The grass must be 2 feet high if it's an inch. What's this? A croquet ball. Oh, look at that, half rotted away. Up there on the terrace when we had a party down from town, we used to sit under colored umbrellas on summer evenings drinking bubbly. Oh, it was fun. How we used to laugh. Now, right round the wall to the summer house. And the stables, through the kitchen, garden, under the oak tree to the lodge, and then back. Take about half an hour. Oh, the heat. This coat. Must get up to the... Must get to the top of the stairs. They're absolutely quiet out in front. Not a sound, not a cough. I've got them spellbound. The music begins now, just as I reach the gates of the palace and turn and... Now! The darlings! Oh, the darlings! 'Tis 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 '
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the happiest day of my... Lord, whatever's... Oh, my dearie. Oh, my dearie dear. What happened to you? What have you been doing?
There you are, Mr. Gale. Quarter of sugar, half a bacon, and a tin of sardines. Is that all?
Yes, thank you. I were just saying as it must have been a rare shock finding a ladyship like that.
Oh, yes, indeed, poor old lady.
And poor old Mrs. Bangs.
Oh, my, yes, poor Mrs. Bangs, and I was so fond of her, too. Like mother and daughter they were.
More like sisters. They were about the same age.
Ah, well, Mr. White, they do tell me that the old lady has sent you and Mrs. White a little keepsake to remember her by.
That's right, Mrs. Crabbe.
Some folks thinks that she went a bit queer in the head towards the end.
Oh.
Well, if she did, it was a very nice kind of dottiness, bless her heart.
Such a wonderful thing to do. To give a couple of strangers like us a lovely cottage and money to do it up with.
And something to me for a fridge. Oh, that must have been dear Mrs. Bangs, I'm sure.
Yes, but where you put it, Ma? Hey, upstairs on your bed? There's no room in the shop for certain.
Oh, well, now.
The lawyer told us that Lady Edmonds has left that meadow over there to the school for a playing field.
Yes, and a new hall and changing rooms with showers.
Yes. Oh, finding a ladyship so sudden like that, so early in the morning, all dressed up to the nines. Oh.
Bangy thinks she had one of her attacks.
Yes, but...
Well, her heart was very bad, apparently.
Errol Bain was saying down at the plough last evening, he were saying as it were queer her dying so soon after making her will.
Oh.
No, I don't think so. People often do, the lawyer said, as if they'd sort of known. All the same, it is rather queer about the main bequest.
How do you mean, Mr. White?
Well, haven't you heard?
No.
She left the manor house and most of the estate to Ivo Cocket.
Well, how come that's queer? I expect he's a cousin of hers, or maybe her nevy?
Oh, no. He's no relation.
Oh, who is he, Mrs. White?
He's the Minister of Development.
Oh, really?
What'll he do with it?
Cut it up, I suppose. Development begins at home, just like anything else.
Well, she was a decent old girl, but she does seem to have sold us down the river all right. What can have made her do it?
Well, you never know, do you, sir?
And this is, I fancy, the breakfast room. No, I think it's called the small blue parlor.
Yes? Well, very pretty room, eh? I suppose it is what you could call small in a house of this size.
Yes, Minister. And through here is, I presume, the billiard room. And this is the terrace. I suppose that was the garden down there once upon a time.
Yes. Bellman, you're a clot. An absolute clot.
I'm very sorry, Minister. I had no idea she would leave the place to you.
Quite irrelevant. It has nothing to do with it. But it's obviously not a suitable place for a development area. Not a village like this. Didn't you look at it first?
Several times. I thought it was what we needed. A big park not used for agriculture. The house going to needing attention. All the usual services within easy reach of Wakefield.
You sound like an estate agent. Well, now we must start all over again. Find a new project before the other ministers think we're doing nothing. I only hope they don't hear of this fiasco. Remind me to ring up Lord Fleet when I get back. He'll keep it out of the papers.
So many weeks of work. So many files, letters, documents, plans, and so forth. The contractors will be furious. I suppose there's absolutely no hope of going ahead? Not even if we modify the plan?
What? Pull down my house? You must be crazy. Just think what the opposition would make of that in the House. I'd have to resign. I'd probably lose my seat into the bargain. They'd say I was making money out of the scheme. And so I should be. Anywhere else you can put your glue factory. Anywhere you like in the whole of the United Kingdom. But not in Woodley. Not in my village.
Yes.
Whatever made you choose this site, anyway? That idiot, what's his name, Spoon?
I'm not sure.
Well, the fellow's a clot. An absolute clot. What is he good at besides chess? Getting ministers the sack, I suppose. Imagine what the headlines would look like. Cockett sells own home for development. Oh, it doesn't bear thinking about. Spoon had better return to his old job. Where did he come from?
Fisheries.
Then throw him back if they'll have him. Who selected him?
I'm afraid I did.
If this is his idea of planning a development area on land, then he'd certainly better return to the Ministry of Fisheries. Anyway, why wasn't I presented with the plan at a much earlier stage?
We didn't want to...
Well, it doesn't matter. I caught it in time. When it's all over, Bellman, you must bring your wife down for a weekend.
Oh, thank you very much. Then you'll definitely live here?
Of course. Why not?
Yes, I see. Did you know her well? Lady Edmonds.
Not what one would call really well.
And the solicitor told me that Lady Edmonds had never set eyes on Mr. Cockett in her life. Never even heard of him. She simply wanted to leave the manor and estate and £40,000 to the Minister of Development. Whoever he might be.
That was Barbara Cooper in Village Green with Vi Stevens, adapted for radio by Lance Seaveking from the novel by John Montgomery. The cast was as follows: Mary White, Eva Haddon; Old Mrs. Crabbe, Mary O'Farrell; Mrs. Bangs, Vi Stevens; Michael White, Dennis Hawthorne; Lady Edmonds, Barbara Cooper; the Vicar, Rolf Lefevre; Ivo Cockett, Eric Anderson; Alec Bellman, Derek Blomfield; Hugo Spoon, Preston Lockwood; Old Mr. Gale, Peter Clawton; Landlord, Peter Pratt; Harold Bain, Lee Crutchley; Young Jenner, Andrew Irvine; Blessington Smythe, Anthony Hall; Lord Fleet, Arthur Gomez. The play, which was recorded, was produced by Betty Davies.
The Mysterious Traveler, written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Fulton, starring one of radio's foremost actors, Cliff Carpenter. This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. Any of you are still listening in, not having fled yet, I have a confession to make. To you, the American people. The enemy is advancing across the countryside at a speed of 15 miles an hour. And I, Stephen Reynolds, am responsible for the enemy's presence. I, and I alone, betrayed you. It wasn't intentional, and yet that's a small comfort to those of you fleeing for your lives. Before you condemn me, those few who may still be hearing my voice, please listen and try to understand. Perhaps if you hear my story exactly as it happened, you may find it in your hearts to forgive me. It began a year ago at the Lynbrook Country Club, not far from the campus of State University. A banquet was being held in honor of Dr. Charles Warren in recognition of his vast contributions to organic chemistry. The main speaker at the banquet is the governor of the state, who was there to speak in tribute to Dr. Warren. We who know Dr. Warren and his brilliant work can only join in the worldwide tribute that he has won with his discovery of beryllium, the new miracle organic soil compound. On this happy occasion, it is my privilege to bestow on Dr. Warren State University's highest award, the DuPage Medal of Science. Gretna comes, ladies and gentlemen, this is indeed a happy moment in my life. For a scientist, there can be no greater reward than in serving his fellow men and bringing knowledge and light where there was none. The discovery of beryllium begins a new era. For with this new organic compound, man is now able to revitalize soil that has been barren for hundreds of years. That the dream has become a reality, I owe largely to those of you who made my research through all these years possible. Without your kindness and invaluable aid, the discovery of beryllium would not have been possible. Thank you. It's a great moment in your father's life, man. He's now one of the immortals of science. Let's go out on the lawn. It's hot here.
All right. You ever see so many newspaper men?
Yes, it's a big story. Your father will undoubtedly win the Nobel Prize next year.
You really think so?
No, we can't miss. You may not realize it, but you're the daughter of a famous man now.
One of these days, I'll be the wife of a famous scientist. What is it you haven't changed your mind about marrying me?
That's one thing I'll never change my mind about.
Oh, dear. I've never been so happy.
Nor I. You're going to have everything you want, Anne. A lovely home, jewels, servants.
I'll settle for this.
You've never known poverty, Anne. That's why you don't realize how important money is. We're going to have money, and a great deal of it, very soon.
Where is it coming from?
For the past few months, I've been working secretly on an experiment. If I meet with success, and I expect to, we'll be wealthy beyond our dreams.
An experiment? What sort of experiment, Steve?
Your father, after years of research, has discovered an organic compound that revitalizes barren soil. My experiments, Anne, approach the problem of food productivity on a different basis.
How?
Can you imagine what it would mean to mankind if a wheat crop could be grown in 2 weeks instead of the 4 months it takes? Think of 10 wheat crops a year where before there had been only 2.
But that's impossible.
Nothing's impossible. Think of it, Anne. Crops literally growing overnight. A food abundance such as the world has never known before.
But how?
I'm experimenting with a new chemical formula which has chlorophyll as its base. This formula will assist nature, accelerate the growth of plant life 100-fold. I've already had some small success, but I haven't reached the ultimate goal yet.
And when you do?
When I do, why, 1 gallon of this new formula sprayed over an acre of land will produce a crop almost overnight. I'll be world famous, Anne. A millionaire.
A millionaire?
Of course. This new formula of mine, when perfected, will put your father's soil compound, beryllium, well, it won't be very important in the face of my discovery.
Steve, this experiment, is it important because it'll be a great scientific advance? Or because it'll make you wealthy?
Why, I'm working for science and humanity, and you know that. But there's no harm in wanting to be wealthy, is there? now that what I said to Anne wasn't true. I wasn't working for humanity. I was working for Steve Reynolds and the huge reward and honors that could be won. Yes, I wanted success more than anything else in life, no matter what the cost. In the months that followed, I worked day and night, rarely leaving the laboratory. One experiment followed another as I searched for the right formula. Then one day I was called by Dr. Warren's secretary and asked to come to his office.
Steve, I have here your progress report for the past 6 months. You seem to have made little, if any, progress in your study of soil erosion.
Well, to tell the truth, I've given up my study of soil erosion. I'm working on something else.
From your report, I guessed as much. Steve, I dislike saying this, but we can't ignore the obligations of your fellowship. I'm afraid I'll have to ask you on behalf of the trustees to give up whatever experiment you're engaged in.
I won't do it. I've been at it months, working day and night on this experiment. I'm too close to success now to give up.
Steve, the trustees...
When I'm succeeded, and I will, I'll be world famous. Wealthy. One of the great scientists of all time.
I see.
You've got to keep that progress report of mine from the trustees so that they don't interfere. There must be some excuse you can give them.
I'm sorry, Steve, but I must pass it along to them. Those are the rules.
I'm asking you to break the rules.
I can. Not for you, myself, or anyone else.
Anne has told you my experiments, hasn't she?
I know.
You don't want me to succeed, do you? That's why you won't help me.
Now, Steve, you're overworked, nervous. Otherwise, you just...
Nothing will stop me, do you hear? Not you, nor the trustees, or the whole university. I'll go on with my experiments, and I'll succeed. Come in.
Steve?
Oh, it's you, Anne.
What your father told me, you've quarreled and you've resigned your fellowship?
That's right. I'm clearing my things out of this lab and leaving.
Where are you going?
I've rented a small farm 20 miles out of town. I'm going to continue my experiments there.
Steve, you can't leave the university, not like this. It'll be a mark against your career.
Before I'm finished, your father, the trustees, and the whole university will come to me hat in hand.
You treat your father as though he were your enemy.
He's no friend. That I can tell you. If he had wanted, he could have withheld that report from the trustees.
You're so determined to achieve success that you're blind to everything else. You've lost all sense of perspective.
So you're on your father's side.
Yes, because he's right. You value fame and money above everything else.
And why not? Is there anything else in the world that counts?
Steve, you're like a stranger. I think our being married would be a mistake.
Perhaps it would.
Here's your ring. Right.
When Anne left, I knew I was really alone. I moved my belongings into the farmhouse I'd rented and set up a small laboratory there. Went back to working day and night, for I knew it was a race against time. I had exactly $700 to my name, and once that was gone, I'd have to find a job. The weeks that followed were ones of unceasing work. One experiment followed another as I sought that elusive formula which would accelerate growth in plant life 100-fold. In those few moments of rest I took, I would think of Anne. Only my work kept me from going to her and apologize. Just a minute.
Oh, you sweet darling. I couldn't stay away any longer, knowing you were here all alone.
You've forgiven me for the way I am.
Oh, yes, yes. Darling, you don't look well at all. Your eyes are so bloodshot. You've lost weight.
Oh, I've been so busy half the time I forgot to eat.
How's your work coming?
Not so well. I'm on the right trail. I know I am, but I haven't been able to perfect the formula. I'm working on experiment 87 now.
How long can you go on?
You you needn't worry, Anne. Even if I wanted to go on, I can't. My money's just about gone.
Don't feel too badly, Levi.
Anne, I'm so close to succeeding. I know I am.
But it isn't as though you can't pick up your experiments in the future, Steve. After you've had some rest and a chance to think everything out.
Yes, I suppose you're right. Come inside. I'll show you the lab I fixed.
All right, darling.
I haven't got the fancy equipment that was available at the university, but I do have everything I need. Here we are.
How crowded you are here.
Yes, you see, each experiment called for a small, separate box of earth. There are 87 boxes in the room. That's why it's so crowded. Over there's the box with formula number 1. From there, the boxes run across the floor, too.
Good night, Steve.
Yeah. Formula 87.
Formula 87.
That box over there. And look. Plant growth. 4 sprouts.
What about it, Steve?
This morning at 7 o'clock, I planted 4 seeds in this box. Then I injected the soil with formula 87.
This morning at 7?
Yes, it's now noon. These sprouts grew in 5 hours.
5 hours?
And I think I've succeeded. I found the formula.
Steve, I've a strange feeling. But I can see those sprouts growing before my very eyes.
They are.
Those sprouts, what are they?
Tomatoes. This rate of growth continues, and by noon tomorrow, these plants will have matured. And they'll be bearing ripe tomatoes.
Who is it? It's on, darling.
Oh, just a minute. Good morning, Anne. Dr. Warren. Anne told me of your amazing discovery, Steve. I hope you don't mind my coming here with us. Hello. Of course not. Come in. I seem to have overslept. What time is it?
9 o'clock.
The tomato plant. Come along.
Steve, the plants.
They're mature and bearing full-grown green tomatoes. And these plants are from the seeds you planted only yesterday morning? Yes. Here are my notes. 7 a.m., 4 tomato seeds planted. 7:05, 250 cc's of Formula 87 injected into the soil. That's incredible. Simply incredible. In a few more hours, those tomatoes will be ripe, ready to be eaten. Just 30 hours after I planted the seeds. Formula 87 will mean the end of famine. Word. My families will be able to grow their own fruits and vegetables almost overnight, using but a few square yards of earth. Yes. Come out into the garden. There should be more to see. More to see? Yes, yesterday afternoon after Ann left, I planted an acre of tomato seeds and sprayed the acre with 5 gallons of Formula 87. Look, Doctor. The acre is completely covered with half-grown tomato plants. By late this afternoon, those plants will have produced a crop of ripe tomatoes. I wonder if you fully realize the implications of your discovery, Steve. It means the end of agricultural life as man has known it these thousands of years. With your discovery, a new era has begun for mankind. Yes, as we stood there in the garden, there could be no question that every man, woman, and child on Earth would be affected by my discovery. It took no urging on my part to have Dr. Warren and Ann stay on. They were too entranced to leave the garden and the plants that were growing before their very eyes. By 4 o'clock that afternoon, there was an acre of completely ripened tomatoes, ready for consumption. Dr. Warren, Ann, and I returned to the house, and I persuaded them to stay overnight. We were all up at dawn, eager to see the plant growth that had taken place during the night. It was Dr. Warren who, as he led us into the garden, made the startling discovery. Steve, look. What is it, Doctor? All I see is an acre of overripe tomatoes. The plant life surrounding the acre.
Well, there's nothing but dense overgrowth, Father. Weeds, vines, wild grass.
Look how thick it is. And it's all of 6 feet high.
You're right. Yesterday there was nothing there to speak of. The weeds were just knee-high.
Yes, I recall.
What does it mean?
Well, apparently, when I sprayed the acre where I planted, some of Formula 87 carried a little beyond, causing those weeds and other plants to grow overnight to 6 feet.
The question now is, have they stopped growing?
Well, come along. Let's have a look.
Thicknesses of those weeds. The other plants are like a jungle growth.
A jungle growth. Yes, I was thinking the same. It's difficult to tell from here how far it extends.
It can't be more than those few feet where I sprayed beyond the acre.
Here we are.
So let's walk through it. See how deep it is.
All right.
The two of you had better follow the path I'm making. It's pretty wet through here.
Yes, we're almost 30 feet into this growth. How much further does it extend?
I don't know. Can't tell yet.
Like the high grass of the African hills.
Yes, we've come quite a way now. Can't even see the farmhouse behind us anymore.
Steve, you sure we aren't going in circles? It can't extend this far.
So we're walking a straight line. I've been following the sun.
Dad, how far do you think we've come?
Oh, at least 100 yards.
Well, the growth is beginning to thin out. I think we've reached the outer fringe of it. Yeah, here's the field.
Well, thank goodness we're out of that.
Steve, do you realize how many acres that growth covers?
At least 10 acres, and it all sprang up since late yesterday afternoon. What do you make of it, Doctor?
This Formula 87 of yours not only accelerates the growth of plant life 100-fold where sprayed, but also affects the surrounding acreage.
What is it in Formula 87 that causes it to spread?
You must realize, Anne, that in this new formula we're dealing with the unknown. Well, perhaps Steve can explain why it caused such a growth on an additional 10 acres.
No, I can't, Doctor. As much a puzzle to me as it is to you.
What are you doing, Steve?
Following up a few small rods to mark how far the growth extends. As of this moment.
As of this moment?
Yes, Anne. For even a few minutes we've stood here, the growth is continued. And it's spreading.
Good morning. This is Bill Storm with the 9 o'clock news. Well, startling news has been coming in over the press wires in the last 10 minutes. A young associate professor, Stephen Reynolds of State University, discovered a new chemical formula which has the power to accelerate plant life growth 100-fold. While engaged in experiments on his farm 20 miles outside of Statesville, Professor Reynolds sprayed an acre of land with his new discovery, Formula 87. One of the amazing results of this experiment was the growth overnight of a 1-acre crop of tomatoes. But another result, which seems almost incredible to this reporter, is the news that Formula 87 caused plant life in surrounding acreage to grow overnight into a fantastic growth and become so thick and profuse as to cause on-the-spot observers to compare it to jungle growth. Even more amazing, the growth seems to be spreading in all directions at the rate of 100 acres an hour. Already it has spread over 2,000 acres of land. Agricultural experts and scientists are being rushed to the scene of this phenomenon. Stay tuned for further news flashes during the day.
Steve.
Yes, Doctor?
Did the dynamite give any results?
None at all.
Oh, here comes the governor.
There you are, Dr. Warren. All right, what's the latest word?
Now, the growth is now spreading at the rate of a mile an hour in every direction.
Why, that means thousands of acres of valuable land turning into jungle every hour.
Yes, and what's more, it's spreading at an accelerated speed. By evening, it'll be spreading at a rate of 3 miles an hour.
Haven't you been able to do anything to stop it?
Oh, we've tried dynamite fire, all to no avail. I have the best scientific brains in the country working on the problem, but as yet we haven't been able to determine what it is that's causing this wild growth to spread.
Young man, this catastrophe is of your doing. Have you any idea as to what is causing this growth to spread in such a frightening manner? I'm not certain, but I think Formula 87 created a new type of pollen. And it's the pollen which is spreading this growth.
A new type pollen? Well, what makes you think that, Steve?
I just got a report that the growth has crossed the Ardmore River and it's spread to the other bank.
The Ardmore River? Well, that's half a mile wide.
Yes, and that's why I'm convinced it's a pollen of some sort that's carrying this plague.
You're probably right. Well, can't you come up with a new spray? Something that will stop it?
We'll do what we can, Governor. We're not losing a minute.
What's going to happen, Doctor, when this jungle growth reaches villages and towns? We've already had to evacuate farmers.
Yes. We'll work day and night, Governor, to find the answer to all this.
At the fantastic rate it's spreading, I'd better order out our National Guard. And ask for assistance from Washington.
This is Bill Storm, speaking to you from the state capitol. Well, the Green Plague continues to advance, and Governor Thomas has declared a state emergency. Martial law has been imposed with the full approval of Washington. The Green Plague has spread over an area of 40,000 acres. 4 villages and 2 towns were evacuated shortly before they were engulfed by this advancing jungle growth, which scientists have been unable to explain or halt. These scientists state that the growth is accelerating its advance from hour to hour and is now moving at a rate of 15 miles an hour. Meanwhile, on-the-spot observers state that plants, vines, and trees are literally springing up before their very eyes, and that this fantastic and relentless growth is crushing and destroying all that which lies before it. All residents of the state capital have been evacuated, and momentarily we expect orders to abandon this station. However, full news reports will be continuously broadcast from other stations. Meanwhile, reports from Washington indicate that... Ladies and gentlemen, I have just received the signal that this station is to be abandoned. Tune in to other stations for further news flashes.
Steve, we better leave the studio, the station.
Leave? Look, you two had better come with me. You heard me broadcast. We're abandoning this station.
Come on, Steve.
Well, what about those people who may not have been tuned in? May not know about the Green Plague.
Look, Mr. Reynolds, I've done what I was told to do. I'm not responsible for people who didn't hear my warnings.
But I am.
What? Oh, you mean because...
Yes.
Well, we'd better get going. There's no time to discuss this.
Is the equipment still on?
Yes, why?
And you leave it, Mr. Storm. I'll follow later.
What are you going to do?
Some people may tune into the station, may not know what's happening. I'm going to stay here a while longer, broadcast the warning.
Then I'll stay, too.
Look, I'm leaving. You'd better make up your minds in a hurry.
We'll stay for a while.
Okay, if that's the way you want it. So long.
Still not too late to change your mind.
No. Go ahead, Steve.
If any of you are still listening in, this is Stephen Reynolds speaking to you from the state capitol. This is to warn you that a terrible force of nature has been unleashed. I, and I alone, am responsible for what has happened. If that's a small comfort to those of you fleeing for your lives, unable to understand the disaster that was brought about by my experiments. Experiments I was interested in for a personal gain, not for the advancement of science and humanity. Perhaps that's the reason the Green Plague. It's reached town.
Let's get out of here.
Give me your hand.
Steve, it sounds almost like an earthquake.
Yes. This way to the street.
So strange. The bushes are growing before our very eyes. There's an uprooting of buildings.
Look, the building across the street.
It's going to come down.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this same time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler. Now you can enjoy other tense and exciting stories of The Mysterious Traveler in the current issue of the Mysterious Traveler magazine now available. All characters in our story were fictitious. Any resemblance to actual persons, the name or otherwise, is purely coincidental. Music is under the direction of Emerson Buckley, composed by Richard Hugh Page. Bill Tonkin speaking. This program came to you from New York.